let's first understand what is Salesforce. If you had done some R&D before, it might be a simple, straightforward question for you, right? What is Salesforce.com? Yes, it is a CRM. Salesforce.com is a CRM. Say for instance, operating system. We have many operating systems, Linux, Unix, Windows, etc. Consider software languages. We have many. C, C++, Java, Python, SQL, etc. Right? On the same lines, when we consider CRM, we have many CRM. And Salesforce.com is a CRM. Okay, so now we know Salesforce.com is a CRM. But what is a CRM? Right, we got to understand the concept of CRM. Let's do a small exercise so that we can understand the concept of CRM and ERP better. Because I strongly feel that anyone who is working in a CRM or a ERP should have at least a high-level understanding of what's a CRM, what's a ERP, what's the difference. Only then we'll be able to understand and appreciate their similarities and dissimilarities. Okay, so let's work on a small case study. Here we go. Go Mobile Limited is a company that manufactures and sells mobile phones. So what do you think are the various business units of Go Mobile? I would strongly recommend you to pause the recording for a few minutes, pen down your response, and then resume. So now we are going to sort out the business units of Go Mobile. Okay. So it talks about Go Mobile, and that's a company that manufactures and sells mobile phones. So definitely there should be a manufacturing unit. Alright? So there comes the enterprise unit, which is the manufacturing unit. And what's the whole objective of this enterprise unit? To manufacture mobile phones. Okay, so manufacturing is done. So what next? Next is the sales unit. Definitely they got to have some unit which sells the product, right? Which sells the mobile phones that has been manufactured by the enterprise unit. And that's the whole objective of sales unit. What next? Service unit. Because definitely post-sales, service is required. Because for any product we buy, we expect service to be done post-sales. It's a service unit. So what are all the various sub-units of enterprise unit? Inventory management, resource planning, product development, manufacturing, product cost, shipping, payment. These are all the various sub-units of enterprise unit. And considering sales unit, they have the customer information in place. They do calendaring, marketing, reports, opportunities, emails. And the service unit, that is post-sales, they are very much connected with the customer via the social networking sites. They keep on sending out emails. They are in touch with the customer. And so these are the main subunits of service unit. But if you notice here, the enterprise unit is highlighted in a different color and sales and service unit are grouped together and they are highlighted in a different color. So why is that so? Just give it a thought. Why is that enterprise unit is separated and sales and service unit are on the other side? So what's the major difference between enterprise unit and sales and service unit? The answer is customer. Customer centric. Enterprise unit forms the back office. They are not customer centric. They are enterprise centric. Whereas sales and service unit are customer centric. They form the front office. They interact with the customer. Only they know how many customers are existing in the market for their product. What are all their feedback? What are all their issues? What are all their concerns? What do they expect out of the product? How many customers are existing in the market for their product? Across which all territories? All information regarding the customer, only the sales and service unit would know. Because they deal with the customer. The enterprise unit is completely back office, wherein sales and service unit are completely front office. So that is called as ERP. Enterprise Resource Planning. And sales and service unit forms CRM. customer relationship management. So ERP means planning the resource of an enterprise. And CRM stands for customer relationship management. That is, you manage the relationship with your customer. How would you manage the relationship with your customer? How do you manage a good relationship with your customer? Say, for example, you hold an account with Bank of America. And one day you have some query, you just call them up to find out some information. So you're calling them up and you give some details if they are not able to retrieve your account information. Say, for example, like you want to check the status of a check. And if they are not able to retrieve the information on your account, it is very much likely that they might lose their business. Alright? So having the customer information in place is very, very essential for a CRM. So that is how you maintain a good relationship with your customer. So the dissimilarity is ERP is not customer centric, whereas CRM is completely customer centric. And what are all the similarities? Similarities is more on the way they work. The methodology they work. They have a UI and it interacts with the database, and the way they generate reports and dashboards and the process. On that perspective, yes, they are similar. So they have both similarities and dissimilarities. Okay, so now we have an overall understanding of what is a ERP and what is a CRM. Alright, perfect. And we know that Salesforce.com is a CRM. Similarly, what other CRMs are existing in the market? What all ERPs are existing in the market? I have listed down very few. CRM, Salesforce.com CRM, Siebel CRM, PeopleSoft CRM, Sugar CRM, Microsoft Dynamics CRM. There are many CRMs. I've just listed on very few, but there are many CRMs in the market. Similarly, ERPs. SAP, Oracle E-Business Suite, JD Edwards, Sage, Momentum. There are many ERPs. Alright, let's keep ERP aside because like our concentration is more on Salesforce.com, which is a CRM. So let's talk about CRM. Among the hundreds of CRMs that are existing in the market, I've listed on only 5. Okay, my next question is, we know that there are so many CRMs already existing in the market. Then why is that Salesforce.com is the world's #1 CRM? What made Salesforce.com CRM to stand away from the crowd? Right, we got to know this because maybe in your office or among your friends you heard Salesforce, and that has basically brought you to this training. So we got to understand that in spite of so many CRMs already existing in the market, why is that I am here to learn Salesforce? What is that is differentiating Salesforce from other CRMs? What is that is making Salesforce to stand away from the crowd? Why? Yes, we're going to understand why and what has made Salesforce.com CRM to stand away from the crowd. Think about it. Let's discuss about that in the next lecture. Moving on to the next concept. Now it's time for us to answer the question with which we ended up our previous session. So what's the question? When there are already so many CRMs existing in the market, why is that we are talking about Salesforce? What is that has made Salesforce world's #1 CRM? Right? Because consider PeopleSoft CRM. It emerged into the market in the early 1980s. Siebel CRM, it came into the market in early 1990s. Siebel CRM, definitely it is one of the most efficient CRM with many happy customers, many successful projects. Then why is that there is a transition from other CRMs to Salesforce? Why is that people are talking about Salesforce? Because definitely that has brought you to this training, right? So what is there that is a differentiating Salesforce from other CRMs? And the answer is cloud computing. Salesforce is a CRM that is based on cloud computing. It's an on-cloud CRM. So when we say that Salesforce is based on cloud computing, we got to understand the concept of cloud computing, right? What is cloud computing? What does the term cloud computing means? To better explain the concept of cloud computing, let me just give you a small scenario. Say, for example, we are starting a company. So what would be one of our priority tasks? Definitely one of our priority tasks would be to set up a mail server. Alright? Say, for example, it's ABC Limited. All the employees, the clients, they would have those email IDs like john@abc.com, kd@abc.com, mike@abc.com, right? So we have our own email IDs. So for setting up this mail server, what do? First, we set up the server hardware with the CPU, the network, the power supply and everything. Once the server hardware is done, then the server software, maybe Windows NT4 or something which is appropriate. Once that is done, then the Microsoft Exchange server, because our target is to set up the mail server. So once the whole system is up and running, then the mail application is up and running, we'll be able to successfully send out emails to everyone. Right? But for some reason, one day, maybe the CPU fails, or the OS is corrupted, or for whatsoever reason, one of the component is down. Then what happens? The whole system is down. Right? So you got to fix the problem. And only then you'll be able to make your mail application up and running. Only then you'll be able to send out emails. So for the end objective, the end product, that is a mail application to be up and running, you should always ensure that the hardware and the software dependencies behind that is up and running. If that is done, your application is done. So it has got tight bonding with the hardware and software dependencies. So instead of investing your time, money and effort on your business, you are investing a lot of time and effort on the applications that you are using for supporting your business. So definitely it very well clearly tells us that it creates a lot of overheads. So every time you have to ensure that the hardware and software dependencies behind that is up and running. Right? So here, for this problem, cloud computing came with a solution. So what is the solution? Separating the application from its hardware and software dependencies. So what does it mean? What does it mean by the term separating the application from its hardware and software dependencies? Say for example, gmail.com. So what happens? When you want to send out an email, you just go to gmail.com, create an account, and then send out emails. As simple as that. Do we ever bother about the hardware and software dependencies behind that? Where the server is, where the physical setup is done? We never bother. Right? So the same concept with cloud computing. In fact, Gmail is a very good example of cloud computing. So the application is separated from its hardware and software dependencies. The same way Salesforce CRM works. There is a link and you create an account and then you start using Salesforce CRM. That is all it is. So then the question comes, who monitors, who maintains the hardware and software dependencies behind that? It is the cloud computing vendors who maintains the hardware and software dependencies. So this is the concept of cloud computing and this is how Salesforce fits into the picture. It was in early 1960s from mainframes to minis and then client-server architecture-based CRMs. It is during this time Siebel, PeopleSoft and other CRMs emerged into the market and now it is enterprise cloud computing and that is where we are with Salesforce CRM. So cloud computing is a concept which is network-based computing and the network is internet. So all you need is a laptop with the internet connection for you to work with Salesforce. So it is completely based on internet. So no internet, no cloud computing, so no Salesforce. So it's an on-cloud application and definitely it is an on-demand application as well. So what does the term on-demand means? Means you just pay for what you use. Say for example, you are investing on any client-server architecture-based CRMs, say Siebel or PeopleSoft or any other CRM or even any other ERP. So once the physical setup is done, that is the hardware setup, the software setup, and you install all the applications, once that is all done, after 3 months or 6 months or after an year, you think maybe that is not the right track or it is not really fitting into your business and you want to make a switch. Is that really possible? Definitely not. Right? Because you have invested a lot of money to set it up and now that switching to another product will definitely you'll incur huge financial loss. Right? There is no flexibility in that. But Salesforce CRM completely offers that flexibility wherein you just pay for what you use. So that's the reason it's called as on-demand CRM. It's an on-cloud CRM. Definitely we know it's on-cloud and on-demand CRM. So when we talk about this concept of cloud computing, wherein you separate the application from its hardware and software dependencies, we got to understand a little bit more about cloud computing. So what are all the different models of cloud computing? SaaS, PaaS and IaaS. These are the three different models of cloud computing. SaaS, software as a service. PaaS, platform as a service. IaaS, infrastructure as a service. So among these three models, Salesforce falls under the category of SaaS, that is software as a service. So what does this mean? To better understand the concept of SaaS, PaaS and IaaS, let me just give you a small scenario. What happens when you go to a restaurant? You order for food, you eat, you pay, and that's all done, right? So the final end product, that is food, is available as a service. You can avail food, you can pay for it, and you can avail the end product. So that is SaaS. That is the end product, that is the application, it is available to you as a service. Best example is Salesforce CRM. The end product, that is the application, is available to you as a service. That is software as a service. Coming to PaaS, that is platform as a service. What does it mean? It means the final product, that is food, that is not available. Instead, they give you access to the kitchen. You got to cook your own food, eat, and then pay for it. Means the final product, that is the application, is not available as a service. Instead, they give you the platform for building up the application. So you got to build your own application and use it. That is called as PaaS. That is platform as a service. And the best example for PaaS is Force.com. And we'll be talking about Salesforce as well as Force.com. In fact, we'll be creating our own custom applications using Force.com platform. And the third one, that is the infrastructure as a service. It is, you don't even have access to the kitchen. Instead, you just have a space. You got to set up the kitchen and then cook food and then eat. Means, they just give you the rack space. You got to set up the platform and then build the applications and then use it. That is called as IaaS, infrastructure as a service. So these are the three different models of cloud computing. And Salesforce falls under the category of SaaS, and Force.com falls under the category of PaaS, that is platform as a service. And on-cloud versus on-premise. What is on-premise? On-premise means the physical setup is there in the location, in the premises. Definitely in many of your work location you would have seen physical boxes of servers with a restricted access. Right? So that is called as on-premise applications. Wherein the physical setup, the physical hardware setup is present in the location versus on-cloud. Best example, Salesforce. It's an on-cloud application. It is based off cloud computing. So definitely we have many advantages of having an on-cloud CRM. There is no upfront license fee, no hardware infrastructure definitely, no ongoing maintenance fees. So these are some of the very big advantages of on-cloud CRM. And why cloud computing? Definitely by now we know why is that we are going for cloud computing? Because there are automatic upgrades, it is completely secure, integrated and very easy to use. And definitely half the cost because you are sharing the resources. Because of the concept of multi-tenant architecture, you are sharing the resources, so definitely half the cost. These applications, these on-cloud applications, these are all automatically upgraded. So what does it mean by the term automatically upgraded? Say for example, consider Gmail. Whenever Gmail goes for upgrade, let me give you a small instance. Some months back, Gmail went for an upgrade wherein all our emails are now segregated into 3 different categories, right? Social, promotions and primary. So did Gmail go for a downtime? Did they send out a communication saying that the Gmail will not be available for 24 hours or 48 hours, something like that? No. One fine day we just logged into Gmail, we could see all our emails segregated into 3 different categories. So when is that they did the upgrade? Right? So that is the concept of automatically upgraded. The applications are upgraded with 0 downtime. We never go for any downtime whenever we do some releases. So that is the meaning of automatically upgraded, and that is one of the biggest strength of on-cloud applications. With many vendors, with many cloud computing vendors, cloud momentum is really accelerating. And Salesforce is a CRM that is based on cloud computing, and that is the biggest strength of Salesforce CRM. And that is why Salesforce CRM is standing away from the crowd, and that is why we are talking about Salesforce, which has really made it the world's #1 CRM. With a lot of flexibility, lot many successful projects, and people switching from other CRM to Salesforce CRM, this is the main reason. Because Salesforce is based on cloud computing. It's an on-cloud CRM. So now that we are clear about the concept of Salesforce, which is a CRM, we know what is a CRM. In the previous lectures, we understood what's a CRM, what's a ERP, what are their similarities, what are their dissimilarities, and why is that we are talking about Salesforce? Because Salesforce is based on cloud computing, and what is cloud computing? We are clear with these concepts. So any queries, you can always post it on the discussion board. Going forward, we'll just jump into Salesforce. From Salesforce perspective, we'll understand the concepts, and there is a lot more to learn. Talking about Salesforce, the world's #1 on-demand, on-cloud CRM. It's a CRM product of Salesforce.com Incorporation company, which is co-founded by Mark Benioff. It's an on-cloud CRM, we know. It's an on-demand CRM. They provide standard applications, and you can do customizations in that. And you can also use the Force.com platform. So what's the term standard applications and customizations mean? In fact, the standard applications, that is a vanilla applications, is derived from the concept of vanilla ice cream. So how the whole concept works? The base version is a vanilla, right? And depending on the client's requirement, say chocolate, you mix chocolate flavor in that and you serve it as chocolate ice cream. Strawberry, you mix strawberry flavor and serve it as strawberry ice cream. Right? So the vanilla is a base flavor, and depending on the client's requirement, you do customizations and serve it accordingly. So the same concept applies here. The vanilla applications are the standard Salesforce applications provided by Salesforce, be it for sales, be it for call center, be it for marketing. And depending on the client's requirement, you customize it, and the level of customization depends on the requirements. So that is the concept of standard applications and customizations. The standard vanilla applications are available to you, and you can customize them and deliver it to the client. But for some reason you say, I do not want the standard applications. I want to build my own application from scratch. Definitely yes, you are free to do that. And that's the reason Salesforce has provided the Force.com platform. Using the Force.com platform, you can build your own custom applications and deliver it to the client. And it is very easily integrated to other on-premise and on-cloud applications. Now let's talk about the various career paths available for you in Salesforce. Go to trailhead.salesforce.com. Just go to this link. Let's talk more about Trailhead in the upcoming session. For the time being, let's concentrate on the career paths. Here you have, as you can see, Salesforce Administrator, Developer, Sales Manager, Marketing Manager, Salesforce Technical Architect, Business Analyst. So go to any career path. Salesforce Administrator. This tells you exactly what are all the roles and responsibilities of a Salesforce Administrator. In real time, Salesforce administrators work closely with the functional leaders, organizational units, and subject matter experts to identify, develop, and also deploy new business processes. And they have a very good idea on the core program business processes. On top of it, they handle the basic administrative functions, including user account maintenance, reports, dashboards, workflows, and other routine tasks that we do. And they involve in the system audits, they prepare for upgrades, and they manage data feeds, integrations. They coordinate the evaluation, scope, and the completion of any new upcoming development request. And not only that, they also assist in training of new users and grow the Salesforce.com skill set across the organization. So being a Salesforce administrator is a very powerful role capable of handling a Salesforce org all by themselves. Perfect. Now let's talk about Salesforce developers. Salesforce developers are mainly responsible for all the code components behind your Salesforce application, especially Apex and Visualforce. Mainly, they are responsible for maintaining and creating new Apex components like Apex classes, Apex triggers, creating them, deploying them to other orgs, doing testing, and ensuring that the code coverage is well above 75%, following best practices, creating custom pages, custom components. So these are all the responsibilities of Salesforce developer. In short, more of coding, development, and automation. Perfect. Now let's talk about sales managers. Of course, sales is the center part of your business. So sales managers, they work on multiple deals, efficiently handling them, and eventually winning them as well. And yes, obviously, they are excellent communicators and they build a good relationship with all the stakeholders. Perfect. Next is marketing manager. As the name says, marketing manager completely deal with marketing. They are the ones who handle marketing campaigns, bringing innovative ideas, so generating more leads. That forms the basis of the business. So marketing managers are all about marketing, campaigns, and generating more leads into the system. Moving on. Salesforce Technical Architect. Salesforce Technical Architect is truly an elite Salesforce professional. They understand the business, they understand the technology broad and deep. They provide innovative and efficient solutions even for complex situations. Not only that, their solutions are designed and developed after careful analysis from all different perspectives. In short, they are Salesforce supermasters. And let's also talk about business analyst. Business analysts are those who closely interact with the client. They understand the business process end to end, and they suggest many improvements like how should they track details and what are all the various other features that business can use for improving and for getting more idea on their business. Mainly, they bridge between the technical team and business. So they are responsible for gathering all the business requirements and converting it into technical ideas. Awesome. So now that we have got a good understanding about the different career paths that we have in Salesforce, Salesforce also offer variety of certifications for all these career paths. And to access all these certifications, go to Credentials, Certifications. Here you could see the different roles available and also the certification paths for all these roles. First here, click on Salesforce Administrator. Once you click on Salesforce Administrator, you can check out the various administrator credentials that are available. As you see here for Salesforce Administrator, as of now we have 4 credentials: Administrator, Advanced Administrator, Platform App Builder, and CPQ Specialist. So Administrator, it is a ADM 201 exam, Advanced Administrator ADM 211, and Platform App Builder and the CPQ Specialist. And this course we are targeting this Advanced Administrator ADM 211 and its related certification CRT 211. So once you get the knowledge and the exposure in a certain career path, yes, please go take up the exam and get certified. It is truly very, very essential. These certifications not only give you the confidence in your area of expertise, but also makes you stand out of the crowd and gives the good first best impression for the recruiters and employers. So yes, once you take up a particular course, once you get knowledge in a particular area of interest, yes, please go ahead, appear for the exam and get certified. In fact, let's talk more about this Advanced Administrator certification, that is especially for this course, in the next tutorial. In the meanwhile, let's talk about the other certifications that are available. We are done with Administrator. Let me go for Developers. For Developer, we have Platform App Builder, Platform Developer 1, 2, Commerce Developer, and Marketing Cloud Developer. And for Marketer, we have entirely related to Marketing Cloud Email Specialist Consultant Developer, and Padot, yes, Padot Consultant, and the advanced level is Padot Specialist. And Salesforce Consultant, we have Community Cloud, Education Cloud, Einstein, Einstein is a pretty new one, Marketing Cloud. We have several certification paths for Consultant and Architect. Architect, yes, the big guys. So here we have the career path for architect. And architect, there are several certifications that we need to take to be eligible to appear for an architect exam. And all these certifications are mentioned here. So once you clear all these, you become an application architect. And once you clear all these, then you become a system architect. And then you appear for the technical architect exam, and also you appear for the review board, wherein Salesforce experts review your solutioning and they analyze your solutioning capability in different perspectives, and after full evaluation, they certify you as certified technical architect. The most toughest Salesforce credential to grab, certified technical architect, but very much worth it as well. Awesome. So now that we have got a good understanding about the different career paths and the certifications as well, let's talk more about the Salesforce Advanced Administrator credential, and this course is all about that. Now let's talk about Trailhead, the amazing product Salesforce has launched, especially for learning purpose, completely for LMS, and I can't stress that enough. Trailhead is the one-stop shop for all your learning needs. You need to learn a new concept? Go to Trailhead. You need to learn about the new features launched by Salesforce? Go to Trailhead. You need to take up a Salesforce exam? Go to Trailhead. You need to join a community group and interact with other Salesforce peers? Go to Trailhead. Trailhead is the one-stop shop for all your learning Salesforce needs. But it's vast. It's truly vast. It's an ocean, honestly. Now let's understand how to use Trailhead. So Trailhead, go to trailhead.salesforce.com and sign up. And you know what the best part about all these? It is free. It's free for anyone. It's free for you. It's free for me. Free for just anyone. So use it to the maximum. Alright, Salesforce has generously given this to all of us so that we can learn Salesforce and use Salesforce. Alright, so go sign up, create a login for yourselves, and then work out all the different options that we have. The first option is learn. So anything that you want to learn in Salesforce, just anything that you want to learn, here is where you start. You have separate trails, you have trail mixes, you have modules, you have projects, Trail Academy, and then you have the different career paths which we spoke about. So go for learning, go to a particular trail. There are several trails available. Choose the trail that you want to learn and start learning. It is as simple as that. And it is so simple, easily understandable that you can do it all by yourself. Say for example, the admin beginner trail. Go for it. And see, there are modules and projects covered. And each one says how long it would take for you to cover that particular module or the project. And the best part about that is you can link your Trailhead with your Salesforce Developer Edition. That is truly the best part. So say for example, you pick up a project. Let me pick up a project real quick. Let me go to this advanced admin trail. There should be several projects or modules. Yes, and you see there is a module here, advanced formulas, and there are several tasks out here. Let me just go for any one. Use pick list in formulas. So this is all about how to use pick list in formulas, and there is a step-by-step explanation of exactly what you need to do to actually make it happen and to understand the concept. And once you understand the concept and the steps are all given, what exactly you need to do, once you learn, parallelly you also work. And you have the free developer edition, yes. So go ahead, start working. And here, once you complete everything, you have this option of hands-on challenge. Because it is just not sufficient that we learn, but also we should do hands-on parallelly, right? So for the hands-on challenge, follow all the steps that is mentioned, and then finally you click on login to take this challenge. Alright, and if you are already logged into your Salesforce org, it would just say validate or check. So once you log in to take this challenge, it will be prompted and you have to give your developer edition, free developer edition user ID and password, and Trailhead will check whether you have done the work properly. See, like I have, at least before Salesforce, I have never heard of such an LMS where things are so automated, so efficient, right? So they give you the instructions They give you the challenge, and also they give you the outcome, whether you have done it properly or not. And they give you points. They award you for that. So Salesforce is such an awesome tool. This Trailhead is such an awesome learning tool. Use it to the maximum. And this is just an example that I gave you. Similarly, you have tons of modules, tons of projects that you can work on. Alright. Similarly, you have trail mixes. Trail mixes are basically combination of multiple stuff. Combination of some modules, combinations of some projects. You have several trail mixes, yes. So go explore all these and check out what are all the modules available. Check out what are all the various projects available. The career paths which we spoke about. Alright, explore all these. Next is credentials. So credentials, you have super badges and also you have certification credentials. So certification credentials are the one that you need to exactly appear for the exam to earn your credentials. And super badges are morely for maintenance purpose. Whenever you want to maintain your certifications, then like you need to earn some super badges. So explore all these by yourself. So go for certifications. You have the several certifications here. And there are several credentials available as we discussed in the previous tutorial. Now let's talk about the advanced administrator certification. So before that, let me just finish off all these. The credentials, yes. Communities, yeah. So whenever you have a question, there is a community out there which can help you out. You are not alone. I am not alone. There are a ton of people who are ready to help you out. So on communities, go to the Trailblazer community and here we are. Go to answers. Every day, everybody asks ton of questions and there are so many people who are ready to help you. They are so glad they can help you out with that situation. Alright, so go ask questions. You would be surprised by the level of support you get. There are so many amazing people who take their time out to help you. And when we talk about communities, Salesforce is all about giving back to the community. How much we give back to the community, that is more valued. So not only asking questions, go through the questions that people have already posted. You may know answers for many of the questions out there. Please help them out. Give them back to the community. Alright, so that is the main motto here. Ask questions and give it back to the community. So we help each other and become stronger. And here again you have help, Salesforce help, the events, collaborations, and not only that, try to attend many groups as possible. Check out what are all the various groups that are there in your area. Definitely there should be many Salesforce developer groups, admin groups. There are many groups out there. Check out what are all the various events that are going out. I think you should be able to check it out here. Yeah. Check out the events, what are all the various events going on. Try to join in some of the developer groups and try to attend workshops. So these are the best ways to learn Salesforce. And here you see there are so many events, upcoming events scheduled. So go find events. There should be many communities, many user groups in your area. Find out those user groups, participate in those user groups, and also try to contribute to those user groups as well. Whatever concepts that you know, try to share it with other people. Knowledge is just not about knowledge, it's more about sharing. So share the concepts that you know. If you feel like, no, I just know only the basic concepts, it's okay. There may be many newbies out there who are just very new to Salesforce. Right? So these basic concepts that you already know might be very new to them. Right? So they might be benefited out of that. So don't think about that. Even those basic concepts, share with the world. Sharing is all the key part of learning. So this is all about Trailhead. But I would say that I have covered the major aspects of Trailhead in a few minutes. Yes, but there is a lot more. So go to each of these tabs. Go to each of these sections out here. Explore that. Find out what are all the various options that are available and how you can make use of them. Make the best out of them. Right, go to super badges, check out the super badges available, and once you create your own login, you will have those super badges. Whichever you completed, you will earn those badges, you will earn those points. And collaborate, be a part of the community and give it back to the community. That is all about Salesforce. Thank you. Awesome. So now let's understand more about a Salesforce Advanced Administrator certification and its details. So here we are again in the Trailhead. Go to credentials, go to certifications. There you can find details about all the certifications, the different various certifications that we have in Salesforce, and go to our Advanced Administrator certification. So when you click on that, you can get various details about the certification. And here is it, the exam guide. Previously, Salesforce used to have PDFs for that, but no, not anymore. We are in the cloud, so obviously our exam guide is also in the cloud. So get the exam guide, click on that link. That will give you the details about this exam, Salesforce Certified Advanced Administrator. And this is the exam guide for that. So this talks about the exam, the program, and the audience description. It is the ADM 211 certification, the purpose of this exam guide, and about the exam. So the exam is for 105 minutes with 60 multiple choice questions. The passing score is 65%. And yes, $200 for taking the exam and $100 retake fee. And you have both on-site and online options. So you can either go to some proctored center and take it, or take it from the comfort of your own home. And there are some recommended trainings for this. Yes, we have. And there are some courses that Salesforce recommends us. And this is the overall exam outline. The exam outline, as you see here, there are 10 sections out here. Security and access, extending custom objects, auditing, monitoring, sales cloud applications, service cloud applications, data management, content management, change management, analytics, reports, dashboards, and automation. And you also see the weightage here, 20%. Weightage tells you approximately how many questions you get from that particular section. So 20% meaning of the 60 questions in total, 20% contributes to 12. So approximately 12 questions you will get from security and access. Say for example sales cloud applications, 10%. So around 6 questions you get from this section. Service cloud applications, again 10. So 6 questions. Data management, again 10. So again 6 questions from data management. Content management, 3%. So maybe 1 or 2 questions from content management. So this gives you an idea about which are all the sections you need to pay more attention. Alright, so if you master security and access, you can easily score 12 questions out of the overall 60 questions. So you get a better idea about which are all the sections you need to pay more attention. Alright, this is from an exam perspective. Honestly, I would say that pay more attention to all the sections, because our whole objective here is learning and then taking up the certification and not just getting certified. So pay more attention to all the sections out here, learn as many concepts as possible, and then take up the certification. And not only this, we can also get more information about what are all the various topics that we need to learn about in a particular section. So when we say security and access, these are the various topics out here. And when we say extending custom objects and applications, these are the various areas that we need to pay more attention. Auditing and monitoring, yes. Sales cloud applications, yes. Service cloud applications, yes. Data management, content management, change management. So for all these sections, you have a detailed description of which are all the concepts and which are all the tools that you need to pay more attention. So it is such a detailed exam guide. So the very first step for taking up any certification exam is to go through the exam guide. Go through it end to end. Know what is a pass percentage, know how many questions, know the time, and check the time that is allotted for a single question. Though there is no defined time for a single question, approximately calculate what is the time that you would get for answering a question. So you don't sit on a question for so long. Alright, so get that knowledge. And then completely understand this exam outline. Understand the various sections out here and what are all the topics that you need to cover in each of the sections. Learn each and every topic. And then when you feel confident, appear for the exam. Hard work always succeed. So no worries, you have put in so much of effort in learning for this particular exam. So take up the exam with confidence and I'm sure you'll succeed. And even if you don't, no worries. Take it as an opportunity to learn more and retake the exam. You will definitely clear it up. And I would say that absolutely I have not known of anyone who have cleared all the certifications in the first go. No, absolutely not. Take me as an example. I have failed in these certification exams. Yes. And of course, I have even failed in the maintenance exams for that matter. But fear not, you can definitely retake the exam and then you can clear that. Of course, yes, take that as an opportunity to learn more, but never give up. So this course I have designed from all that I have learned while taking up the exam and also from my work experience. So it is a combined knowledge that I got while preparing for my exams and from the real-time work scenarios that we encounter day to day. I have carefully designed the entire course structure in such a way that it completely aligns with the study guide. And let me again stress that, in fact, we have covered more concepts than that is mentioned in the study guide. Because, as I told you before, our objective here is just not to get certified, but to understand and learn the necessary concepts required for a senior admin to maintain a Salesforce org. Because now that you are a senior admin, you are responsible for a Salesforce org, it is very much essential for you not only to know the concepts based on the certification point of view, but also in general the advanced administrator concepts to manage a Salesforce org efficiently. You should know the best practices, you should know the do's, you should know the don'ts. You should know how effectively you can use a tool to make the most of it. You should know the various considerations in handling a particular component in Salesforce. You should know what are all the best practices that we need to know. And you should know what are all the limitations that are there in Salesforce. So being a senior admin is definitely a very senior position and you should take it more responsibly. So if you see throughout the course, I have added several videos for considerations and best practices. So it is just not sufficient for us to understand the concept, but also understand the concept in depth. Meaning we need to know about the various considerations that we need to know while using that particular component in Salesforce. So all that we'll discuss when we discuss in the course. Now that let's talk more on the exam guide. So these are all the various sections out here. Awesome. So this is all about the exam guide. So when we talk about this exam guide, I would also like to talk some more about the exam as such. That is a Salesforce Certified Advanced Administrator exam. So go to the Advanced Administrator credential here. And here you see the details. And then here you see the classes and workshops that are offered. Let's go to the Certification Preparation for Advanced Administrator. And here, yes, you have some trail mixes. And then you have some classes that are being offered. Click on register now and that will show you what are all the various classes that are offered for taking up this exam. Yeah, you can take up these classes. They are definitely worth it. You have several classes at different dates, different locations, yes. But the only thing is about the cost. The cost is pretty expensive and many of us may not be able to afford this. But I would honestly say that this is truly worth it. But again, it's expensive, so we may not be able to afford that. But no worries. We have Trailhead. We have trail mixes. So that, yes, you can go ahead and you can do your trail mixes. And for accessing those trail mixes, go here. You have the trail mix available. Prepare for your Salesforce Advanced Administrator credential. Click on that. And yeah, it says 54 hours and 5 minutes. Alright, for you to complete this. And you have all the necessary trail mixes here, the modules, the projects, the learning materials, everything is available out here that is required for you to get the knowledge for appearing for this exam. Everything. Yes, it is pretty lengthy, it is pretty vast. And now if you're thinking that if we have all these help from Trailhead, trail mixes, then what are we doing in this course? If you have that question in mind, of course it's a very valid question. If you have that question in mind, just know that Trailhead is vast. It's an ocean. So I have designed this course in such a way that it helps you to understand the concepts, the various concepts of Salesforce Advanced Administrator Certification. I've put together all the concepts in a very easily understandable format. You can do it on your own. When you learn the concepts, thereby do the hands-on so you can understand the concepts. But once you complete a particular section or you complete a particular topic in the course, come here to Trailhead and attend that particular topic in Trailhead as well. Say for example, if we are talking about formulas and validations, once you finish the section in the course, come and do this for additional practice. You would get more knowledge. The more we learn, the more knowledge we get. When we talk about pick list administration, come back here and do it. When we talk about enterprise territory management, come back here and learn what is it in Trailhead. Alright, so the course and the trailhead goes hand in hand. And sometimes, it is easier to listen from a person and see them doing it. So I already have recorded those hands-on that I've done, so that on seeing that you can very easily follow the steps and you can understand the concepts. So learn from the course, use a trailhead, leverage trailhead, and success is all yours. Good luck. Awesome. Now let's talk about the various different products that Salesforce offers for the variety of platforms. Go to salesforce.com. Under products, you can have an overall view about the products. Click on products. It will list down the various products that they offer across all the platforms. Sales, service, marketing, whatnot. And a detailed explanation about all these products, it's very much given here. Of course, go through that. That will give you a very good understanding about the various products that they offer for various different platforms out here. Yes, so all the details are out here. And if you're interested in knowing about the pricing, go to pricing and that, for example, sales. And here, let me click learn more. So this gives us the pricing information. So when a company basically purchases a Salesforce CRM product for their business needs, what they actually do is they purchase a CRM licenses. And when they purchase a CRM licenses, they have variety of options. The essentials, professional, enterprise, unlimited. And all these options, they come with different features. And yes, of course, essentials come with a little lesser features when compared to all these, and the most features that you get in unlimited and enterprise. So essentials is more for small businesses, and it's only for up to 10 users, and professional is for any size team. But for more value, more features, you need to go for enterprise, and for unlimited, you go for this unlimited version. And all these, it is per user per month basis. So basically, Salesforce representative, he would be the best person for you to reach out to know more about the licenses and which type of edition would basically best suit you. So these are all the various editions that are available. Professional edition, enterprise edition, unlimited edition, and every company uses their own edition of Salesforce depending upon their business. And when we are talking about editions, all these editions are basically paid. We very much see here. And on top of it, Salesforce has got one other edition that is called as the Developer Edition. And the Developer Edition is completely free of cost. Salesforce has generously given this Developer Edition to us for us to learn and explore Salesforce. So the whole concept of Developer Edition is for making POCs, to learn all by ourselves, to do our hands-on, and to explore Salesforce to the maximum. So use Developer Edition, create Developer Editions, create more and more Developer Editions for different purposes, and use it to the maximum. So whenever you learn a particular topic, go do hands-on to explore that concept more. And it's free. There is nothing stopping you from doing that. Alright? But for business purposes, because Developer Edition is for learners, right? But for business purposes, Salesforce has got these variety of options. And as we saw, this is for the Sales Cloud. Similarly, try it for the other clouds as well. They have Service Cloud. Go for service, go for marketing, go for each of these platforms and see what are all the various options they have out there. So all the information that you need is given out here. So all that we need to do is go explore and look for information. So if your company is based upon any one of these platforms, then go to that particular platform, understand about that. And yes, you very much have, you have this let's chat option with a sales representative. Contact a sales representative, know more about the product, know about if there are any restrictions out there, and know if that would really suit your business. Alright, they are very much customer friendly. Of course, it's a CRM product, right? So they are very much customer friendly. The customer support is amazing. Reach out to them, understand more about their licenses, understand more about their products, explain your business needs, and they would be the best person to tell you which edition you need to go and what are all the other features that you need to add to enhance your business. Alright, now let's understand how to set up a Salesforce developer org. First of all, what's a developer org? Among the various Salesforce editions available, Developer Edition is unique in a way that it is specifically used by developers and learners to understand the Salesforce concepts and for doing some hands-on and also for any other POCs. And the most exciting thing that we note here is that it is completely free of cost. Exciting, right? Yes. Salesforce very generously gives us this free developer edition for us, for learners, for developers like us to enhance our knowledge in Salesforce. So this is a completely free, fully featured copy of the Enterprise Edition environment. However, with a little bit of restrictions, comparatively less storage and limited users. Less storage meaning about 5 MB of data storage, and limited users, only about 2 CRM licenses they give us with this developer edition. However, it is undeniable that this developer edition is extensively being used, especially by developers who are looking to explore the Force.com platform, like learners like us, and also by existing Salesforce.com customers with only a professional group or a personal edition and who have no access to sandboxes. And also by the partners who intend to build a commercially available Force.com app, maybe by using managed packages for uploading an app exchange. So with all these, now let's understand how do we get ourselves signed up for one developer org. So open your browser, go to developer.salesforce.com. You can see a sign up button. Hit that button. Automatically it will take you to the sign up page. Fill in all the details. And here, when you give your email address, make sure that it's a valid email address because you'll be getting a confirmation email to this email address. And also, this will be the username for your developer org, and it should always be in this particular format. So have a note on that. And then once you are done giving all these details, hit sign me up. So once you hit sign up, you'll be getting an automated email from Salesforce. Hit the verify account button. Once you do that, you will be prompted with a screen to change your password. And once you are done changing your password, we are all done. Your brand new developer org is created. So now how do we access the org that we just created? Go to your browser, go to login.salesforce.com, give the username password. The username is the one that you used during sign up for the developer org, and the password is the one that you just did the password reset. So give your username, give your password and hit login. When you log in, you will be prompted with another screen to register your mobile number. I would recommend you to do that because it comes handy while resetting your security tokens. And once done, we are all set to learn in our brand new developer org in the Lightning version. So this is the Lightning version. And if you want to switch to classic version, then go here. You have the option switch to Salesforce Classic. Click on that. Yes, here it is. So this is the classic version of it. So you can very much switch between classic and lightning versions at any point of time. So here you have the option switch to lightning experience. Click on that, which will take you to the lightning version. And again, yes, you can switch back to classic as well using this option. So you can basically switch between lightning and classic. Awesome. This is how you create a brand new developer edition org all for yourself, which you can use it for your lifetime. And this is how you switch between the lightning and classic versions. As a senior admin, it's important for us to have a good understanding about the Salesforce standard data model. What are all the standard objects that we have in Salesforce and how are they related to each other? In fact, it may not be possible for us to have an understanding about all these standard objects, but the more we know, the better it is. This gives a good understanding about all the objects that we have and how they are segregated basically. Say for example, sales objects. The sales object includes accounts, contacts, opportunities, leads, campaigns and the related objects. Task and event objects. Tasks and event. Support objects. Cases, solutions. Yes. Salesforce knowledge objects. Documents. User sharing profiles. So these are all the different categories that we have. And in each of the category, we have the ERD diagram. ERD diagram meaning entity relationship diagram. And as I mentioned before, it may not be possible for us to have a knowledge about all these, but at least we should have an understanding about the most commonly used standard objects in Salesforce. And as and when we work in real-time projects, the more and more we work, the more we learn. So we'll get to understand more objects, about their relationships, and also about the other support objects, how they work together with other standard objects and all these. The best way I would say for learning this is using the schema builder. So if you go to schema builder, that gives you an option about all the objects, and if you want to pick some standard objects, custom objects, or the system objects. So let me say clear all. We do not have any objects as such. Now just pick those objects about which you want to know. Say for example accounts, campaigns, cases. If you see, this is how the relationship is going to be. And if you want to include one more object, say for example contacts. So this is how the objects are related. Like this, you can keep adding objects and you can learn about them. And as I mentioned earlier, it may look like a lot of information out here, but then the more and more we work with the Salesforce application, the more we learn about these objects. And honestly, I would say as a senior admin, it is really important for us to understand and have a good knowledge about at least the most commonly used standard objects like accounts, contacts, contracts, leads, opportunities, cases, which is very commonly used in any Salesforce org, I would say. So at least those most commonly used ones, get an understanding about that. That will really help you in your day-to-day admin activities. Congratulations on completing the introductory part of the course. Let's move towards learning the technical concepts for advanced admins. The very first section that we are going to talk about is extending custom objects and relationships. So let's take a look at the exam guide. Here I am in Salesforce Trailhead. I'm in the Advanced Administrator track. Click on Get the Exam Guide. This gives you the details all about the exam. Let's go straight to the section. That is Extending Custom Objects and Applications. And as you see here, the weightage for this section is 8%, meaning that you will get around 4 to 5 questions of the total 60 questions from this section, Extending Custom Objects and Applications. And in the exam guide, we have a description for every section. We have 10 sections in total. And for this section specifically, they have given that the appropriate use of relationship types when building custom objects, master detail and lookup. So the exam guide talks about relationship types, master detail, lookup. Let's take a quick look at our course in Udemy to see what are all the concepts that we have covered. In total, we have 3 full sections to cover the concepts for extending custom objects and applications. The first section, this is the section that is specifically for custom objects and the various considerations for that. In this section, we'll be talking about, we'll basically start by understanding about a data model, and then we'll create custom objects, exploring fields, field types, the various considerations behind that. That is more important. And we have another section that completely talk about relationships. We'll be talking about lookup relationship, many-to-many relationship, master detail relationship, how to convert relationships, and the various considerations, self-relationship, hierarchical relationship. So that is about the second section. And in the third section, we talk about the external objects and the relationships, the indirect lookup, the external lookup, and the various considerations that we need to note while using these relationships. So just for the ease of understanding, I have split the whole section into 3 different sections. So we know exactly what we are learning in a particular section. And now I think you can understand the objective of this course. The objective of doing this course is just not to clear the certification. The objective of this course is to learn the concepts that are necessary for advanced admins. Though the exam guide here specifies relationship types and master detail and lookup, we are not going to stop our learning just with master detail lookup. We are going to explore the various different relationship types that we have in Salesforce and what are all the considerations that we need to note while using those relationship types, and how to use external objects, how to create indirect lookups, external lookups, and all these relationship types. And just not for this section, even for other sections, we cover way more lot of content than it is mentioned in the exam guide, because our whole purpose is learning here. Enjoy learning. Thank you. Alright. So now that you have a good understanding about the overall course, the course flow, and also our learning methodology, it's time for us to jump into the technical concepts, right? Yes. So as part of the technical content, the first section that we are going to learn about is extending custom objects and applications. As a senior admin, just on seeing the title, you should have got a good idea about what the course is all about, right? Yes. So this course is all about custom objects and relationships that we have in Salesforce. In fact, there is a reason behind why I chose this particular section to be the first section of our advanced admin course. The reason is that data model forms the base for any CRM application, alright? And from there, once we build our data model, we further expand and enhance our application. So in this section, first we'll be designing our data model. We'll be deciding on what are all the objects that forms the part of our data model and how the relationships is going to be among those objects. Once we design our complete data model, then we'll learn about the different type of relationships that we have in Salesforce and how we apply those relationships in the objects that we have created. So basically the custom objects and the various relationships that we build and create in this particular section forms the base for us to learn the upcoming sections. So we'll design our data model and then we'll create and build this data model in Salesforce. We'll do all the custom objects, the fields and the relationships between them. And this data model that we build in Salesforce, this forms the base for us to further learn about the upcoming sections that we have in our course. So that is the exact reason why we chose this particular section to be the first section. And later on in the next section, we'll learn about security, meaning how we can apply more security to the records and the fields that we have already created in section 1. And then we'll learn about automation, meaning how we can automate the processes that we already have. So this section is going to be all about creating a data model and then the custom objects and also the different type of relationships that we have in Salesforce. But as a senior admin, the most important part of learning this particular course is all about the considerations. One good example that I can give you is, say for example, lookup relationship, master detail relationship, many-to-many relationship. We already have learned these concepts in our basic admin course, right? So as an admin, now that you know what is a lookup, you know what is master detail, you know what is many-to-many. But as a senior admin, just knowing the concepts is not sufficient. You should know the considerations behind that. So what if this happens in this particular relationship? What if this is not working in a certain relationship? And what about a different field type? What about I encounter an issue in this? And what are all the restrictions that we have in Salesforce? What are all the limits that we have? So all these considerations you need to understand. So that is the beauty of a senior admin. So as a senior admin, we should go one level higher and we should understand the concepts in depth. So on top of understanding the different type of relations that we have, I have included the considerations that we need to note in each and every relationship and also the custom objects. So let's get started to dive deep into the advanced admin concepts. Understanding the data model. Alright, now let's understand the data model that we are going to work with. For this particular section, wherein we are going to understand the in-depth concepts of custom objects and the various object relationships in Salesforce, I've taken an example of a data model that applies in the field of education. As we all know, in the past few decades, educational institutions have really started using ERP systems for integrating and optimizing their business process. One main reason for me to choose this data model is that I felt all of us can relate ourselves to this data model. Because all of us are learning Salesforce, we all are in the learning curve, so I thought like it is more applicable to us. The other main reason is that this particular data model is pretty simple, straightforward, The structure is very easy to understand so that we can directly jump into the technical part of it. From the technical perspective, when we think about this education platform or the learning platform, let's first think about the major entities that comes to our mind. Whenever we can think of educational institutions, so what are all the major entities that comes to our mind? Definitely courses, because every single education institution has got numerous courses to offer. And students, definitely, there has to be takers. So there will be a number of students associated to that educational institution, and instructors, of course, yes, for teaching those courses. And then there are many other optional entities also, say for example, extracurricular activities, that is optional, right? So these are some of the major entities that comes to our mind when we think of that education platform. So considering all these, I have designed a simple data model with these major entities to help us understand our technical concepts. So the entities that I have chosen are courses, students, instructors, departments, extracurricular activities, and enrollments. However, definitely there are no limitations. So please feel free to choose as many entities as you want. The more entities you choose, you will end up creating more objects in the application. So that will still enhance your learning in Salesforce. So yeah, please go ahead and choose as many entities as you want. But for this particular section, for the section of custom objects and application, I have chosen these major entities. And as you can see here, for every entity here, for example, courses. These are the various fields that I have chosen that is applicable to courses. And for students, instructors, departments, extracurricular activities, and for enrollments. So every entity, or in Salesforce term, every object has got numerous fields with a field type marked against it. So when we talk about field types, we know Salesforce offers many different types of field types. So make sure that you mark every single field type at least to one of the field in one of the entity. Thereby we'll get to know the characteristic of that field type, how that works for that particular entity. Even try to choose the uncommon ones. For example, geolocation. You do not see geolocation in every single entity or every single project, right? So choose geolocation. Choose text area long, rich. This is a good opportunity for us to understand more about that particular field type, because in advanced admin certification and even in exams, there are more likely chances for you to encounter about these uncommon field types. So this is a good learning opportunity for us. So at least one single field type, choose in any one of the entity. Say for example, like text area rich, even text encrypted. So like this, for example here, text encrypted, text area rich, text area long, URL, every single field type. Try to map every single field type possible to at any one of the field type, at least one of the fields in one of the entities that you have created. And similarly with relationships also. Both lookup and master detail, try to work the relationship between the objects and then have created both the lookup and the master detail relationships. Like the fields and the field types, the relationships is also very important. Try to mark the master detail relationships and the lookup relationships. Try to understand the relationship between two entities and decide whether it has to be a master detail or a lookup. So based on that, I have created a small relationship diagram that will help us understand more about the relationship between all these 6 entities. So this is the high level relationship diagram between the entities that we have chosen. And as you know, the red relationship, that is a master detail relationship, which in turn says that it's mandatory. And the blue ones are the lookup relationship. In fact, like these color coding is the generalized color coding, standard Salesforce color coding. Even in schema builder, when you open up the schema builder and see the relationship between objects, like, you will see it something similar. But there, like, you'll have all the fields listed out, but just that, like, I've given boxes out here. But otherwise, it is pretty similar. You have all the entities out here and all the relationship between the entities. These ones are the red ones are the master detail and the blue ones are the lookup relationship. Perfect. Now that we know what are all the entities that are to be created, what are all the fields that are associated with every single entity, what will be their field type, and what are all the different relationships between the entities, whether it is a mandatory or a master detail relationship or it is a loosely binded lookup relationship. So when we have decided upon all these, what's the next step? Of course, we have to go and create them in the Salesforce application. So now let's go ahead and create all these entities, the fields and the relationships in Salesforce that will form the basis for us to understand the technical concepts behind it. Alright, so now that we have our data model designed and ready, it's time for us to recreate that data model which is on paper in our brand new Salesforce application. Let's take a quick look at our data model. We have 6 entities here: courses, students, instructors, departments, extracurricular activities, and enrollments. So for recreating this data model in Salesforce application, step 1 would be to create these objects in Salesforce. So the entities that we talk about gets created as objects in Salesforce. So first of all, we have to create all these entities with all these fields with the matching field types. Let's go one by one. First is the courses object. Let's pick this particular object and create it in Salesforce. So for creating this custom object, open the Salesforce application. This is the brand new Salesforce developer org that we created especially for this project. Go to setup, search for objects. I'm very sure you guys have the expertise in creating these custom objects in Salesforce Classic because we have already discussed in detail about creating custom objects in our basic admin certification course. However, this is just a quick recap. So hit the new custom object button. This opens up the page for creating the new custom object. So given all the details, I have filled in all the details now. The label, the plural, the description. Giving a description is a must. Any Salesforce component, any custom component that we create, having a description with that is a must and is mandatory and is a recommended practice that we have in Salesforce. In fact, for that matter, I would say any ERP or CRM, it is always a recommended practice to attach a description to any component that is being created. That gives a good knowledge about that particular component to other team members as well. So given a meaningful description here, and let the standard field be a course name, and I am having the type as a text. It can be text or auto number, as we know. But here let me stick on with the text because I would like to have the course name here. For optional features, yes, reports, activities, tracking field history, allow in chat or groups optional, and then it is deployed. And let's also create a tab for this because anyways we would need the courses object in the UI. So let me also create a tab for this particular custom object and hit the save button. So once done, it is showing us the page for creating the custom tabs. So you can choose any custom tab style. Next. Profiles. Let me just leave it with the defaults for now. Let me leave it with the defaults. Perfect. Now that our first custom object, that is the courses object, is created. And as we can see, this courses object is also available on the tabs because we created a custom tab for that as well. So this is the object definition page, custom object, courses, and this pretty much gives us an idea about the whole custom object, and this gives the details. The only standard field that is a name field that we have, that is a text field. As of now, there are no custom fields, no relationships, no validation rules, no triggers. This is a pretty brand new custom object. Page layout, this is a standard layout that gets created for every object and that is there. Search layout, pretty much everything is standard because this is the custom object that we just created and we haven't made any other modifications to that. Alright, so this is our first step and we have successfully completed that. What is that? Creating the custom object. Similarly, we are going to create all the other custom objects and associate them to the tabs so that we can see that in the UI. And not only that, we are going to create fields for every single object that we create and match it with that corresponding data type as per this particular data model that we have in place. Once we are done creating all these objects, fields, and with the related field types, we are also going to load some sample data so that we can have some data to play with the data, thereby learn the concepts. So now let's create the other four or even the fifth one, custom objects without the fields, and creating the fields with the separate field types we'll discuss in the forthcoming sessions. Thank you. Creating custom object through schema builder. Alright, in the previous video we learnt about creating a custom object in Salesforce Classic. That was a pretty straightforward way of creating that. However, there is also another way of creating custom object in Salesforce, that is through schema builder. So what is a schema builder? Schema builder is basically a dynamic environment for viewing and modifying all of the objects and its relationships in Salesforce application. In fact, like this greatly simplifies our task of designing, implementing, and modifying the data model or the schema, however we call it. This schema builder is enabled by default and it is also available in the developer edition. In fact, we have discussed in detail about the schema builder in the basic admin course. So let me directly jump into the creation part. Go to schema builder and here you already see the course object, that is a custom object that we already created. In case if the other objects are selected, like you can select the objects, or if you want to clear off all the selected objects, use clear all. Here you have the options, which all objects you want to view in the schema builder. All objects, selected objects, standard objects, custom, system objects. So here let me go for custom objects. So the custom objects, the one that we have now is the one that we created, that is a course object. This is the only single custom object that we have. And later point of time, when you create all your other custom objects and also the relationships, it will show you all the custom objects here with the relationships marked across them. Now that like we have only one custom object, so let's stick on to that. Now let's see how do we create a custom object in schema builder. Here there are two tabs, elements, objects. Go to the elements tab. Here you see either we can create an object or the fields associated to an object. So both these components can be created in schema builder because basically it talks about the objects and the relationship, the schema builder, right? So here you can create an object or create fields associated to an object. So how do you create an object? You have this particular element, object element, right? Just drag and drop it and the screen for the creating new object will open up. So fill in all the details here. I have filled out all the necessary details, label, plural, object name, description, mandatory thing that we have to do, record name, and what's the data type of that. And it is deployed. Save. Now that this new custom object is created in our application. But because we don't have a tab created to that, we may not be able to see that in the UI. But for creating a tab, go to Salesforce Classic here and do it the regular way that we do it. However, for creating objects and fields, we can use schema builder. For example, let's create a field for this instructor custom object. Say for example, the instructor first name. So the instructor first name, that is a text field as we can see here. So go to schema builder, pick up the text field type. So the text field type is here and just drag and drop it on the instructor custom object. So the pop-up opens for creating a new field and the field type that we chose is text. So automatically it is mapped to the text field type. Given the details, once you are done giving all the details, hit the save button. Now that we see this new field instructor first name has got created in this instructor custom object. So this is just another way of creating custom object and custom fields in Salesforce. Other than the regular way of creating that, this is just another way of doing it. Similarly, you can create all the other custom objects and the custom fields that we have as part of our data model. Now that we are done creating custom objects, it's time for us to explore creating new custom fields with different field types. So what's a field? A field is basically a placeholder for storing business information. As simple as that. Every object has got numerous fields associated to them for storing the various business information that the customer wants to store it in the CRM system. Salesforce has got basically two different type of fields. One are the standard fields, the other is the custom fields. Standard fields, as the name says, it's standard. It is available in Salesforce by default. However, the custom fields are the ones that are custom created by us. So when we talk about these objects and fields, basically in the database and the backend, objects are represented in the form of tables, whereas fields are represented as columns of the table. Now that we have created our objects, it means basically we have created the table structure. And now that it's time for us to jump in and create those table columns. It means those fields. So let's take a quick look at our data model. So here is the data model, and as per the plan we have created the objects. And now let's jump into creating fields. First is the courses object. So pick in any field for that matter. Let me pick the courses object and let me pick this particular field, that is course code. And as per the data model, the field type, that is a data type, is text. So let's create the course code field with the text data type. So open the Salesforce application. And now let's create our first custom field for the object courses. Go to the courses object. Click on view fields. This will basically take us to the object definition page of this custom object course. And here, as we can see, there are as such no custom fields created. Hit the new button. It will open up the page for creating the field. And the first attribute that we see here is the field type. Every custom field has got, in fact standard field also has got many attributes associated to them. Among those attributes, the most important one is the field type, or we can call it as data type. So what is the field type? Field type is basically that decides the type of data that particular field stores. And as you can see here, there are many different field types that are available in Salesforce. Auto number, formula, roll-up summary, relationship fields, and the other field types. These three fields are basically grouped together because these are system-generated fields. Lookup relationship, master detail, external lookup, these are relationship fields. And the other are the regular field types. We have already created objects, created fields with field types in our basic admin course itself. But now that we are in the advanced admin course, it's very essential for us to understand the various attributes every field offers and the importance of those attributes and where it applies and why it applies. All those minute details, it is very important for us to understand. So here let me choose the text data type because that is how we have designed our data model. So choose text, and as you can see here, text, there are different variations in that. Text area long, rich, encrypted. Though everything contains data, these are the different variations of the text data type. So when we choose text, it allows entering any combination of letters and numbers, and text area up to 255 characters and on separate lines. Text would be on a single line and this is separate line, so that is to be noted. And here text area long, it has this limitation 131072 characters on separate lines, and text area rich. Text area rich, as the name says, it allows adding images, links and other formatted text. And when we say encrypted, again as the name says, this is encrypted text, meaning the data that we enter in this particular field is usually shown in the encrypted form. Best example would be storing the social security number of a person. That data is stored in the encrypted form because of the importance of that data. So these are the different options that are available to us when we store data in the text format. So we have to explore the different options and what it has to offer. Now that we'll just choose the plain text, hit next. Now that we have chosen our data type, the step 2 would be to enter the details. So fill in all the details. When you are done filling in all the details, we should also give more importance to the other options that are generally available. One is required. What is required? Required meaning this field is always required. Meaning, in order for us to save a record, a value in this field is mandatory. So that is why this required option is available. Unique. Unique meaning whether to allow or not allow duplicate values. And external ID. So whenever we set a field as a unique identifier from an external system, then we use this external ID. So here a required unique external ID. These are the options that are available. In fact, we have to make note of these options that are available. These are also sometimes encountered in the exams, the certification exams. Like what are all the various options available to us when we create a field. So pay attention to all these values. And for our scenario for course code, I would say that it is required because course code is always required for any course that is created. And unique, definitely, two courses cannot share the same course code. So let me say as unique. And it is not a record identifier from an external system. So let me not mark this. And the last option that is available to us is the default value. So default value is basically used whenever we want to populate some default value based on some different other parameters. So use this show formula editor and then select the particular field type, organization profile, everything has got certain fields associated to that. And you have these operators also. In fact, these are pretty standard operators that are available to us whenever we create formulas and using operators. These are also we are already familiar with, but just that we got to know that it is available while creating a field, and also try using these formula editors and see how it behaves when you create a field. So that's what I'm again repeatedly stressing is that in advanced admin course, we are sometimes, we pretty much learn the same concepts, but in more detail. So default value is also one such detail where we may not have had more attention while creating this basic admin course. But now that we are doing this advanced admin, it's time for us to understand these concepts more in detail. So hit next. Hit next. It is the field level security. Done. So we are done creating our first custom field, that is a course code for the custom object course. The process is pretty much simple and straightforward. However, we have to pay more attention to the attributes that our field has to offer, the various different attributes. That is the reason when we created our data model, we made sure that every single field type that is offered by Salesforce is mapped to at least one of the field among these entities. So when we consider text, we have text area long, rich, encrypted. So try creating all these fields in the application and see how it behaves and how they differ from each other. That way we can really enhance our learning experience. In this session, let's dive deep into the text data type. So in Salesforce, basically for storing text values, Salesforce offers 5 different types of field types. They are text area long, text area rich, text encrypted. Now let's learn one by one. So the first is the text. That is pretty much plain text, the one that we created in our previous lecture. Text area, it is on separate lines. And text area long is again different, rich is different, and encrypted also is different from the others. So basically in our data model, we have different fields with these different text field types. Let's create one by one. This course code we have already created. So create the other field types as well, description, and here department details, access code, and here extracurricular details. Now that we are done creating course code, let me go ahead and create this description field for the courses object. Go to the Salesforce application, courses object, create a new field, and this time it is going to be a text area. So choose a text area, hit next, fill in the details, done filling in the details, and here pay attention to the options that are available to us. While creating our text field, there were other two options. One is unique and the other one is external ID. So here those two options are not available, meaning text area fields can't be marked unique, and text area fields can't serve as external ID. So these are some of the fine details that we need to note while creating a field. The default value as it is while creating text, hit next, and then go ahead and save the field. Done. Now that we have created our text area field, let's go ahead and create our text area long. That is in the departments object. So for creating that field, go to the departments object, the regular process, view fields, hit the new button, and now that our data type is going to be text area long, hit next, fill in the details here. While filling in the details, note that there is a maximum of 131072 characters that is allowed for this particular field, right? Because this is a text area long field. And the length that is by default that is given is this. Let me stick on to that. And number of visible lines. This is again a different attribute that is not available to the other text fields. Number of visible lines meaning like there may be multiple lines that is available and multiple lines of data that is given as input. However, the number of visible lines is the number of lines that is visible in the UI. So maybe, let me turn it to 5. And once you do all these changes, you have to go to the UI and see how the data is shown in the UI. And here also, you do not have the option of unique. You do not have the option of external ID. You do not have the option of marking it as required because this is a text area long field. So hit next and then save the field. Perfect. So our text area long field is also created, text area rich and text encrypted. So let me quickly go to the extracurriculars object and create those two fields. No fields as such created now. So let me create my first text area rich field. Fill in all the details here. While filling in the details, note that the other options are not available here for the text area rich as well. Unique, required, or the external ID. On top of it, the default value is also not available for this particular field type, text area rich, wherein it was available for the other field types and not for this. So these are some of the differences that we need to understand between the various field types. Hit next and go save the field. And our final field type is going to be text encrypted, and that is again for the extracurriculars object. Same object, hit the new button, choose the field type text encrypted, fill in all the details here, and also note the different attributes this particular field type has got to offer. So you can make it required, and this being an encrypted field, it is asking for a mask type. So, whether we want to mask all the characters or the last 4 characters clear, this very much applies to SSN, the credit card number so all these details basically we store it in the encrypted form. So you can choose a mask type. So for the time being, let me choose mask all characters and what the character has to be. So there is an example that is given. For example, last 4 characters clear. It means generally for SSN, we reveal only the last 4 digits. So an example is also given. So this is a format how we use the text encrypted data type. It can be made required. However, the option of unique or the default value or the external ID, they are not available here for the text encrypted. Hit next and save the field. Perfect. Now that we have created all our fields with the different text field types that are available to us. So now let's go to the UI and see how these text fields appear in the UI. The courses object, it has got a couple text fields. So the first course, say for example, marketing management, and the course code, let me say MBA 100, and description. This is basically the text field that we created. It is of the data type text area. So it should be able to carry 255 characters in separate lines, right? But now that I did more than 255 characters, it is automatically truncated. So let me stop with this. And it is telling me how many characters are remaining. Hit the save button. So my first record in the courses object is created. Marketing management MBA 100, and this is the description. And this is how text area fields, they appear in the UI. Perfect. Now that let's have a look at our text area long fields. So text area long, that is for the departments object, department details. So let me go to the departments object and create a new record here. Fill in the details. So the department name that I've given is Applied Business Studies, and I have given quite a big department details description. Hit the save button. And as you can see, this is the first record that we created in departments object, and this is a text area long field. So for text area long, the number of characters, the maximum number of characters that is allowed is 131072, and you can see it is a pretty big description, right? And it also very much differs from our text area field, in that only maximum of 255 characters was allowed, and pretty much like it could hold only some 4 or 5 sentences. Right? So this is basically the difference between the different text fields. Now let's move on to our next text field type, that is text area rich. That is for the extracurriculars object. So let me go ahead and create in extracurriculars. So that is the text area rich. So let me create my first record here. So first of all, have a look at this text area rich field. It has options for, formatting the text. And I have pasted my content over here. And as you can see, I have, formatted my text. I have also included a picture here. And those options are available right here. Click on the image button. And then you can upload an image. You can also add web addresses. So this is, very different from the other text fields that we just learned. So once you are done creating all those, this is the access code, basically the text encrypted one, right? So the access code, let me have it as, alright, so this is my access code. Hit the save button. So once done, look at the record and see how this field is different from the other text fields that we created. Alright, we have done formatting, we have added images, and look at the access code. Alright, because the option that we chose was the last 4 characters to be clear. So that is why it is appearing like this. So these are the different types of text fields, field types that we have in Salesforce. For example, the courses, in the courses object, the very first record that we created, this course name, this is a text field. Alright, but this is a text area field. So that in itself shows the difference, right, between the text field. These are text fields, but this is a text area field. However, in departments, the one that we created was text area long. Right? It is different from the text and the text area fields. And in extracurricular activities, the one that we created was text area rich, with all the formatting, with the images, with the URL, and the text encrypted field type. So these are the different text data types that are available, and also pay attention to the various options that was available and that was different for each one of them. Some cannot be made required, some can be made required, not all field types can be made as external ID, and not all these text field types can be made unique. The default value wasn't available for some of the text field types, so pay a minute attention to all these details and how it is different from each one of them. Pick list and multi-select pick list. As we learn the different field types that are available to us in Salesforce, now let's understand what's this pick list field type and what's the multi-select pick list field type. Basically, while using these field types, these fields, that is the pick list fields and the multi-select pick list fields, they offer a set of predefined values for us to select from while creating data. Pretty much like the drop-down feature that is available in almost all websites. In our data model, we have a couple of pick list values and we have a couple of multi-select pick list field types. Especially for this instructor object, we see there is a field called as position with the field type as pick list, and then there is another field, subject areas, with multi-select pick list field type. So now let's quickly create these two fields. So let's go to the Salesforce application, go to the instructors object, view fields, hit the new button, and the field type that we are going to use is pick list. So choose pick list, and it gives a description, allows users to select a value from the list that is already defined. Hit the next button, and here it asks for the field label, but other than that, we see there is another option, that is using a global pick list value set or giving a fresh set of values. So what is this? So using a global pick list value set meaning we can define a value set and that we can use it globally throughout our application. Say for example like yes, no, not applicable. These are some of the very common options that we have for pick list, and that might be used in different places in the application, alright? So instead of recreating that every single time, we can create a global pick list value set, have it ready, and use it whenever applicable. So now first let's, create a global pick list value set and then use it here. Search for pick list value sets. And here as such, there are no global value sets right now available. Hit the new button. It's asking for a label. Let me say general pick list value set and give a meaningful description. And for the values, let me say yes, no, not applicable. And these are options available to you if you want to display the values alphabetically, and if we want to use the first value as the default value. So that is totally up to the business scenario. Hit the save button. So now we have successfully created our global value set, and this is now ready to be used anywhere in the application whenever we create the pick list or the multi-select pick list field types. So now let's go to the instructors object and let's try recreating that field. The pick list data type, and the field that we are going to create is position. And that is basically the instructor position. So, an instructor can be a lecturer or assistant lecturer or a professor, head of the department, right? Like that. But here this yes, no, not applicable is really not applicable in this scenario. However, like I just showed you how to use that global pick list value set. So in case we want to use that, this general pick list value set that we just created is available over here for us to choose. But otherwise, in this scenario, as it is not applicable, let me go for the other option. And here, let me choose those values. I've given all the values here. And if we want, we can restrict the pick list to the values defined in the value set. Otherwise, on top of the values that is there in the pick list, users are welcome to enter more unique values, more custom values, and that will automatically get added to the pick list. So that is this option, and the field name given a proper description and help text if needed, and then hit the next button. Go save the field now. Perfect. Our pick list field is created. That is this position pick list field for the object departments. So from this we understood how we can create a global pick list value set and use it in a pick list. We did not use it though. However, we know how to use that. And here in pick list, there are different options that are available. The general options are whether it is required and if there is a default value. And the pick list options, whether we can restrict the pick list to the values that is defined in the value set, or if we can allow the users to enter more custom values. So that option is also available. And a controlling field. Yeah, we can define whether a pick list is a controlling pick list or a dependent pick list. We'll discuss on that later. Field dependencies. Field dependencies we can use to create those dependencies in pick list. Validation rules. We can create validation rules based on these pick list values. And then these are the various values that is available for us. Here we can see all these values are active. So that is why this deactivate button is available. And in case if we want to deactivate any of the values, we can hit the deactivate button and that will automatically fall in the inactive values section. So these are the different options that are available for us while creating the pick list field. As we can see, this field is definitely different from the other field types that we have in Salesforce. The options that we have for here to define, the validation rules that we can use for defining on that particular field type, the various values, the active values, the inactive values, and how we can reorder them and how we can replace them and how we can add chart colors to those. Alright, so definitely this is one of a different field type that I thought we should discuss for getting some knowledge about it. Alright, so now that we are done creating our pick list field type, now let's create a field using the multi-select pick list field type. So let's go to the data model. There is one other field called as subject areas in the instructor's object, and that is of the type multi-select pick list. So let me again go to the same department's object, create another field, and select the field type to be pick list multi-select. Hit the next button and fill in all the details here. Note that even for multi-select pick list, the option of the global pick list value set is available. The one that we created was a general pick list value set, so we can reuse that. So that is the main use of this pick list value set. Once created, we can use it anywhere in the application, both for the pick list field types and for the multi-select pick list field types. So once given all the values, let's go ahead and save the field. Alright. Now let me enter the values for the multi-select pick list. I have given some sample data, and once done, let's go ahead and create the field. Perfect. Now that we have created both our fields, let me quickly create a record for the instructor object. The instructor last name, position, just fill in the details. The position, this is the position pick list that we created. Let me say lecturer and save the record. However, for in the department's object, the one that we created is a multi-select pick list value. So here fill in the details, and here you can see that the multi-select pick list values, it appears way different than the regular pick list, because in regular pick list it can hold only one value, but here, as the name says, it can hold multiple pick list values. Field dependencies. So what are field dependencies? As the name says, field dependency meaning a value in a field depends on the value of another field. As simple as that. One field is dependent on the other. That is called as field dependency. In fact, this is a very common scenario that we encounter in our day-to-day life. Say, for example, in any e-commerce website or in any online transaction that we do, we encounter this particular concept. Say, for example, when we give address, we have a pick list for country, alright? And when we choose the country, say, for example, United States, and then we have another pick list for state, and that will list down all the states of that particular country. So if we choose USA, all the states in USA would be listed. If we choose Canada, then different. If we choose another country, then the values in the state pick list will differ. So based on the country that is selected, the values that will appear in the state pick list, that differs. So this is a very simple concept of dependent pick list. So the value of one field, that is a state pick list, is dependent on the value of the country pick list. Now let's understand how we create this concept and apply it in Salesforce. So open our Salesforce application. For understanding this concept of field dependency, what I have done is, for the instructor object, I have created two pick list fields. One is a category field, the other is a subcategory field. Alright, it may not really apply for this particular scenario of instructor object, but just for understanding the concept, I have created these two pick list fields. One is the category field and the other is a subcategory field. And both these fields are visible in the UI. For the category fields, field type, I have chosen three values, category 1, category 2, category 3. And for the subcategory, for this pick list, I have chosen these values. Subcategory 11, 12, 13, 21, 22, 23, 31, 32, 33. Alright, so now that both our pick list fields are ready, let's create a field dependency. So how do we create a field dependency? Go to the object definition page, and in custom fields and relationships, you would see an option, field dependencies. Hit the field dependencies button. As we see, there are no field dependency as such created. Let's create one. Hit the new button. And here we see the controlling field and the dependent field. So what is this? So basically, controlling field is the one that controls what are all the values to be displayed in the dependent field. A quick description of that is given here. So in our case, the controlling field is the category field, right? So let me choose category, and dependent field would be the subcategory. So I have chosen subcategory here. Hit the continue button. And then this is the matrix that is showing us the values of how it has to be displayed. So for category 1 category, the subcategory values, I am choosing these 3. Just double click on that and they will get enabled. For category 2, choose the values, and for category 3, these are the values. Alright, so these are the values, the subcategory values for the respective category values. So once done, hit save. There's also a preview button. You can use that and see the values. Now that the field dependency is perfectly created, let's go to the instructor object, create a new record. Let me create a test value. And here you see there are 2 pick lists. This is the controlling field and this is the dependent field. So when I choose category 1, the options that I see only are category 1.1, 1.2 and 1.3. Because these are the 3 values that we chose for this particular category value. And when you change the category, the subcategory values also get changed. 3.1, 3.2, 3.3. Alright, so based on the value that we select in the category pick list, the values in the subcategory pick list changes. Meaning, based on the value in the controlling field, the value in the dependent field changes. So this is the overall concept of field dependency. Now that we have got a basic understanding of this concept of field dependency, let's take a quick look at the various considerations that we have in this concept. Point number 1. So when we talk about this concept of field dependency, so which are all the field types that we can use as part of this field dependency concept? There are only 3 field types that we can use for field dependencies: checkbox, pick list, multi-select pick list. Only these 3 fields can be part of the field dependency concept. Checkbox fields can be controlling fields but not dependent fields. Yes. So when we say checkbox fields, it is not that it can be both controlling and dependent. Checkbox fields can always be only controlling fields and it cannot act as dependent fields. Let me show this to you in Salesforce UI. This is the instructor object. Let me go to the object definition page. And here we have one checkbox field, that is the trainee field. And now that if I try to create the field dependencies, this trainee field is available only here. That is the controlling field. And that training field is not available here, the dependent field, right? So it means checkboxes can only be a controlling field and not dependent field. Next consideration. Multi-select pick list can be dependent pick list but not controlling fields. It's the other way around. So when we say multi-select pick list, it can only act as dependent fields but not the controlling fields. So multi-select pick list here in instructor object, we have the multi-select pick list as subject areas. So let me hit cancel, and now let me create a new field dependency. And the controlling field, I do not see that multi-select pick list subject area, and in dependent field I see subject areas. Meaning multi-select pick list cannot serve as controlling field but only act as dependent fields. Perfect. Moving on. Now let's talk about pick list fields. Now that we know checkboxes, we know multi-select pick list. How about the regular pick list? Regular pick list can be either controlling or dependent fields. However, it depends on whether it is a custom pick list field or a standard pick list field. Custom pick list fields can be either controlling or dependent fields. There are no restrictions out there. However, the standard pick list fields can be controlling pick list but not the dependent fields. Alright, so there is a difference. So what you can do, you can create custom pick list fields and it can be both controlling and dependent fields. Both the category and the subcategory fields that we created are custom fields. So they can act either as controlling or dependent fields, and that is how we see that. Category here, subcategory. So, it can be both controlling and dependent pick list. There are no restrictions out there. However, the standard pick list fields that are already available in Salesforce, that can only act as controlling fields and not the dependent fields. The next consideration. This is while converting the existing fields to dependent pick list. This is pretty much the same scenario that we replicated. The category pick list and the subcategory pick list was already existing, and then we converted them to dependent and the controlling pick list, right? So what happens in this scenario when the pick list are already existing and we already have data for that, and then we convert them to dependent pick list or controlling fields, then what happens? In that scenario, it doesn't affect the existing values. However, after conversion into dependent or controlling fields, the dependency rules will apply to only the new records, and there will be no changes to the existing data in your application. So all these considerations, as and when we learn, it'll be definitely a good learning experience for us to recreate the scenario in the UI and seeing how it behaves. Moving on. About the field level security settings. Though the controlling and the dependent fields are tied logically, the field level security settings are independent. So always remember the field level security for the control field and the dependent field are independent. So just in case you hide a controlling field for some reason, also hide the dependent pick list. So it makes logical sense out there. The data import wizard doesn't consider field dependencies. Meaning, while we use these data tools, it will not basically consider the logical relationship between those two fields. It will basically consider whatever input data as just data and upload it. So it is our responsibility to ensure that the controlling field and the dependent field values are as per the logical relationship between them. So these are some of the considerations that we need to note while creating field dependencies. And of course, it will be a good learning experience for us to replicate these scenarios in the UI and seeing how it behaves. Now that we have a good understanding of the various field types that are available in Salesforce, let's take a quick look at some of the considerations that we need to have in mind while converting field types. So in Salesforce, we have the option of converting field type, changing from one field type to another. So while we do so, what are all the things that we need to have in mind? First comes the auto number. So it says auto number can be converted to other data types, but we'll encounter data loss. In Salesforce, we have different field types. From auto number, formula, roll-up summary, these are the relationship field types. So basically these auto number, formula, roll-up summary, they are system generated fields. We do not provide any input to these field types. The lookup, relationship, master detail, external lookup, all the other relationship types, they are the relationship fields. And the others, they are the general field types. So when there is a field which is of type auto number, Salesforce gives you an option to convert to other field types. However, you will encounter complete data loss. You have to upload data for the new field. Roll-up summary cannot be converted to any. Meaning if there is a roll-up summary field and if we try to convert it to other field types, we can't basically do that. We can't convert a roll-up summary field to other data types. Say for example, this is the department object and we have a roll-up summary field here, and that field is a count of the instructors, number of instructors mapped to that particular department. So this roll-up summary field, when I hit the edit button, I do not see that option of change field type. We do not have that button at all, meaning roll-up summary fields can't be converted to other field types. Perfect. Moving on. Similar behavior with the formula fields as well. Formula fields can't be converted to other data types. Lookup and master detail can be converted to each other. Yes, lookup can be converted to master detail can be converted to lookup. There are some considerations while doing that, which we'll discuss in detail in the forthcoming sessions. However, there is a possibility. Checkboxes can be converted to other data types but will encounter data loss. Meaning Salesforce gives you an option to convert checkbox field type to other field types, but then we'll encounter complete data loss. This is similar to auto number. And currency is a little different. It comes with certain criteria, meaning currency can be converted to other data types. However, the data loss depends on the field that we are converting to. If we convert currency fields to email, number, percent, phone, text, text area, or text area long and URL, then we will not encounter any data loss. But if we convert currency field to other fields, then we would encounter data loss. Date can be converted to other data types but with complete data loss. Yes. Same behavior with date time. Same behavior with time. You can convert it, but there will be 100% data loss. Email also comes with a certain restriction. Though we can convert it, there are certain field types to which there will be no data loss. And text, text area long and URL. However, for other fields, there would be complete data loss. Geolocation fields we can't convert to any other data types. That option in itself will not be available. Number can be converted, and for some of the field types, we'll have the data present, but for the other field types, it will be complete data loss. Similarly, for percent field types as well, if we convert to currency, email, number, phone, text, text area long and URL, there will be no data loss. But if for other field types, there would be data loss. Similar behavior for phone. For email, text area long and URL, there will be no data loss. But for the other field types, there will be data loss. Pick list, there is an option to convert to other data types. But if pick list is converted to multi-select pick list, the inactive pick list values will be lost. Only the active pick list values will be present. But if we choose the other data types, then all the data will be lost. MSP we can convert, but complete data loss will be there. And for text, it comes with a restriction. If we change to auto number, email, pick list, text area long or URL, then there will be no data loss. But for others, there will be a data loss. For text area also, for phone, email, text area long and URL, there will not be any data loss. But for other field types, there will be data loss. For text area long, we have a partial data loss actually. That is up to 255 characters. To email, phone, text area, URL. But for others, it will be complete data loss. And text area rich, we can convert only to text area long. Say for example, in our data model, in the extracurriculars object, details field, that is a text area rich field. So if we try to convert that field, we are in the extracurriculars object. This is the object definition page. And this is the text area rich field. So let me now try to change the field type. Only text area long is available. Meaning we can convert the text area rich fields to only text area long fields. But the HTML content will be lost. Because a text area long, it does not support any HTML content. And text encrypted fields, it can be converted to any other data types. URL can be converted, but if we convert to email, phone, text area long, there will not be any data loss. But for other field types, there would be data loss. So these are some of the considerations that we need to note while converting field types. In fact, many of these I learnt by a trial and error, by experimenting more with the different field types. So you can also try creating different field types, try converting them to other field types and see their behavior. Now that we have understood about custom objects, fields and field types, it's time for us to move on to object relationships. In any CRM system, it is a very common scenario that objects are related to one another. So what do we mean by objects are related to one another? Let's consider our data model. Here we have 6 entities, right? At least let's consider these major entities. Courses, students, instructors, departments, extracurricular activities. These entities are definitely not independent entities, right? They are connected to each other. For example, in every course, there will be multiple students enrolled, right? So there is a connection between courses and students. Similarly, instructors. For every course, there will be an instructor. And the same instructor will handle more than one course. Right? So, courses and instructors are related to one another. There again departments, extracurricular activities. Every student will have an extracurricular activity tagged to him or her. And every student will belong to a department. Right? So, these entities are basically related to one another. And how they are related is what we are going to understand more. In Salesforce, there are different types of relationships that are available. First is the lookup relationship, the master detail relationship, many-to-many relationship, self relationship, hierarchical, external lookup, and internal lookup relationship. But before we deep dive into these relationships, we need to understand one concept. That is, how are they related? What is the relationship type? Whether it is one-to-many or many-to-many. So when we say one-to-many or many-to-many, what is that? It means how one object is related to another object. So that is the difference. Say for example, in our scenario, let's consider courses and departments. One course will be tagged to one department, right? However, one department offers multiple courses, right? Say for example, strategic management. So strategic management is a course and let's tag it to maybe the MBA department. Alright. So strategic management course has got MBA department tagged to it. However, MBA department offers not only the strategic management course but other MBA courses. Right? So one course has got one department tagged to it. However, the same department has got multiple courses to offer. So this is the one-to-many relationship. One course record is associated to one department record. However, the same department record is associated to multiple course records. So this is the concept of one-to-many relationship. Next is many-to-many relationship, right? One-to-many is done, now many-to-many. In many-to-many relationship, let's say courses and students. In one course, there will be multiple students enrolled, right? Definitely there will be many students taking up one particular course. Similarly, one student will be enrolled in multiple courses, right? It works on both sides. One course has got multiple students. Similarly, one student has got multiple courses associated to him or her. So in this scenario, that is called as a many-to-many relationship. This is the baseline. We need to have this concept pretty clear for us to jump into the object relations that we have in Salesforce. Now let's discuss about lookup relationship. We already had an overview about the various relationships in Salesforce, right? Lookup, master detail, many-to-many, self, hierarchical, external lookup, internal lookup. Among all these relationships, first let's discuss about lookup relationship. Lookup relationship is a relationship between two objects in Salesforce. And the relationship type, we know there are two relationship types, that is one-to-many or many-to-many, right? Lookup relationship falls in the first category, that is one-to-many. So what is one-to-many? One record of one object would be related to multiple records of another object. That's a one-to-many relationship. And lookup relationship is a one-to-many relationship. So let's take a look at our data model and see which is the lookup relationship. Here, the relationship between students and the extracurricular activity, we have marked it as lookup, right? And here some of the other relationships I have marked it at master detail. But when we say that some relationships are lookup and some relationships are master detail, we should also understand that in real time project experience, this master detail, lookup or the other relationships, customer is the one who decides what kind of relationship exists between two objects, two entities, because they know the business process, right? So we basically understand the business process from them and decide whether it has to be a lookup or a master detail relationship. And in this scenario, let's consider the relationship between student and extracurricular activity is a lookup relationship. So first of all, what is a lookup relationship? Lookup relationship is a relationship between a parent object and a child object, and how they are related is what defines it. In master detail relationship, child records should be associated to a parent. However, in lookup, it is optional. Child records need not be associated to a parent. So what is the meaning? The meaning is, in a lookup relationship, when we define two objects are related through lookup relationship, it is a loose binding. The relationship is optional. It is not that child records always have to be associated to the parent. No, that is a master detail relationship. In lookup relationship, it is optional. There can be often records existing in the system. It is not that all the child records are associated to a parent record. Some may, some may not. So that is the basic characteristic of a lookup relationship. So lookup relationship is optional, whereas master detail is more tightly bonded. It is mandatory. The next feature is cascade record deletion. So in master detail, there is cascade record deletion. However, in lookup, there is no cascade record deletion. So when we talk about cascade record deletion, what is cascade record deletion? It means when a parent record is deleted, whether the child records are deleted or not. That is called as cascade record deletion. In cascade record deletion, the child record gets deleted. Meaning, in a master detail relationship, when a parent record is deleted, all its related child records are also deleted. However, in lookup, that is not the scenario. But we have some control over this cascade record deletion, which we'll be discussing later. However, the general feature is that master detail allows cascade record deletion and lookup does not allow cascade record deletion. The next characteristic is standard objects cannot be detail objects. That is a child object. And here there are no such restrictions. Meaning, in lookup relationship, the parent object and the child object can be a standard object or a custom object. There are no such restrictions out here. However, in master detail relationship, though there may not be any restrictions for the parent object, when it comes to the child object, that is the detail object, standard objects cannot be a detail object. Alright, there are no restrictions on the parent object though, but we have to note this particular restriction in master detail. The next characteristic is, whenever we create a master detail relationship, the master detail relationship field is required on the page layout of the detail object. However, this is a loose bonding, so it is not necessarily required. And when we create master detail relationship, we can create roll-up summary fields as well on the parent object, which will basically do a summary of the records of the detail object and populate it on the parent object. However, we cannot establish roll-up summary fields using a lookup relationship. And being a tight bonding, the detail object, the detail record basically completely depends on the master record for all its sharing and security settings. However, it is independent. The parent record and the child record are independent in their sharing and security settings. So from this, we understand that master detail is more of a tight bonding. However, lookup is more of a loose bonding. And now that we have understood the basic characteristics and differences between a master detail and lookup relationship, let's go ahead and create a lookup relationship in Salesforce. So in our data model, the example that we have taken is student and extracurricular activity. So when we take student and extracurricular activity, the parent object will be extracurriculars and the child object would be students. Meaning, in one extracurricular activity, there can be multiple students enrolled. However, one student can enroll himself or herself in only one extracurricular activity. Alright, so this is how students and extracurricular activities are related. Now you can ask me why one student can be in more than one extracurricular activity, right? But this is how the data model is and this is how we have assumed. Maybe because that particular educational institution operates that way. Maybe they allow a student to have only one extracurricular activity. Alright, so that's what, as previously mentioned, it all depends on the business, how they have their business process. Alright, so in our data model, the assumption is one student can have only one extracurricular activity. However, there can be multiple students enrolled in a particular extracurricular activity. So this is our lookup relationship. Now let's replicate this relationship in Salesforce. So let's jump on to the Salesforce application. Step 1 would be to go to the child object. In our scenario, the child object is students. So go to students, go to the object definition page, and let's create a relationship field. So custom fields and relationships, we have only 2 fields already in there. Let's create a new relationship field. So hit the new button, select the lookup relationship, hit next, and it is related to, meaning choose the parent object. And the parent object in our scenario is extracurricular. Hit next, fill in the details. While filling in the details, note these options that we have out here. The child relationship name, I have just let it as students. But then we have the other options that are available while creating this lookup relationship. So what is that? Required. Always require a value in this field in order to save a record. This is pretty similar to the required option that we have for the other fields. But if you choose this option, among the 2 options, only do not allow deletion of the lookup record, only that option is available. So what is this second option? The second option is that, so what happens when a lookup record gets deleted? Meaning, when a parent record gets deleted, what should happen to the child records? So there are 2 options that are available. The first option is that clear the value of this field. You can't choose this option if you make this field required. Meaning, when a parent record is deleted, the association between the parent and the child is also deleted. That's the meaning of clearing the value of this field. However, if you make it required, this option is not available. That makes logical sense, right? Because it is required, so this option doesn't make any sense here. And what is the second option? Do not allow deletion of the lookup record that's part of the lookup relationship. Meaning, if you choose this option, it will not let you delete the parent record if it has got child records associated to it. The system would say that there are already records related to it, so you cannot delete this record. Though I am not explicitly showing you what the error message or the warning message that is displayed in Salesforce, I highly recommend you to replicate this scenario and see the error message so you have a better learning experience. So among all these, let me stay with the defaults. Let me not make it required. And let me choose clear the value of this field. And there is also another option which is called as lookup filters. Let's discuss in detail about this lookup filters later. For the time being, once you are done giving all the values, hit next and save the record. Perfect. So now we are done creating our first lookup relationship, and that is between students and extracurricular activities. So now let's see how this particular relationship behaves in the UI. So let me create a new student record, fill in the details, and now we can see a new relationship field, that is a lookup relationship field, extracurricular activity. And we have 2 extracurricular activities. Alright, so now that a new student record is created and that particular student has got this extracurricular activity assigned to him. So this is how we create a lookup relationship, and this is in the child object, right? Student is a child object, and one student can have only one extracurricular activity. However, if you drill down to the parent object, that is extracurricular activities, you will see a new related list created over here. Meaning this extracurricular activity has got these many students enrolled. Okay, however, now we have only one student. So let me create one more student record and associate that student. Alright, so now that what we see here is this extracurricular activity, that is a community service activity, has got 2 students enrolled in that. Meaning, one parent record has got 2 child student records associated to it. However, one student record can have only one parent record associated to it. Meaning, one student can have only one extracurricular activity associated to it. So this is the overall concept of lookup relationship. Now that we have a good understanding about lookup relationship, let's have a quick look at some of the considerations while creating and using lookup relationship. In our data model, we have considered the relationship between student and extracurricular activity is a lookup relationship, right? And we have also created that in Salesforce. Now that let's understand what is a lookup filter. If you remember, while creating a lookup relationship, there was an option for lookup filter. Okay, so let's quickly go to that. Go to the student object, which is a child object, and go to the lookup relationship field that we created. Here is that. And here we see that option of lookup filters. Now let's understand what's this lookup filters. So to understand this concept of lookup filter, I have done some data setup. What I have done is, in this particular object, extracurricular activity, which is the parent object, I have created a new field that is called as available to take. Meaning, in assumption that not every extracurricular activity is available for students to take in that particular year. Some may be available, some may not be available, maybe because of the arrangements. That is how that institution works. Alright. So the assumption that we have taken is there is a new checkbox field in the extracurricular activity field. Alright. And only if it is checked, it means students can pick up that particular extracurricular activity. So that is how the business process that we are assuming. But now that there are no lookup filters that are configured, let's see how it behaves. For example, I'm creating a new student record. And here, when I click extracurricular activity, irrespective of whether the available checkbox is checked or not, all the extracurricular activities is available for me to pick. Right? However, I do not want the situation to be like that. I want the situation to be in such a way that only extracurricular activities which is available to take, meaning the checkbox is checked, only those should appear out here. Alright? So this is where the restriction is. So whenever you want to filter out the records that is shown as part of the lookup relationship, then lookup filter comes into picture. Now let's see how do we configure this lookup filter. So for configuring lookup filter, again go to that particular relationship field. We have already created the lookup relationship. So hit the edit button. And here you go, the lookup filter. And here we have to set up the filter criteria. And the filter criteria is that show only those records where the available to take checkbox is checked. And that is available in this extracurricular activity object. So pick that object and then pick the available to take checkbox. And as you can see, there are other options as well. Generally, in real time, the common options would be to filter out based on the record type or to filter out based on the user's profile. Maybe like only some certain users would be able to access some certain lookup records based on the profile, based on the role. Alright, so these are some of the very common scenarios that we encounter in real time. But now to understand the concept, I have taken this example wherein available to take, insert. Alright, we have picked the field and the operator. The operator should be equals to true. Right? So now that the filter criteria is set, and if we have multiple criteria, then we have this option of filter logic also. Alright, say for example, you have 2, 3, 4, and you can say like 1 and 2 or 3. Alright, so the logic also can be set here. So now that the filter criteria is set, the next option is whether this filter criteria is required or optional. Required meaning only those records which satisfy the criteria will appear in the lookup window. Optional meaning the filter would however appear, but it is up to the user to use that filter or not to use that filter. So it is up to the user. So that is the meaning of required and optional. Now that let me stay with required. And there is also an option for giving some lookup window text. And once all these options are enabled, finally enable the filter. Alright. So hit the save button. Perfect. Now that we have configured our lookup filter, now let's see how it behaves. So again, go to the student record. And here, now I only see the 2 records because the third extracurricular activity is where the checkbox is not checked, right? So among the 3 extracurricular activity records, only 2 records have this checkbox checked and the third record doesn't have it checked. So that's the reason only 2 records are available in my lookup window. And there are no other options whether it is, whether it is up to me to select the filter or not because we chose the required option. Now let's also see like how it behaves when we choose the optional option. Go to the relationship field again. Get it? And here now let me say optional. Alright? And now let's again see how it behaves. Alright. So now do you see the difference? Results are narrowed down by criteria set by the administrator, show all results. Meaning, this is the output of the criteria. The criteria is only when the checkbox is checked, so I see only 2 records. However, it is up to the user to see the all records also. So now that the third record is also available. So this is the meaning of optional and the first one that we saw was required. So this is the concept of lookup filters. Basically used to narrow down the options given to the user while associating it to a parent record. So now that we have got a basic understanding about the lookup relationship, how to create that, how it behaves, and what are all the various options available to us while creating the lookup relationship, it's time for us to see about reports and how they are related to lookup relationship and what happens when a new lookup relationship gets created. Basically, whenever an object is created in Salesforce, automatically a standard report type also gets created by default. Here we have created some custom objects like courses, students, instructors, departments, many custom objects we have created, right? And at that point of time, whenever we create those custom objects, automatically standard report types are also created. So what does that mean? Go to the reports tab. And when you hit new report, the first step is to select the report type, right? So there are automatically some standard report types out here. However, for the custom objects, whenever they are created, automatically some standard report types are also created. So now that we have created the lookup relationship, but before creating the lookup relationship, what happens is some standard report types for that particular object is also created. So courses and with the history, course history, instructors, students, departments, extracurricular activities. So all the report types for that object by itself would be existing. So this would be before creating the lookup relationship. Now that like we have created the lookup relationship, the scenario would be different. This is basically a screen print what I have taken before creating the lookup relationship. So here, before creating the lookup relationship, we have only the standard report types of those corresponding objects. However, now we have created a relationship between student and extracurricular activities. So now let's see how the report types have modified. Go to Salesforce application and here we are in the reports tab. And now, let me say students. So students, before creating the lookup relationship, only student and student history was there. And now, like I can also see student with extracurricular activity. So this is what I mentioned. Automatically standard report types gets created whenever we create a lookup relationship. Alright, so for students with extracurricular activity. And for extracurricular, it was already there when we created the custom object. So this is a fine detail that we need to know. Whenever lookup relationship gets created, automatically a standard report type also gets created. So this is all about lookup relationship. The next relationship type that we are going to discuss about is master detail relationship. Among the different type of relationships available in Salesforce, we have already discussed about lookup relationship. Now let's understand what is master detail relationship. We know there are two relationship types, one-to-many and many-to-many. Among that, lookup falls in the first category, that is one-to-many. Similarly, master detail also falls in the first category, that is one-to-many. So both lookup and master detail falls in the one-to-many category, meaning one record of one object is related to multiple records of the other object. So both lookup and master detail falls in this one-to-many category. However, they are different from each other with their characteristics. Let's understand the difference between them. Master detail and lookup. So master detail, child records should be associated to a parent because it is a tight bonding. Lookup is basically a loose bonding, meaning not all child records are associated to parents. There may be scenarios wherein child records are not associated to their parent records. And coming to cascade record deletion, that happens in master detail, whereas it doesn't happen in lookup. So whenever a master record is deleted, all its related detail records are also deleted. And the other important difference between master detail and lookup is about the detail object, that is the child object. In master detail relationship, the child object cannot be a standard object. So for any standard object, you cannot create a master detail relationship. However, there are no such restrictions in lookup relationship. And the master detail relationship field that is required on the page layout, it is not required on the lookup. Roll-up summary fields can be created in master detail relationship, whereas it cannot be established in lookup relationship. And in master detail relationships, the detail record, it inherits the sharing and security settings of its parent record. However, in lookup relationship, they are independent. They have no effect on the security. Perfect. So now that we know the difference between master detail and lookup and what are all the basic characteristics of a master detail relationship, let's go ahead and take a look at our data model and see which is a master detail relationship here. Basically this one, that is the relationship between an instructor and departments. Meaning every instructor is associated to a department. However, one department will have many instructors, obviously, right? So this is the relationship between an instructor and a department. Now let's replicate this relationship in Salesforce UI. So open Salesforce application, navigate to the child object. In our scenario, the child object is instructors. So go to instructors and let's create a new relationship field. So go to the object definition page. Let me create a new relationship field. We know the relationship field is always created on the detail object, that is the child object. And here the relationship type would be master detail. So select master detail relationship. And now choose the parent object here. And in our case, the parent object will be departments. Choose department. Hit next. Fill in the details. Also, while filling in the details, note the options that we have while creating this relationship. If you remember, while creating a lookup relationship, we had options like whether we want to make that field required on the or to clear the value of the field when the parent record gets deleted. Also, how to record the parent record deletion, whether the system should allow it or not. So those were the options available to us while creating lookup relationship. However, in master detail relationship, there is an option for sharing setting. So this option, this decides what is the minimum access level that is required on the master record to create, edit or delete the related detail records. Meaning, only users who have at least read access to the master record to create, read or delete the related detail records, or users with read or write access to the master record to create, edit or delete the related detail records. So this again depends on the business process and how it is defined. So based on that, choose the read only option or the read write option. And also there is an option for parenting, reparenting, wherein the child records can be reparented to the other parent records after they are created. And as I generally say, all these options Please do try out and see how it behaves in the UI so that we can enhance our learning experience. And a lookup filter, we discussed in detail about this lookup filter in the previous video. So we have that option of having the filter criteria, filter logic, and when it actually applies to records. And finally, once we define everything, we can enable the filter to take its action. Right? Similarly, that lookup filter option is available here in master detail as well. So once you are done configuring all these, let's go ahead and save the relationship. Perfect. So what the system says? The system says that you cannot create a master detail relationship on an existing custom object if records already exist. So in which object are we trying to create this master detail relationship? We are trying to create it in the instructors object, right? So in instructors object, we already have data. So in an object which already has data, it is not possible for us to create a new master detail relationship. So there are two ways to work around this. One is to delete the data in instructors object and then create it fresh. The second option would be to create a lookup relationship and then to convert it to a master detail relationship. The second option is the practical one, and that is the most logical one, because in real time projects, it is absolutely not possible to delete the records just for creating a master detail relationship. So what we generally do is we create a lookup relationship and then convert it to master detail. So now let's go ahead and create a lookup relationship. However, have in mind that creating a master detail relationship in objects wherein there is no data, that will be simple and straightforward. However, with this object having data, we have to do a workaround of creating the lookup. So go to the object and create a lookup relationship. Now we are done creating our lookup relationship field. So let me go and change the field type from lookup to master detail. So edit the field, hit change field type, and there you would have just the other option, that is master detail relationship. Hit next. And then it is giving us the same options what we have while creating a master detail relationship. Hit save. Perfect. So now that we have converted our lookup to master detail relationship. This is actually a workaround, as I mentioned before. The straight way would be to create a master detail relationship, and that would happen on objects wherein there is no data. However, this is a workaround wherein when an object has got data, you create a lookup relationship, populate all the records with the data, and then convert it to master detail. Now that we have a good understanding of master detail relationship, how to create them, how to use them, now let's see what are all the various considerations while using master detail relationship. First one, master detail relationship field is required on the page layout of the detail object. Yes, we pretty much know that. In a detail object, whenever we create a master detail relationship field, that field automatically becomes required on the layout. Because it is basically a tight bonding between the master and the detail object, right? So it is required, makes sense. Reparenting option available. Yes, reparenting option is not available by default, but then you have the option to select it and make it available. So what is reparenting? The child record can be regrouped with a different parent record. So that is the concept of reparenting. In our example, in an instructor record, instructor is related to department, right? Instructor is a child and department is the parent. And this particular instructor record is already associated to the department record, that is informatics. And now when I try to edit this record, you see that a department is not editable, meaning a reparenting option was not selected. So it is not by default. However, there is an option to check that field to allow reparenting while creating master detail relationship, or we can edit it any point of time. So once that option is checked, this field becomes editable. Meaning you can regroup this particular child record to a different parent record. In that case, this field becomes required on the page layout too. So this is the option about reparenting. Next consideration is roll-up summary fields can be created. Yes, master detail relationships support roll-up summary fields. So what is a roll-up summary field? Roll-up summary field is basically a field type that is created on the parent object, which helps in summarizing the values of its related child records. So whenever a parent object has got a child object related to it through master detail relationship, then automatically roll-up summary fields can be created on the parent object. In our scenario, the parent object is department and it has got many instructors to it. That is, child object is instructors. So now if we try to create a field in the department's object, you can see this roll-up summary field type, this is enabled. So this field type roll-up summary will be enabled only for objects if it acts as a parent object in a master detail relationship. For other objects, it wouldn't be enabled. Say for example, extracurriculars. If I try to create a field in extracurriculars object, we do not see this option enabled. Why? Because it is not a master object for any master detail relationship. Moving on. Master objects can be standard or custom. Detail objects can only be custom objects. Yes. So master objects can be standard objects or custom objects. However, note the exception here. Not all standard objects other than user and lead. So other than user and lead, any standard object can be a master object and there are no restrictions as such in custom objects. And when considering detail objects, it can only be custom objects. Standard objects cannot act as detail objects for a master detail relationship. Moving on. Owner field is not available on the detail records. Yeah, makes sense. Because it basically inherits all its sharing and security settings from the parent record, right? So they do not have an owner field because it is populated from the parent record. So again in our scenario, the child record is instructors. So if I go to the instructor record, I do not see as such any owner field in the child record because it is automatically inherited from the parent record. And here in our scenario, the parent record is a department and it has got a owner, yeah, because it is a master record. However, the detailed records do not have the owner field populated in them. Next, multi-level master detail relationships is possible. Yes. So when we say there is a master object and it is related to a detail object, that forms one level of relationship. Similarly, it can go up to 3 levels of multi-level master detail relationships. And we should also note that this multi-level master detail relationships can also be used in reports. Moving on. Detail objects cannot have sharing rules, manual sharing or queues. Yes, in master detail relationship, it is basically a tight bonding between the master object and the detail object. The detail object basically inherits all the sharing and security settings from the master object. So, it cannot have separate sharing rules of its own. Let's quickly check it out in the UI. Go for sharing settings. In our scenario, department is the parent object and instructors is the child object, right? So that's the reason we are not able to see any sharing rules specifically for instructors. However, we see sharing rules for departments, extracurricular activities, for courses, for the other custom objects that we created. However, we do not see instructor here because instructor is a detail object and it cannot have sharing rules of its own. So basically the detail object inherits all the sharing and security settings from its parent. In fact, whenever a master detail relationship gets created, automatically the OWD setting of the detail object gets changed to controlled by parent. So in our case, the detail object is instructors. So let's quickly share the OWD setting of instructors and instructors controlled by parent. We did not update that. The system automatically updates once it becomes a detail object of any master detail relationship. So controlled by parent. In this scenario, the parent is a department object. So all the sharing and the security settings of the detail record, it is inherited from the parent record. Perfect. Moving on. Master object can be deleted. However, detail objects can. Yes. We cannot delete a custom object that acts as a master in a master detail relationship. However, we can delete the detail object. But in that scenario, when we delete a detail object, what happens is the master detail relationship automatically gets converted to lookup relationship. And how about deleting records? Deleting a master record also deletes the related detail and sub-detail record. We are well aware of this. So this is the concept of cascade deletion. Whenever the parent record gets deleted, automatically all its related child records also get deleted. So when we say sub-detail records, it means the next level of the hierarchy, that is master detail, and that detail acts as a master. So in that case, like we say, it is a sub-detail record. So whenever a master record gets deleted, all its related detail and sub-detail records also gets deleted. At the same time, if we undelete a master record, then it undeletes the related detail and sub-detail records as well. And the last one is about reports. So whenever a master detail relationship is created between two objects, automatically standard report type also gets created. This is pretty similar to the lookup relationship. Whenever we create a master detail relationship, then automatically a standard report type gets created. Here we are in the reports tab, and when we try to create a report and attach a report type to that, I see department with instructors. This report type is available because there is a master detail relationship between departments and instructors. So these are the various considerations that we need to have in mind while creating and using master detail relationship. Now that we have a good understanding about master detail and lookup relationship, let's have a quick look about how to convert relationship from master detail to lookup and vice versa. In real-time projects, sometimes we might encounter some business scenarios wherein we need to convert master detail to lookup or vice versa. So what are all the considerations that we need to have in mind while converting relationship? Suppose that there is already a lookup relationship existing between two objects. And now that if we want to convert that lookup relationship to master detail relationship, then the thing that we need to note is populate all the detail records, that is the child records, with a parent record value. So only after the data is populated on all the child records, that relationship can be converted to master detail relationship. Otherwise, the system would error out saying that there are some records which is not populated with a parent record. So while converting from lookup to master detail, ensure that all the child records are populated with a parent value. Moving on. Now let's understand how the other way works. That is from master detail to lookup relationship. So if there is a master detail relationship already existing, and if we want to convert it to a lookup relationship, then the first thing that we need to note is the roll-up summary fields. We know that roll-up summary fields can be created only on master detail relationship, and it cannot be created in a lookup relationship, right? So as the master detail relationship was already existing between two objects, there is a good possibility that there might be roll-up summary fields existing as well. In that scenario, the system would not let us to convert the master detail relationship to lookup relationship. So we need to remove those roll-up summary fields, only then we can convert the relationship to lookup relationship. And the final consideration is about the reports. If there are custom reports already existing based on the lookup or the master detail relationship, then those reports may become unusable. This is because lookup has got a different report type and master detail has got a different report type. So always double check your reports before and after converting relationships. So these are some of the quick pointers we need to have in mind while converting from master detail to lookup or vice versa. We have discussed in detail about lookup and master detail relationship, and both falls in the one-to-many category. So now let's understand what is a many-to-many relationship and how we can implement that in Salesforce. Many-to-many relationship, as the name says, it is a many-to-many, meaning one record from one object, that is a parent object, can be related to multiple records of the child object. Similarly, one record of the child object can be related to multiple records of the parent object. So that is the concept of many-to-many. So let's consider our data model. In our data model, the relationship between courses and students. Let's consider this. One course will have multiple students enrolled in that course. At the same time, one student will have multiple courses enrolled. right? This is a very common scenario. So in this scenario, the relationship between courses and students forms many to many, meaning one course can have multiple students and one student can have multiple courses. Perfect. So how do we recreate this many to many relationship in Salesforce? For one to many, we saw there was lookup relationship, master detail relationship, so we were able to create that. However, there is no direct many to many relationship as such in Salesforce. Instead, we can achieve the behavior of many to many relationship using a junction object. So what is a junction object? A junction object is basically a custom object that we create to replicate the scenario of many to many relationship. So this junction object would serve as the child object for both these two parent objects. So in our scenario, for creating a many to many relationship between courses and students, we'll be creating a junction object. In this scenario, it will be enrollments, and this enrollments junction object will serve as the child object for both courses and students. So basically a many to many relationship comprises of two master detail relationships. Among that, for master detail 1, one of the object will serve as the parent object and the child object would be the junction object, in this case enrollments. And for master detail 2, the other object would serve as the parent object, that is students, and the junction object would serve as the child object, in our case enrollments. So first step would be to create this junction object, that is the enrollments object, and then to define these two master detail relationships. So once we create these two master detail relationships, automatically a many to many relationship will be formed between the two objects, that is courses and students. So let's jump into Salesforce and first create the junction object. Go to the Salesforce UI. Let's first create a junction object. Junction object, as I mentioned, it is another custom object, but just that it serves as a child object for both the master detail relationships. So fill in all the details. Just note that always have a record name and then choose the data type to be auto number. That way it works best for junction object. Once done, save, and perfect. Now that our junction object is created, that is the enrollments object. Step 2 is to create the master detail relationships. As I mentioned, there are two master detail relationships to be created. And for both the master detail relationships, this junction object would serve as the child object. So first let's create our first master detail relationship. In this scenario, courses would be the parent object. Fill in the details. And then also choose the related list label, how you want it to be. Let me say student enrollments. And then save the relationship. So the first master detail relationship field is created with the parent object as courses. Now let me create my second master detail relationship. And this time the parent object would be students. So select students. Fill in the details. Also choose the related list label. I have made it a course enrollments. I feel that makes sense here. Hit the save button. Perfect. So our second relationship is also created. That is between students and this junction object enrollment. So now basically what we have done is we have created two master detail relationships. However, when we create a junction object with these two master detail relationship, it automatically forms a many to many relationship in Salesforce. Say for example, I have courses. So when I navigate to a particular course, I can see student enrollments here. Right now there are no students as such enrolled. However, this is the related list that will tell you all the students who are all enrolled in this particular course. Similarly, when I go to the students object, click on any particular record, see there are course enrollments, meaning this student has got these many courses enrolled for him. Now let me try to create a new enrollment for the student. Click on new enrollment. So automatically the student is mapped and then we have to pick the course. Say for example, marketing management. So this student has got marketing management course assigned to him. Meanwhile, we can also add like other courses for this particular student. Similarly, if we go to courses, marketing management course, in fact, like we have only one record in courses object. For marketing management course, here the list of students are listed out here. So there is only one student as such enrolled in this course now, but this is a many-to-many relationship, so many students can be enrolled in this particular course. So this is the concept of many-to-many relationship. One record of one object can be linked to multiple records of another object. Similarly, one record of the other object can be linked to multiple records of the first object. So this is the concept of many-to-many relationship and how we implement that in Salesforce. Now that we have understood the concept of many-to-many relationship and how we can create that in Salesforce, let's take a quick look at some of the pointers of the various considerations that we need to note while creating and using many-to-many relationship. In many-to-many relationship, we create two master detail relationships. The first master detail relationship that we create forms the primary relationship, and the second one forms the secondary relationship. And where it matters is that this junction object relies on the primary relationship to inherit some of the details. Say for example, look and feel. The junction objects detail and the edit pages, they use the color and some related icons of the primary master object. And maybe record ownership. We know that in master detail relationship, the detail record as such do not have any owner. It relies on the master record for inheriting the owner details, right? But here for junction objects, we have two master detail relationships and we have two masters basically. So the primary relationship master object that determines the owner of the child record. So the junction object records, it inherits the value of the owner field from their associated primary master record. At the same time, we should also note that for some instance, among the two relationships master detail that we have, say we delete the primary relationship. In that case, what happens is the secondary relationship becomes the primary relationship. So this is about the primary and the secondary relationship as per the master detail relationship in many-to-many. Moving on. Junction object records are deleted when either associated master record is deleted. Yes, so we know that in a master detail relationship, whenever a parent record is deleted, the child record is also deleted. But in this scenario, we have two master records, right? So for deletion, if either one of the master record is deleted, then these junction object records are also deleted. Perfect. Moving on. Roll-up summary fields can be created on both master objects. Yes, makes sense. Formula fields and validation rules on the junction object can reference fields from both master objects. This also perfectly makes sense. So both the master objects acts as perfect master objects and you can create roll-up summary fields, formula fields and validation rules without any restrictions. A junction object can be on the master side of another master detail relationship. Yes, so this is to be noted. So when there is a junction object which acts as a child object for two master detail relationships, in that case, the same junction object cannot be on the master side of another master detail relationship. So that is a restriction and we have to make note of it. So these are some of the considerations for us while creating and using many-to-many relationship in Salesforce. The next relationship type that we are going to discuss about is self-relationship or self-lookup relationship. So what is it? Self-relationship means, as the name says, creating a relationship from an object to itself. It basically looks up to the same object. So what actually happens in a regular lookup relationship, which we have been creating all these days? In a regular lookup relationship, the child record look up to a parent record from a different object. So if you see our data model, this is an example of a lookup relationship. The relationship between students and extracurricular activity. So when we create a student record, And when we attach an extracurricular activity, we basically look up to a extracurricular activity which is a different object. So that is a normal lookup relationship. But in self-lookup relationship, when we create a self-lookup relationship, it basically look up to itself, meaning the same object. So one good example that we can give for our scenario is a trainer. This trainer relationship field, we can replicate it as a self-lookup relationship. And this we are going to create it in the instructor's object. So what is this instructor's object? It basically holds the details of all the instructors working in that educational institution. So that is the instructor object. So it lists down all the instructors. However, the business process is such that instructors work as trainees for a certain period of time and then they are promoted to instructors. So trainees are also instructors, but just that they are in the training period. And after that period of time, they get promoted as instructors. So basically the trainee details are also stored in the instructor table. So when you create a trainee record, we look up to a trainer who is again an instructor. So it basically looks up to itself. So that is called as a lookup self relationship. In real-time scenarios, we can give many examples for this. Say for example, accounts, and then we have parent accounts. So parent accounts are again accounts and they are all grouped in the same entity. And some other example we can think of is, say for example, we are having the store details, stores, okay? And in the store entity, we have some of the stores which serve as headquarters. So, the headquarters becomes a parent entity. But however, the stores, the headquarters, everything is grouped under the same stores entity. So this is the concept of self-lookup relationship. Now let's quickly create one in our Salesforce application. We are going to use the instructor's object. So go to the instructor's object and create a new relationship field. And as the name says, it is a self-lookup. So it is a lookup relationship that we are going to create. Create a new field and that will be a relationship field, lookup relationship. And then related to. Generally, we choose the parent object and here it is a self relationship, meaning it relates to itself. So here again we'll be choosing the instructor object. Fill in the details here. Then let's save this relationship field. Perfect. Our self lookup relationship is created. Now let's create an instructor record. Fill in the details. I'm creating a trainee record here. So this Sarah Johnson, this record, this instructor is a trainee. So click the checkbox and then choose the department. Let me say informatics. And now fill in the trainer. So the trainer would be basically all the instructors again. So this is how we create a self relationship. So for this particular instructor record, Sarah Johnson, who is a trainee, we see a trainees related list. Basically, have renamed the related list to be trainees. So it is more makes sense here. So there are no trainees as such. The trainer is Biles. So if we go to Biles record, and the checkbox is not checked because Biles is not a trainee. Biles is a trainer basically. And here in the related list trainees, we see the list of all trainees who are trained by this particular instructor. And here now we have only one record, Sarah Johnson. So this is how we create a self-lookup relationship. And this is a very common scenario in real-time projects. And there are a couple of considerations that we need to have in mind while creating and using this self-lookup relationship. The first consideration is that a record can't look up to itself. Makes sense, right? Say for example, this particular record, Biles. Biles cannot have the trainer as Biles, right? That wouldn't make sense. So that is called as a record can't look up to itself. However, indirectly it can happen. What is that? Meaning, the trainee here is Sarah Johnson, right? So Biles is a trainer and Sarah Johnson is the trainee. And the other way also works fine. Meaning, Sarah Johnson can train Biles. Basically, they train each other. That is possible. Let me quickly edit and show you. So here, Biles trains Sarah Johnson and Sarah Johnson trains Biles. This may or may not work logically. That completely depends on the business. Some educational institutions may have that working model. However, some institutions may not. However, what we are trying to infer here is that it is possible technically in Salesforce. However, the implementation totally depends on the business process and how they want it. But technically it is possible. And while implementing it based on the business, we can change it accordingly. Say, for example, when we consider this example trainers, the business may say that only certain record types can be trainers, or only certain instructors with certain positions can be trainers, or with certain number of experience can be trainers. That totally depends on the business, and that differs from business to business. So, but what we are trying to infer here is that it is possible in Salesforce. However, when it comes to the implementation side, we have to basically follow the business process from the customers. So this is all about self-relationship. Hierarchical relationship. So what is hierarchical relationship? We already learnt about other relationship types. Now let's see what is a hierarchical relationship. In fact, it is a variation of the lookup relationship. So what is that variation? The regular lookup relationship is basically a relationship between two different objects. So, we have a parent object, we have a child object, and then we create a lookup relationship between them. And in our data model, the best example for lookup relationship would be the relationship between a student and extracurricular activities. Where extracurricular activity is a parent and the student is a child, and one extracurricular activity can have many students enrolled in that. Right? So that is the example that we understood for the regular lookup relationship. And then we learnt about self-relationship. So what is a self-relationship? It is a type of lookup relationship again. However, it links an object to itself. Basically, the parent is the same object. Logically, it might work differently. However, technically the parent is also the same object. That is why it is called as linking an object to itself, and the name is given as self-relationship. However, in self-relationship, we got to notice that we can create the self-relationship only for the other objects and not for the user object. There is an exception there. So what do we do for the user object? So when it comes to user object, that kind of a self-relationship that we create is called as hierarchical relationship. So hierarchical lookup relationship is a special lookup relationship available only for the user object. Using this hierarchical relationship option, we can create a new lookup field in the user object and associate one user with another user. The best example that we use in real time is storing the user's direct manager. So in that case, what we do is we create a custom hierarchical relationship field in the user object and we store the manager's details of all the users. That is called as hierarchical relationship. Now let's quickly create this relationship in the UI. Go to the Salesforce application. Look for the user object. So customize users fields. And here we have all the standard fields listed down for the user object. Go to custom fields, hit the new button. And here we can see this option of hierarchical relationship. So this particular option of hierarchical relationship we can't see in any other standard or custom objects. At the same time, also note that you do not have this option of lookup or master detail here. The only relationship that we can create is hierarchical relationship. So click hierarchical relationship, hit the next button, fill in the details here, give a more meaningful description and help text if needed. Set your field level security as per the requirements. Perfect. Now that we have created our custom field of the type hierarchical relationship. Now let's go ahead and create a user record. Manage users. It lists down all the users that is already there. hit the new user button. In this user creation page, we should be able to see the new field manager that we just created. And this manager field is a hierarchical relationship field that looks up to the user records. And here we have only one other user, so that is why, but otherwise in real time all the other users would be listed out here. So this is the hierarchical relationship, which is a variation in the lookup relationship, and it is created only on the user object wherein it links to itself. Configuring external data source and external objects. In the previous lectures, we discussed about the different type of relationships that we have in Salesforce. Starting from lookup, master detail, many-to-many, self, hierarchical, we discussed all these relationships. The only other two relationships that we are yet to discuss are external lookup and internal lookup. So now let's talk more about this external lookup and internal lookup. Both these external lookup and internal lookup, though they fall under the category of lookup relationships, they are actually very different from the previous relationships that we discussed. So when we say different, how they are different? They are different in such a way that they link to an external system, external legacy system. In real time, that system can be SAP, Microsoft or Oracle or whichever other legacy system. So basically we are integrating Salesforce with an external system. So when an external system is involved, then we create these two type of relationships. That is the external lookup and the internal lookup. So I think now we understand the difference between the other relationships and these two relationships in Salesforce. The other relationships, that's the lookup, master detail, many-to-many, self, hierarchical, all these relationships is within the Salesforce org. Let's quickly have a look at our data model. This master detail relationship, lookup relationship, self relationship, hierarchical relationship. The entire relationship was residing in Salesforce org. The parent object, the child object, the data, everything was residing in Salesforce org. There is no external system involved here. Right from the configuration, from the data, from the objects, fields, everything was residing inside Salesforce. However, when we integrate Salesforce with an external system, then we have these two relationships. That is the external lookup relationship and the internal lookup relationship. So now when we talk about integrating Salesforce with an external system, let's understand how to make it happen. So whenever we want to connect and access data from legacy systems, Salesforce Connect comes into picture. Salesforce Connect is an awesome feature that is given to us by Salesforce, which is used for connecting Salesforce with other external legacy systems. And as I mentioned before, in real time, that legacy system can be SAP, Microsoft or Oracle, whichever system. And while we connect, we as such do not store any of the external data in our Salesforce org. We basically store only the details of the link to the external data. So basically what happens is first we start with configuring the external data source. So the external data source is the connection to the external database. So once we are done configuring the external data source, then we create external objects. So what are external objects? External objects are pretty similar to our custom created custom objects in Salesforce, except that they map to the data that is stored outside of the Salesforce org. Like for instance, the students is a custom object, right? This instructors is a custom object. Departments is a custom object. So all these custom objects we created in Salesforce. And the data that resides in these custom objects, they also reside in Salesforce. It is not elsewhere. Right? But for external objects, the data as such do not reside in Salesforce. It resides in the external system. Salesforce only stores the link to the external data that is stored in the external system. The external database may have many tables. So each external object that we create in Salesforce maps to each table in the external system. Similarly, each of the external objects fields, they map to the table columns in the external system. So this is how basically the whole concept of external data source and external object works. Now that we have understood the concept, it's time for us to replicate and create this scenario in Salesforce. Go to the Salesforce application, search for external objects. So under external data sources, we as such see no external data source here. And external objects, there are no as such external objects defined. So to connect to an external system, basically we have to have an external data source connection to connect to the external database. In real-time production environment, basically the legacy system would give us the details of the external data source for us to configure in Salesforce. But now we are only learning in a developer edition, so as such we do not have any real external system to work with. But for learners like us, Salesforce has very generously set up a sample external system so that we can understand this concept better. So to configure and access that external system, Salesforce has created a complete trailhead for that, and that is a Salesforce Connect, Quick Start Salesforce Connect. So you can pretty easily pick this up. This whole trailhead unit is all about configuring the link to the external system, creating external objects, and thereby how to create the external relationships. That is the indirect lookup and external lookup. So for configuring this whole setup, first we need to install a package. So first click on the first module, that is installing the schema package. This package basically creates all the necessary components for us to configure this setup. And once we install this package, we would be able to connect to this sample data source, which basically runs on Heroku. So now let's go ahead and install the package. Hit this install this package link. Choose this option, install for all users. Hit install. It may take a few seconds. And now like you see an instruction saying click the button to assign the customer IDs to account records. So set customer IDs. Customer IDs have been successfully assigned to account records. Click done. Perfect. Now we can see that this package is successfully installed. Now this is installed. The next step would be to create a data source connection. So let's go back to the trailhead module. Go to the second module, that is creating external data source connection. And here it gives the instructions. Copy this URL. We'll be using it in Salesforce now. So go to external data source. Now let's create a new data source connection. So hit new external data source and use the URL that we just copied. Give a name for the external data source. Here, let's say order DB, or maybe you can give some other name that makes more sense, like, external order or external system or something like that. And here in type, select the first option. And once you select the first option, you will have this URL field. So use the URL data that we just copied and leave the others as defaults and hit the save button. Now click validate and sync. So when we do that, Salesforce basically retrieves the schema from the external system. So as we see here, these are the different tables that are available in the external system as such. Categories, order details, orders, payment mechanisms and all. And of these, for our learning purpose, we need the orders and the order detail table. So select these two tables and click sync. Perfect. So now Salesforce has retrieved the orders and order details table from the external system. And that's what we see here. Orders and order details. These are the two external objects. Now let's take a quick look at these external objects. Either you can click this orders object, which will take you to that page. Otherwise, you can search for external objects and we should be able to see these two external objects out here. And as we know, though these objects look similar to the custom objects that we create in Salesforce, the main difference is that the data does not reside here. The data actually resides in the external system, and these external objects only hold the link to the data that is there in the external system. So click on the object to have a look at it. This is the object definition page of this external object. The main difference that we see here is the API name. For all custom objects in Salesforce, we have __C. However, this being an external object, it is __EX. So make a note of it. And similar to the name field, the standard name field that we have in custom objects, here we have the external ID field. And there are some 4 custom fields that we have for this object. So this is the orders object. Let's also have a look at the order details object. Similarly, __ x. And it has got a few custom fields and this standard field out here. Perfect. So now that we have these 2 external objects out here, I think the next best thing to do would be to create some tabs and expose these 2 objects in the UI. So let me quickly create a couple tabs so that I can see these objects. Orders. Give a meaningful description. Don't skip that out. And then give it for all profiles. However, in real time, we'll be giving the access only to the respective people. So orders tab is created. Similarly, create for order details tab. Don't skip the description. Perfect. So now we have created 2 tabs for the orders and the order details. So here you can see all the records that is there in the orders object. And you can see all the records that is there in the order details. Okay, it is displaying only the external ID and the URL. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new view. All external orders. And I'm going to include all the fields out here. So we'll have a clear understanding and view of the data that is stored in this object. Similarly, do it for the order details as well. So this is our whole orders object. So we see here, there are many records in this orders object and there is an external ID. There is one other ID. This ID is a Salesforce ID actually. And there are other details, customer ID, order date, order ID, ship details. These are the data that we actually pulled from the external system. Similarly, for order details also, we have a lot of data here. This is the Salesforce ID and this is the display URL. Basically this URL maps it to the external system. And we have an order ID here, order line, product, quantity, and other data also we have. Perfect. Perfectly configured. So now what is that we have done? We have configured an external data source connection to an external system. Basically here it is a Heroku system, the sample system given by Salesforce. And we have 2 external objects with us, the orders object and the order details object. So this object we have created 2 tabs so we can access those objects and see what's the data in there. And we have also created 2 views with all the fields that is available so we can have a better view of the data. So we have these 2 external objects with us now, the order objects and the order details object. Now that we have these 2 objects in place, the next step would be to create a relationship. That is the external lookup relationship and the indirect lookup relationship. And how do we create that relationship and the other details? We'll discuss in the forthcoming session. We understood how to do the configuration setup using the Salesforce given package and for setting up a sample external system. All right. Now, let's dig more into that. In fact, this is completely optional. This is a way if you like to experiment more and if you like to play around with the Heroku app that we have, then maybe you can experiment all these. However, again, this is completely optional and you can very much skip this step and go ahead to the next lectures to understand more about the relationships. So, what we basically did was we created an external data source connection and we configured 2 objects. That is the orders and the order details. And we also have this URL for the Heroku app. Generally in real time, this URL is given by the external system so that we can connect to that system. Alright. So now that we have this URL, what you can do is You can copy paste this URL and that will give you the overall structure of what are all the objects that it is present in the Heroku app. As you can see, there are not only orders and order details, you also have subcategories, categories, payments, payment mechanisms. So if you want to learn more about the other objects or even these order and order details, what you can do is, after the URL, just type in orders. So that will give you the data that is there in the orders object. This is the sample data that is preloaded in the orders object. Similarly, for order details, so this gives you the list of sample data that is stored in the order details object. If you have already worked with XML data before, then this should be pretty easy for you. For example, for these orders, we have many records in the orders object. And say, for example, one record. So this gives the details of one record. The customer ID is 8. The order date is this. The order ID is 1004 and the shipped date is this. This is one single order record. The other order record is this. The next order record is this. So this is how generally we read XML data. Similarly, you can also try for the order details object. So this gives all the details. So this is the order ID, order line, product, quantity and unit price. So this forms one single order detail record. And similarly, this is the next record. This is the next record. So this is how we read XML data, and this is available in that link that Salesforce has given us. So just view all the objects that are available. We only experimented with the orders and the order details object for learning our relationships. However, there are other objects as well, payment mechanisms. For example, let me select payments. There is detail in the payments object as well. And there are other objects as well, payments, payment mechanisms. With the names, I think payment and payment mechanisms are connected. And we have categories and subcategories. So I think with the naming convention, I assume this categories and subcategories might be connected. So just explore all these objects. And once you think that you can just bring it out to the Salesforce UI to, experiment more on that, what we can do is in the external data source connection, we have already validated and synced these two objects, orders and order details. So hit validate and sync again. It will show you all the other objects as well. So now what we can do is just try categories and subcategories or the other objects which we did not select before and hit sync. So this way just try to bring it out in the Salesforce UI and see how the data is. And then you can also try to create more relationships, the external lookup or the indirect lookup. This is a pure way of experimenting more with the data that is available to us. And as I mentioned before, this step is completely optional. You can very much just skip this and go ahead with the upcoming lectures. That is the external lookup and the indirect lookup relationship. Now that we are done with the configuration setup, it's time for us to understand more about the indirect lookup and the external lookup relationship. So what is the configuration setup that we did in the previous lecture? Basically, we used Salesforce Connect to establish a connection between Salesforce and the external system. So when we say external system, we should note that it is not a real external system as such, but a sample data source that runs on the Heroku platform. So for that, we initially started off with installing a package that is given by Salesforce. And then we created a data source connection, and thereby we configured a couple of external objects. So the external objects that we would be using are orders and order details. So all the components that is involved in this entire configuration that is provided by Salesforce through that package that we installed. So we have successfully installed that, and we have those external objects ready to use. So let's go on to the Salesforce UI. These are the couple of external objects that we are going to use, basically orders and order details. So using these external objects, we would be basically learning more about the indirect lookup and the external lookup relationship. So one main important thing that we need to understand while using these external objects is the type of relationships that we have, the options that are available in front of us. So whenever we use external objects in our Salesforce org, there are 3 different options that are available to us. What are all the 3 different options? That is the general lookup relationship that we generally create, and the other 2 are the indirect lookup and the external lookup relationship. So when the child object is the external object, then these 3 options are available to us. Because we know this indirect lookup and external lookup, both these relationships falls under the category of lookup relationships. However, these 2 indirect lookup and external lookup we use whenever external objects are involved, right? So when our child object is the external object, then we have these options in front of us. So when we know that there are 3 options in front of us, we should know which option to use when, right? So when our child object is an external object, then we have the lookup, indirect or the external lookup. And as you can see in this table differentiation, when the child object is an external object, and when the parent object is a Salesforce standard or custom object, then we can create a lookup or an indirect lookup relationship. And when the parent object is also an external object, then we create an external lookup relationship. So that differentiation is pretty clear, right? When the parent object is a Salesforce standard or custom object, we create either the general lookup relationship or the indirect lookup relationship. And the parent object is an external object, then we create an external lookup relationship. So now again we have to understand when we create a regular lookup and when we create an indirect lookup relationship. So when the child object is an external object and the parent object is standard Salesforce custom or standard or custom object, then 2 options are available, lookup, indirect lookup. But when? When the external object contains a column which has a Salesforce record ID, then we create a regular lookup relationship. But when the external object does not store any Salesforce 18-digit record ID, instead has got an external ID that can be mapped with our Salesforce standard or custom object, then we go for the second option, that is the indirect lookup relationship. In fact, this is the pretty common option, and this is a general common scenario that is usually available even while doing the real-time projects. That is, a child object is the external object and the parent object will be a standard Salesforce standard or custom object with no Salesforce 18-digit ID stored on the external object. So in that scenario, we'll go for the indirect lookup relationship. So this is the main concept behind the 3 options that are available to us. So let's learn more about this indirect lookup relationship. So for our learning purpose, the option that we are going to consider is, so we know that for a lookup relationship, we need a parent object and a child object. So in our scenario, the parent object is going to be accounts, that is a Salesforce standard object, and the child object will be orders, that is the one of the external object that we have, and the matching field in parent. So what is this matching field? We have to understand more about this part. So let's go to the Salesforce UI. We have the orders object, that is the external object, which will also be the child object in our case. Let me also add the standard accounts object. Perfect. So now we have the parent object, that is accounts, and the child object, that is orders. And now we are going to create an indirect lookup relationship between the external object orders and the parent object accounts. So for connecting these orders and accounts, there need to be some common data, right? Definitely, because whenever we establish a connection, there need to be some common data using which we can map. So basically in every parent object, there has to be a field that stores the data using which we can connect to the child object. So in our scenario, the field that we would be using is the customer ID field. So this customer ID field, now first we have to understand how this customer ID field got created, right? So this customer ID field got created as part of the package installation that we did. So while we install the package, automatically this field got created in the accounts object. But in real time, what happens is whenever we map a particular object to an external system external object, we create this external field. And the external field is always, most of the scenarios it will be unique because that is a unique field that we use for mapping to the records, right? So that will be unique. And we also say that it is an external ID field, meaning this particular field will be used for mapping the data with the external object or the external system. So that is why we mark it as external ID and we also mark it as unique. So every order record would map itself to the account record based on this value customer ID. So some sample data also has been loaded on this customer ID field. So go to accounts. Go for all accounts and you must be able to see the customer ID field. If not, you can just pull it from the layout. It might not be visible on the layout. So just pull it on the page layout. So you can see the customer ID has got some value. That is 2 here. So all orders with that ID 2 would automatically get mapped to this particular account. But now, as we have not created any relationship between accounts and orders, they are just 2 independent objects. You can see, there are no related lists like orders because we have not created any relationship as such. We just have the data. So what would basically happen after we create a relationship is what we are talking about. So in the orders object, we have a field called as customer ID, right? So this customer ID would be mapped with the customer ID that we have in the accounts object. This customer ID. In orders, we have a customer ID and that would be mapped with the customer ID of accounts. So when we say the customer ID is 2, all the orders with the customer ID as 2 would be mapped with this particular account. So this is the purpose of the external ID field that we have in Salesforce. This external ID field we specifically use whenever we establish a connection between the Salesforce standard or custom object with an external object. In our case, it is accounts and we have a field here that is a customer ID and that is a unique external ID field, and that field we use it to map to our external object that is orders. But now that we have not created any relationship between account and orders, they are just 2 individual objects that we have with no relationship. But now we are going to create an indirect lookup relationship between account and orders. So going back to the basics, we are going to create an indirect lookup relationship. The parent object would be accounts, the child object would be orders. So just the regular way of creating a lookup relationship. So what do we do when we want to create a lookup relationship? We go to the child object and then we create a relationship field, right? So here our child object is orders. So go to the fields. And this is the customer ID field. Basically, this field we would be using for mapping it to the parent object. But now that we have not established a relationship, they are just independent objects. You can see the data type is number. So what we are going to do is we are going to change the data type from number to a relationship field. So hit edit, change the field type. And now as you can see, the child object being the external object, we have all the 3 options that is available to us. That is a lookup relationship, external lookup and the indirect lookup. And now we are going to choose indirect lookup. And why are we choosing indirect lookup? Because basically we choose indirect lookup whenever the child object is an external object and the parent object is a Salesforce standard or custom object, and the Salesforce 18-digit ID is not stored on the external object. So in our case, the external object orders do not store any Salesforce record IDs there, right? So we go for the indirect lookup relationship. So going back, choose indirect lookup, hit next, related to meaning the parent object, that is accounts, the target field. So basically it is asking for the matching field. Which field should I pick from the accounts object? Which field should I compare in the accounts object? So this is the only external ID field that we have in accounts object. In case you have multiple external ID fields, all the ID fields would be listed here and you need to choose the right one. So we are choosing this customer ID field. Fill in the details here. Give a meaningful description and the child relationship name. For now, let me make it visible for all profiles. However, in real time, that would basically depend on the people who should be having access to that data. The related list label. Let me make it external orders. So that will be more applicable here. Hit save. Perfect. So now what we have done is, there was an existing field, that is customer ID, which was a number field. So that we changed it to a relationship field. That is an indirect lookup relationship. So how the relationship basically works is, all orders with the customer ID mapping with the customer ID of accounts would be tagged together. In our scenario, data was already existing in the accounts object and for that field customer ID, and data was also existing in this orders object. So now that we have created a relationship, automatically a relationship has got created between orders and accounts. How do we see that? First, let's go to the orders object. This is the order record that we have. Now you can see this customer ID field, which was a number field, it is now a relationship field. So when we click on that field, it automatically takes us to the account to which it is tagged to. If you see, this customer ID is 6. So all orders with a customer ID as 6 has got mapped to the account with customer ID as 6. And now that we have created a relationship, this related list is also available here. So we can see all the orders that are mapped to this account. So what is the common factor? All these orders have the customer ID as 6 and this account also has the customer ID as 6. Similarly, all the other orders that we have also has got mapped to their respective accounts. For example, 12. So it automatically takes me to the account, that is a parent account, and we should be able to see all the orders that are tagged to this account. So all the orders have the customer ID as 12 and this particular account also has got the customer ID as 12. So that is the reason we say that the parent field has to be a unique field, because whenever the order record, that is a child record, searches for a parent, there should be definitely only one account with that particular customer ID, right? So that is why the external ID fields are generally marked as unique, so as to avoid any sort of data duplication. So this is how we create an indirect lookup relationship. So to repeat, for our indirect lookup relationship, the parent object is account and the child object was orders. So whenever we create a relationship field, we always create on the child object. But initially in this setup, basically the field was already present with preloaded data. So basically we converted the data type from number data type to a relationship field. That is an indirect lookup. And when we created the relationship, finally, we also configured the page layout, the related list labels and everything. So once we are done with creating the relationship, in the accounts object, that is a parents object, one related list was created, that is external orders. So that lists down all the orders that are tagged to that particular account. The other important thing to note here is the external ID that is created on the parent object, which connects the Salesforce object and the external object. So this is how we create an indirect lookup relationship between a Salesforce standard or custom object and any external object. Let's understand what is the external lookup relationship. So in the previous lecture, we talked about the general lookup relationship, the indirect lookup relationship, and also when we use that kind of a relationship. So now let's talk more about the external lookup relationship. So as already we understood the differentiation, let me just do a quick recap. So when the child object is an external object and the parent object is a Salesforce standard or a custom object, we go for either the general lookup or the indirect lookup relationship. So we go for a general lookup relationship in case the child external object stores the 18-digit Salesforce record ID in that. But if it is not, and if it is connected through a different common ID, then we go for the indirect lookup relationship. That is why the matching field in the parent is a Salesforce record ID here, whereas the matching field here is some other custom unique external ID field. In our case, that was the customer ID field, that was a unique external ID field in accounts object that we used to establish that relationship. Perfect. So all that aside. Now coming to the external lookup relationship, we create an external lookup relationship when the child object is an external object and the parent is also an external object. So in that case, we create an external lookup relationship. So with that information on the basics, let's go to the Salesforce UI and have a look at our external objects. So these are the two external objects that we have, orders and order details. So now what we are going to do is, we are going to create a relationship between this orders and order details object. So the functional usage of these two objects is like, say for example, we place an order online. We order a book, we order a pen, and we order a shirt. So all these are the order details. The pen is an order detail, the shirt is an order detail, and the book is an order detail. And all these are grouped under one single order. Alright, so basically that is just a sample that I gave for you to understand how the order object and order details object work. So one order record can have multiple order details record. So in one order, we place 3 different items. So those form the order details. So order record is a parent object and order details is a child object. So that is why we form an external lookup relationship where the parent and the child both are external objects. In our case, the parent object would be orders, the child object would be order details, and both are external objects. And here the matching field in parent would be the standard external ID field that we have in every external object. Let's quickly go to the orders object and let's have a view at the fields. As you can see, every external object would have this standard external ID field. It wouldn't have the name field that we have in the standard or custom Salesforce objects. It would have an external ID field. So this external ID field would be the field that the child record looks up to map to a parent object record. That is why in external lookup, the matching field in parent would be the standard external ID field. So now let's create an external lookup relationship between these two objects, that is orders and order details. And as we already know, external lookup is also again a kind of lookup relationship, just that it involves external objects. So for creating an external lookup relationship, what we do, we go to the child object. In our case, it is order details. And then we would create the relationship field. And as we did for the internal lookup relationship, we already have that field in place. That is the order ID field. Just that it is a number field with preloaded data. We will be converting this field to an external lookup relationship field. So hit edit, change the field type, choose external lookup relationship. And now it is asking for the parent object. We only have 2 objects in our org, the external objects. Choose orders. Fill in the details here. Please give a meaningful description. Let me make it visible for all profiles. And then the related list label. Let me make it external order details. Perfect. So now what we have done, we have created a relationship field in the order details that is a child object. So what should ideally be created? In the child object, whenever we navigate to any record, you have this order ID field. Previously, this order ID field was just a number, but now that it is a relationship field. And when you click that field, it automatically takes you to the parent record, that is orders. And how are these two objects connected? That is the orders and the order details through the standard external ID field. That standard external ID field is not visible here in the UI. So let's quickly add it out to the layout. Just drag and drop. Perfect. The external ID is here. So all the order details with the order ID matching with the external ID of the parent object, that is orders, automatically gets mapped. So every order lists down all the external order details within it. So here is the related list that gets created as soon as we created our external lookup relationship. This is how we use the standard external field, the standard external ID field on the parent object to map both the parent and the child object. And this is how we create an external lookup relationship between two external objects. Now that we have understood in detail about the various type of relationships, the external lookup, the internal lookup, how do we do the configuration and setup, let's take a quick look at some of the considerations and the restrictions that we have while using external objects in Salesforce. The first one, only lookup, external lookup and indirect lookup relationships are available for the external objects. No other relationship types are supported. We are well aware of this, right? So whenever we create relationships on the external objects, we can only create the lookup, external lookup or the indirect lookup. Say for example, we can consider this external object orders. So what we did, we basically changed the field type, right? So now if I try to change the field type, I can see only the lookup, external lookup and the indirect lookup. These are the three options that are available. You cannot create a master detail many-to-many and all using external objects. Depending upon the availability of the external system, related list of child external objects may load slowly when users view the parent record detail pages. Perfect. So as we have established a connection between Salesforce and the legacy system, and if the parent object is a standard object, in our case like accounts, so whenever we go for a particular parent record, we see all the related child records in the related list. So one of the considerations that we need to have is this related list may load a little slowly than usual depending upon the availability of the external system. Okay, moving on. Cascade delete isn't available for external object relationships. We know that cascade delete automatically happens in master detail relationships and it does not happen in lookup relationships. However, in lookup relationship, there is an option wherein we can request for cascade delete, but for that we have to contact Salesforce support. But here for external objects, that option is not available. Moving on. With external lookup and indirect lookup relationships, the parent record appears as a clickable link in the relationship field of the child record. So our first relationship that we created was indirect lookup. In that, accounts was the parent object and orders was the child object. So whenever you pick any child record, the parent record appears as a clickable link. So basically you can click on that particular record and that will automatically take you to the parent record. But what we have to note here is that if a user who is accessing the child record does not have access to the parent record, then in that case, it will not appear as a clickable link. So that it says, if the child record is viewed by a user who does not have access to the parent record appears in the relationship field as just plain text. instead of a link. The next consideration is lookup filters are not available for external lookup relationship fields. So when we created a lookup relationship field, the option of lookup filters wasn't available. Let's again recall the field that we created in the orders object. This was the relationship field that we created. So let me hit the edit button. And now you can see that all the details that are available for us to edit. And we can see that the lookup filters is not available. But when we generally create a lookup relationship, a regular lookup relationship or a master detail, then we have that option of lookup filters wherein we can filter out the values of the lookup. But that option, lookup filters, is not available when we use external objects. Only objects that have a custom field with the external ID and unique attributes are available as parent objects in indirect lookup relationship. If you do not see a desired object when you create an indirect lookup, then there is a possibility that there are no unique external ID fields available in that object. Meaning, whenever we create indirect lookup relationship, so in our case, we created an indirect lookup relationship between accounts and orders. So for that, we basically converted this particular field to an indirect lookup field. So let me hit the edit button and let me give a change field type. And here it is already indirect lookup. I'm just want to show you. So indirect lookup. And step 2 is to choose the related object, basically the parent object. In this scenario, if you see, only account is listed out here, right? There are no other standard or custom objects listed out here. Why? Because only objects that have a unique external ID field will be listed out here. So of all the objects that we have in our org, account is the only object that has this custom unique external ID field. So that is the reason only account is listed out here. So for experimenting more, what you can do is you can create the unique external ID fields in other custom or standard objects, and you can see if it is getting listed out here. And in real time, if your desired object is not appearing out here, the chances are that there are no unique external ID fields available in that object. So first create that field and then create this relationship. Perfect. So this is one of catchy ones. And then about case sensitivity. So if the external column name is case sensitive, make sure that the parent object's custom field is also marked case sensitive. We know that that option of case sensitive is available for us in Salesforce. So make sure that you make the parent object's fields also extra case sensitive. Because basically those two fields will be matched. The value from the child object, that is the external object, will be matched with this external ID field in the parent object. So if one is case sensitive, also make the other one case sensitive so that the matching will happen. So these are some of the considerations that we need to have in mind while using external objects in Salesforce. Well done, well done. Congratulations on completing the previous sections. Let's move ahead with our next section on security and access. Let's take a quick look at the exam guide. We are at a Salesforce Trailhead. We in the exam guide for Advanced Administrator. And here let's go to the section Security and Access. As you see here, the weightage is 20%. So this is the section with the most weightage among all the sections out here. 20% meaning in your exam, you can expect around 12 to 13 questions of the total 60 questions from this section. And the description is given below. So here they talk about sharing model, control by parent, grant access by hierarchies, profiles, sharing rules, community security settings, field and record level access, field level security, record types, territory management, about permission sets, custom profiles, delegated administration. Perfect, perfect. Now let's take a look at the Udemy course. So this particular section, we have split that into 5 different sections in Udemy. As you can see here, security and access, object level access, record level access, field level access, and then we'll talk about delegated administration and then territory management. So in the object level access, we'll be talking more about profiles, permission sets. And in the record level access, we'll be talking about OWD, role hierarchy, sharing rules, manual sharing, user record sharing, manager groups, visibility, community and portal visibility, access to record types, and why someone is able to see a record. Yes, we need to know that. And then the field level access, we'll talk about field level security. We also talk about a delegated administration. And then finally, territory management. We have a whole big section just for territory management. So we have covered pretty much 100% of everything what is here in security and access section, and also more concepts. Pay a lot more attention to this particular section. This holds the maximum weightage, so you can expect more number of questions from this section. Good luck. Security and access. From the moment an user logs into the application, security comes into picture. So what is security? Security defines what is all that an user can access. As simple as that. What is that an user can do? What is that he cannot do? So all that is defined by security restrictions. So as soon as we log into the application, any user for that matter logs into the application, what is that he can do? What is all that he cannot do? Say for example, as a user, I can see all these tabs, right? And when I click here, like I see my profiles, my settings and all these. So what are all the options like an user can have? And when I see here, like what is all the apps that I can access? What are all the options that I'll have in my setup here? And what are all the tabs that I can see? Even if I click on a tab, what are all the records that I can see? And even if I click on a record, what are all the fields that I can see? Literally every single thing that we see in a Salesforce org is controlled by security. So what is all that a user can access? That is defined by security. And in real time, we very well understand that different users should have different levels of access, right? Team managers should be able to access some set of permissions, whereas team members should have a different level of access. CEO should have a different level of access. CFO should have a different level of access. Sales reps should have a different level of access. So all these access are defined by many factors, basically. Defined by their roles, by their day-to-day activities, defined by their teams, like marketing teams would have different access, sales team would have different access. Like this, defined by many factors. So different users have different levels of access in any org. So that is all defined by security. So we define security in Salesforce org in such a way that appropriate users should have appropriate access. In Salesforce, the Salesforce security model basically has major three levels of access. The first is the object level access, second is the record level access, and the third is the field level access. First is the object level access. Object level access is basically the baseline access. There is nothing that can grant more access than the object level access. And in Salesforce, object level access is defined by profiles and permission sets. Next is the record level access. So once the object level access is defined, say for example an user has got access to a particular object, then comes the record level. So I have got access to an object, but what are all the records that I can see? Can I see all the records or can I see only some of the records? So there comes record level access. So both user A and user B might have access to an object. But it is not that user A and user B sees all the records of that particular object. No. User A might have access to some set of records and user B might have access to a different set of records. So that is defined by record level access. And the third level is the field level access. So there is one particular record in an object, say for example a student record. So both user A and user B has got access to the student record. However, we can still impose restrictions stating that student A can see all the fields, however, student B can see only some of the fields of that record. So that is the field level access. In Salesforce, the field level access is controlled by a concept called as field level security. So this is the overall picture of the Salesforce security model. Object level access, record level access, and the field level access. We configure all these in such a way that appropriate users get access to their appropriate data and components. And in the forthcoming sessions, let's discuss in detail about each one of these. Profiles. In the previous session, we discussed about the various levels of access that we have in Salesforce, starting from object level access to record level access, field level access. So now that we have an overall understanding about the Salesforce security model, it's time for us to jump into each one of them and understand what is that. In this video, let's understand more about the first object level access, especially profiles. So what is a profile? Profiles basically define how users access objects and the data. And what is all that they can do within the application. As simple as that. What is that a user can access and what is that a user can do when they log into the application. So as a user, when I log into the application, what is all that I see? What are all the tabs that I see? And what are all the tabs that I see here? What are all the objects that I can access? And when we say objects, what are all the record types within the objects that I can access? Everything is defined in a profile. Similarly, what are all the apps that I have here? And which are all the apps that I can access? And is there any restrictions on the login hours? Is there any restrictions on the login IP ranges? What are all the Apex class that I can access? What are all the Visual Force pages that I can see? So all these are defined in profiles. So profiles provide the baseline access. There is nothing that can provide more access than profiles. And for a user in Salesforce, every user is associated to a profile. And every user is associated to only one profile. User can't have multiple profiles assigned to them. They can have only one profile assigned to them. And like the other components in Salesforce, we have both standard profiles and custom profiles. So standard profiles means the profiles which exist by default. And custom profiles are created by us, as the name says. Now let's go to the UI and have a look at the profiles. Go to Setup, look for Profiles. We have Manage Users Profiles. So these are all the standard profiles that is provided by Salesforce by default. And here we have this option of creating new profile. And when we create new profile, we create new custom profiles. And we should also understand when to use standard profiles and when to use custom profiles. So standard profiles we use whenever our requirement matches with a standard profile. This say a system administrator profile is generally standard and we do not update it in any way. Say for example this identity user. This is a standard user, standard profile. And for this profile, as you can see, the page layouts are defined, the field level security is defined, the tab settings, record settings are all defined, the administrative permissions, what are all the objects that a user can access, everything is already predefined. And when our requirement matches with this profile, we use the standard profile. If not, then we create a new custom profile. And in real time, creating custom profiles are pretty common. We do create custom profiles in every Salesforce org. Now let's take a look at the standard profile, that is the system admin profile. So all system administrators will have this particular profile, system administrator profile. So as you can see here, profile basically controls all these. It controls which are all the console settings that we have, which are all the console layouts that we can access, which are all the page layouts that we can access, what is the field level security that we have, the custom app settings, basically which are all the apps that we can access, tab settings, and what is the level of access that we have for tabs, default on, default off, or tab hidden, the record type settings, what is the default record type for a profile, the administrative permissions, the various administrative permissions that we have, and the various general user permissions that we have, and the standard object permissions. So when coming to standard object permissions, it lists down all the objects, both the standard objects and the custom objects here, and what is the level of access a particular user has on the objects. So this is very commonly called as the CRUD permissions. CRUD, C-R-U-D, that is create, read, update and delete. The basic CRUD permissions. Being a system admin has got all access basically to all the objects, both the standard and custom objects. However, when creating custom profiles, based on the requirement, we can modify it accordingly. Say for example, marketing user need to have access to certain set of objects. Sales user need to have access to another set of objects. The sales rep maybe to a different set of objects. And even to the objects, different users will have different permissions. Some users can only read the records. Some user can read and create records. Some user should also be given permissions to edit and delete the records. So based on the users, based on the profiles, the CRUD permissions also differ. And that is for the standard objects and this is for the custom objects. And you can see here, these are all the custom objects that we created in our app. And the other settings as well, the password policies and how long it can expire, the login hours, the login IP ranges. Login hours meaning only specific login hours user will be able to access the application. And the login IP ranges, if we want to have any restrictions in the login IP ranges, we can define it accordingly. And what are all the Apex class, Visualforce pages? Pretty much majority of the components that we access, they are all defined in profiles. So profile defines the baseline access. Every user has got one single profile assigned to them. Let's take a quick look at the users. This being a developer edition org, we have only 2 users. We can create a maximum of 2 users. We have not yet created our second user. We just have the default user that we have. And here in my case, I have created one user for myself. And as you can see, there is only one profile assigned to me. So when I hit edit, you can see here the profile is system administrator. And here we can see that we can't update it because there is only one single user and there has to be a system admin in the org. So that is the reason. But otherwise, when we create a second user, we should be able to modify the profile. And we basically want to come here to see that one user can have only one profile assigned to him. Perfect. So now that we have got an understanding about the profiles, now let's see a quick comparison between the Salesforce standard profiles and custom profiles. And let's also quickly create a custom profile and understand it. So these are all the Salesforce standard profiles that we have. And the one that we just discussed about is a system administrator profile. Let's consider any other standard profile. Say, for example, the standard user profile. This is a different standard profile that is available in Salesforce by default. And when you try to edit the standard profile, we see that the custom app settings can be modified. The tab settings can be modified. The administrative permissions, not all administrative permissions are present for this user. We can see that some of the checkboxes, many of the checkboxes are unchecked. The general user permissions, and even in general user permissions, not all the permissions are available, only few permissions are available. And at the same time, we also do not have access to modify the standard profile, right? We only have access to modify certain attributes, that is the tabs and the apps. But otherwise, we do not have access to modify any other attribute. The standard object permissions, these are all pretty standard and we can't modify that. And some of the other session settings and the password policy settings. So these are the few attributes that we can modify for the standard profile. So this applies to pretty much any standard component in Salesforce. Standard components are generally not 100% editable. We will be able to edit only few of the attributes of the standard components. So the same thing applies to standard profiles also. We'll not be able to change all the attributes of a standard profile. Only few attributes we can update it. So in that scenario, when we need a custom profile, which is very different from the standard profile that is already existing in Salesforce, then we create a custom profile based on our requirement. Say, for example, for this field of education, we have already created some custom objects to learn more about the objects and the application. So for that, we created some custom objects. So when Salesforce org, when this is being used in the field of education, then maybe we create custom profiles like for instructors profile, separately for students. We can create custom profiles like that. And in case like if it is with sales and marketing, then we would create sales profiles, we would create marketing profiles, we would create separate profiles for field sales manager, and we might have separate profiles for sales reps. We might have separate profiles for the marketing team. Like that, based on the industry, we create separate profiles for separate requirements. So now let's quickly create a custom profile. Hit the new profile button, and as you can see, we can clone any existing profile. So let me try to clone the system administrator profile, and the profile name you can give it as per the requirement. I have given it as a sales profile. Perfect. So our first custom profile is created, that is sales profile, and it has the same level of access, that is page layouts, the console settings, the field level security, the custom app settings, the tab settings, the record type settings. So all the access that we have for the standard, for the system administrator, we have for this profile as well. Basically, we cloned that profile. So now we can edit this profile and we can update the permissions accordingly. You can see the custom app settings is editable, the tab settings is editable, the administrative permissions is entirely editable, right? But this was not the case for standard profiles. In standard profiles, these attributes were not editable. They were all read-only. The general user permissions, the standard object permissions, pretty much custom profiles are 100% editable. We can modify the permissions as per our requirements. So just to show you one single example, what let me do is, I am just taking off the permissions that we have for the extracurriculars object, and let me now save the profile. And let me also create a new user and assign this custom profile to that user. So for creating a new user, go to users, hit the new user button, fill in the details here. And while selecting the profiles, I have selected the sales profile. The sales profile is a custom profile that we just created. So once you are done giving all the details, perfect. Now our user 2 is created, which is mapped to the profile, the sales profile, that is a custom profile we just created. Now let's log into the application using this user 2. Now I have logged into the application as user 2. We can see here, these are all the standard tabs that are available by default. And this user 2 has got the custom profile, the sales profile that we created. And for that profile, to understand the difference, what we did was, we did not give access to the object extracurriculars for this user. So we should not be able to access the extracurriculars object. So for that, what we can do is, click on the tabs. Here we should be able to see all the other custom objects that we created. Say for example, instructors and students. These are all the custom objects that we created, alright? And we should also be able to see courses, the other custom objects, departments, but we are not able to see the object extracurriculars, right? Because we did not provide access to this profile to access the extracurriculars object. But do remember that this is only one single attribute that we modified in a profile. Profile has got n number of attributes that you can modify, which we discussed initially. Starting from the page layouts, the record types, the login hours, the IP ranges, the Apex class, Visualforce pages, along with the standard object permissions, custom object permissions, the administrative permissions. So we have n number of attributes that we can control in a profile. Of that, this object is one of them. So we just wanted to see the difference of creating a custom profile and providing access and revoking access for a particular component, and I just wanted to show you the difference. That is why we revoke the access for one object, that is extracurriculars, and when we log in to the application as that user with a custom profile, we are not able to access the extracurriculars object because this profile does not have access to the extracurricular object. And not only this user, all the other users who has the profile, custom profile, sales profile that we created, all the users who are mapped to that profile will not be able to see the extracurriculars object. That is why we say that profiles define the baseline access. Profiles define what are all the objects and data that a user can access when they log into the application. In the previous session, we discussed about profiles, what are profiles, how do we create profiles, why do we actually create profiles, what is the significance of having profiles and all these. But as a senior admin, we should explore the concept a little more. So now let's discuss about some of the considerations, key considerations that we need to have in mind while we use profiles. So profiles, as we know, that defines how users access objects and what all they can do, they can't do within the application. So everything is defined in a profile. And we know profiles are tagged to users. So every user has got a profile tagged to them. Profiles, we have both standard profiles and custom profiles. Standard profiles, as the name says, they are available by default when we purchase Salesforce CRM. There are a good number of standard profiles, like about 30-35 standard profiles available. Standard profiles, like any other standard Salesforce component, we cannot create them. We can modify them, yes, but then only very few attributes we can modify, and we cannot delete standard profiles. And on the other hand, custom profiles, as the name says, they are custom created. We can create, modify and delete custom profiles. And as it is custom profiles, they are 100% customizable, meaning they are 100% we can update the attributes. We can, attributes meaning in the profiles, it means the permissions that are basically given as part of that profile. And we can delete custom profiles. However, we should note that we can delete custom profiles only when there are no users assigned to that profile. So remove all the user assignments and then we can delete custom profiles. So when standard profiles are already existing, why do we create custom profiles? Because standard profiles, as we know, we cannot modify all the attributes of a standard profile. We can modify only some certain attributes. In that case, if we have a requirement wherein we need to modify the other attributes, if we want to grant more access, which is not available in a standard profile, then we create our own custom profile based on our business requirement. And creating custom profiles, it is a very common scenario in all real-time projects. We have custom profiles created and we use custom profiles also. And here there is a tip that as a senior admin we need to know that while creating custom profiles, we know that profiles, we cannot create a profile directly. We can only clone an existing standard profile. Thereby we can create a new custom profile. And creating how to create a custom profile and all these we already discussed. So when we clone a standard profile, basically we can pick any standard profile that is available and we can clone that standard profile and we can update the permissions accordingly. However, while choosing the standard profile, it is always a better option that we choose a read-only profile, because read-only profile has got only minimum permissions in that. So it will be easy for us to modify it. Basically it makes the job easier. That's it. Say for example, the system admin profile, that is a standard profile. However, it has got like all the permissions. So modifying all the permissions would make the job a little hard. So choose the read-only profile and then clone it and then create a custom profile. That makes the work a little easier. So when we talk about these standard profiles, we know when we purchase a Salesforce CRM, we get standard profiles. We have some standard profiles, like about 30-32 standard profiles we have. But as a senior admin, at least not all, we should have a good idea about some of the standard profiles. These are some of the standard profiles that I have listed, which is very commonly used in real-time projects. So at least about these 9-10 standard profiles, we should have an idea about what it does and where it applies. So the standard profiles that we need to have an idea about are the system admin, the standard platform user, standard user, partner user, marketing user, contract manager, the chatter free user, chatter external user, solution manager, read only. At least we should have a understanding about these standard profiles. So if we go to our application, all the profiles, it is listed under manage users profiles. We can see all the profiles here and I can see 37 profiles out here. Among those, a few are custom, like about four profiles are custom profiles. So like about 33 standard profiles we have. So at least not all, we should have an idea about at least a few of these standard profiles. So the first profile that we are going to discuss about is a system administrator profile. So when we created this developer edition org, automatically a user gets created and we log in using that user. And this user is tagged to the system admin profile because there should be at least one person with the system admin rights. So automatically that system administrator profile is tagged to us. And we have been using the system administrator profile. As the name says, system administrators have 100% access to Salesforce. They are allowed to configure and customize the entire application. So every single permission, all the access rights are given to system administrator. So when we talk about these standard profiles, I would highly recommend you to go to each of the profile and see what are all the various options, what are all the various permissions that are given to each profile. Just see like what are all the apps permissions that they have, tab permissions, the record types, the administrative permissions, almost all the permissions are available for system admin. Take a general look of it and get a high level understanding of the standard profiles. In fact, that would be the best way to learn about these standard profiles. The next is the standard platform user. So let's go back to profiles and go to the standard platform user. As the name says, it is a platform user and the user license is a Salesforce platform. Basically, these users, they are allowed to use all the custom apps that is developed as part of the org, or maybe they can also be installed from App Exchange, whatever way. These users can access those custom apps, and also these users can access the main functionality of the Salesforce platform. That is a standard platform user. So again, as I mentioned, take a look at the various permissions that this profile has. Take a look at all the password policies, the login hours, the Apex classes, which are all the sections that they have access to, which are all the sections that they do not have access to. Just take a look at that. Moving on. Standard user. This is actually a very common standard profile that we use in real time. Basically, this standard users with this profile, they are allowed to create and edit majority of most types of records. They can run reports and they can view the organization's setup. For campaigns, they can view the campaigns, but they cannot manage campaigns as such. Similarly, for solutions, they can create solutions. However, they cannot review solutions. They can edit personal quotas and they can also override forecast. These are some of the important features of this standard user. And as I mentioned, this is a common profile that we use in real time. Partner user. So partner user, as the name says, it is the users are only allowed to log in from a partner portal. So basically partner users access the partner portal, and this profile we assign to those partner portal users. Marketing users. As the name says, this profile we assign to all the people in the marketing team, and these users manage campaigns, they import leads, and they create letterheads, they create HTML email templates, they can manage public documents, and they can also update the campaign history. Basically, they can also act as a standard user with more of the marketing functionalities. This is again one of the common profiles, the standard profiles that we use in real time. Next is contract manager. Users with this profile, they are allowed to create, edit, basically contracts. They work on contracts. So they can create contracts, edit contracts, activate and approve contracts. They can also delete contracts, but as long as they are not activated, they cannot delete activated contracts, but inactivated contracts, they can delete them. Again, they can edit personal quotas and they can override forecast. Next comes the chatter free user and the chatter external user. As the name says, these are for chatter users. The Chatter free users, they can log into Chatter and they can access the standard Chatter features like the people, profiles, groups, files and all. And they are available with the Chatter free user license. But the Chatter external user, they can also log into Chatter and access groups which they have been invited to also. However, they can interact only with the members with those groups. And for this, we need the Chatter external user license. Next is the Solution Manager standard profile. And as the name says, Solution Manager, they work with solutions. So users with this profile, they can review and publish solutions. And they can also act as a standard user. They have the pretty similar functionality like the standard user. And finally comes the read-only user. This read-only standard profile is also one of the common profiles that we have in production real time. These read-only users, as the name says, users can only read data. They can only view the records, but they cannot edit them. So these are all some of the very common standard profiles that we use in real time. So as a senior admin, it is highly recommended for us to understand at least a high-level understanding about these profiles. So the best way to learn about is go to each and every profile in Salesforce org and see what are all the various permissions that they have. That would be a good learning experience. Permission sets. So in the previous session, we understood about profiles. What are profiles? What are all the importance of profiles? Why do we create profiles in Salesforce org? We completely discussed about profiles. Now let's discuss about the next concept, that is permission sets. Permission sets, as we know, it also falls in the first level of access, that is the object level access in our Salesforce security model. We have already discussed about profiles. Now let's discuss more about permission sets. So permission sets, as the name says, it is a set of permissions. Sometimes in our business requirement, we might have a requirement wherein a user may need more than one profiles. So in such scenarios, permission sets comes into picture. Because as we know, one user can be mapped to only one profile. So in those scenarios where he needs more permissions on top of the profile that he is already assigned to, then we go for permission sets. So let's consider a simple business use case to understand this concept better. Say for example, in ABC company, there are two teams, the sales team and the marketing team. Sales team has got access to the sales app and marketing team has got access to the marketing app. As simple as that. But for some training purpose, let's assume that only a couple of sales team members, say for example, there are in total 10 sales team members. Out of that, only 2 team members, sales team members, need access to the marketing app. Maybe for some training or L&D or whatever. So in this scenario, what is our option? Only 2 of the 10 sales team members needs access to the marketing app. So what are all the options that we have? The options that we have in front of us is either modify the profile of the sales team members in such a way that they have access to the marketing app. Right? Say for example, the sales team members, they are assigned to the profile, sales profile. And currently the sales profile does not have access to the marketing app. So if we modify the sales profile and give access to the marketing app, yes, our problem is resolved, meaning the 2 sales team members will get access to the marketing app. However, there is a big blunder in this, wherein not only the 2 team members, but also the other 8 sales team members will have access to the marketing app. We don't want that to happen because only 2 of the sales team members are going for the training, not the whole 10 people are going for the training. So only when we want some set of permissions to be assigned only to certain users, Then we go for permission sets. So this is how permission sets is actually used in real time. On top of profiles, when users need some set of settings and permissions, then we create a permission set and assign it to those users. We know one user can have only one profile assigned to them. However, for permission sets, they can have multiple permission sets assigned to them. So one user can have one profile and multiple permission sets assigned to them. So permission sets basically grants more access to users. And it cannot restrict the access that is already given to the user by profiles. The whole concept of permission set is only to grant more access and not restrict any access as such. So now that we have a good understanding about our permission sets, let's try to replicate the business scenario here. That is, we have two team members, sales team members and the marketing team members. The sales team members with no access to the marketing app. Then let's try to create a permission set with access to the marketing app, and let's try to assign that permission set to the sales team members. But as you know, we are in the developer edition wherein we can create only 2 users with the Salesforce license. So let's consider those users, and one of the user is the sales team member. And first let's log into the Salesforce application. As we can see here, we have only 2 users. The second user also we created to understand about profiles. And the second user is assigned the profile, that is a sales profile. And this sales profile is a custom profile that we created. So now what let's do is, let's go to the sales profile and remove the access for the marketing app. So then we can replicate that scenario. Our business case is the sales user does not have access to the marketing app. So for replicating the scenario, let's go to the sales custom profile that we created and let me remove the marketing app access. So if it is checked, it means marketing app access is present, and let me uncheck the checkbox so that this sales user does not have access to the marketing app. So now that we have revoked the access for the marketing app, if I log into the application as user 2, then I will not be able to see the marketing app. Let's quickly check that out. I have now logged in as a user 2, and we have revoked the access for this user to the marketing app. So when you see the list of apps, I do not have the marketing app. So we have perfectly replicated our scenario. Our scenario is sales team members do not have access to marketing app. So this is the scenario. User 2 is a sales user and he does not have access to the marketing app. So now what we are going to do is, we are going to create a permission set and assign to this user, and we are going to check if this user gets access to the marketing app. So let's log in as a system admin and create a permission set. We are logged in as system admin. Go to setup, permission sets, manage users, permission sets. We can see there are some standard permission sets already available. Now let's create a custom permission set. So hit the new button. Fill in the details here. Let's not assign any license as such. We'll discuss more about this permission set licenses later. Hit the save button. Okay, perfect. So now that our permission set is created, meaning the structure is created, but as such we have not assigned any permissions to this permission set. So next what we are going to do is, we are going to give the permission to access the marketing app for this permission set. And once done, we'll assign the permission set to the user. So how do we give that permission? As you can see here, every permission set, it has got so many set of permissions. Starting from assigned apps, connected apps, object settings, permissions, Apex class, Visual Force, and all these permissions are available as part of permission sets. So as a senior admin, it is not only sufficient for us to understand what are permission sets, how to create them, how to assign them, but at the same time, we should also understand what are all the different type of permissions that I can assign using a permission set. So we should have a good idea about what are all the various options available here and what are all the various settings and permissions that are available under each one of these. Say for example this assigned apps. So what is assigned apps? So assigned apps as such, there are no assigned apps as such. So hit the edit button. So this will list down all the assigned apps. And now that we have to choose the marketing app. So the marketing app, this is a standard app. So under assigned apps, we have now given the access for accessing the marketing app. And as I mentioned, as a senior admin, we should know what are all the various options available over here. Say for example, even this assigned apps. So what we did basically, we hit the edit button, we were able to see like what are all the assigned apps available and we were able to enable that app for this permission. But if you keenly notice, this option is available in profiles, but there is a difference. In profiles, we can assign what are all the apps that can be accessed by that profile. At the same time, we can also select one of the app as default. However, that option is not available as permission set. In permission set, you can only choose which are all the apps will be visible, but you cannot choose a default app. But that option is available in profiles. So that is what I mentioned. It is just not about creating a permission set and assigning it to users, but as a senior admin, we should also understand what are all the various permissions, what all I can do using permission sets. So meaning like all these other options. In case we have connected apps, then we can use that. Object settings. So object settings like will pretty much cover everything about the CRUD permissions for objects, the field level security, the record types, all these. Similarly, explore the other options, the Apex class, what are all the various Apex class, what are all the various Visualforce page access, and what are all the different system permissions. System permissions will cover a vast amount of permissions here. Not everything by heart, but at least we should have a good understanding of what are all the various permissions that we can control using permission sets. Alright. So now that what we have done, we have created a permission set and we have given the access to the marketing app using this permission set. So access to marketing app is the name, and in that, in assigned apps section, we have given the access to the marketing app. So now we have successfully created our permission set. But will it take effect? Definitely no, because it is not assigned to any user. So what we have to do, we have to assign this permission set to users. So assigning permission set to users, we can basically do it in two ways. Either we can go to the permission set, we are right here, and then hit the manage assignments. And here you can select the users to all those users who needs access to the permission set. But here we have only 2 users, so we are seeing only 2 users, but otherwise in real time like we'll have 50, 100, 200,000 users. So in that case like we'll have all the users listed out there, so you can select all the users to whom you have to assign this permission set. Otherwise, the other way of doing it is you can navigate to the user as such, and in the user you will have a related list that is permission set assignments. So there you can assign permission sets. And here you can assign like now we created our access to marketing app, so you can create, you can add that permission set. So either way you can do. You can assign, if you want to assign multiple permission sets to a user, the better way is to navigate to the user and then going to this related list and then adding all the permission sets. But if you want to add one permission set to multiple users, then the best way to be to go to the permission set, hit the manage assignments button, thereby assigning the users. But now we are assigning only one permission set to only one user. So let's do it either way. It doesn't make any difference. So we are here in the permission sets. Let me do manage assignments, add assignments, and let me select user 2. So user 2 in our case is the sales user who did not have access to the marketing app. But now that we have given this permission set to this user should be able to access the marketing app now. Perfect. So now this user has got access to the marketing app. You can drill down to the user and you should be able to see that permission set under the related list permission set assignments. Perfect. So now let's log in as user 2 and check it out. So I have logged in as user 2. And here now we can see this marketing app. Previously we were not able to see that. So this is the whole concept of permission sets. So permission sets comes into picture when we want to extend the access that they have based on profiles. If we want to give more access to users, then we go for permission sets without changing the profiles. Because changing the profiles does not work in all scenarios. Because changing a profile changes the permissions that is assigned to all the users who are assigned to that profile. Say for example, some 100 users are assigned to a profile, and if we make any change to the profile, all the 100 users will have impact. So in scenarios where we don't want that, in scenarios where we want only some few users to have some set of permissions, then we go for permission sets. So this is the permission set that we created, that is access to marketing app. This is a custom permission set. If you can recollect, for profiles, we can't create profiles directly. We can only clone a standard profile and create a custom profile. But here, that is not the scenario. You can create a custom permission set. However, you can also create a custom permission set by cloning a existing standard permission set. If you see here, these are all the standard permission sets that are already available. But if you create a custom permission set by cloning a standard permission set like this, note that the permission set license can't be modified. The cloned permission set also falls under the same permission set license. So this is just a tip. Yeah, basically good to know tip while we create a permission set, because many times when we have some different features enabled in Salesforce org, we use the different permission set licenses, and that time like this will come handy. So this is all about permission sets. So as part of the Salesforce security model, we understood about users, profiles, permission sets, how to assign profiles and permission sets to users, and all these information. Now as a senior admin, let's understand more about the concept of Salesforce licenses. So what are Salesforce licenses? So when a company purchases Salesforce CRM, basically they purchase Salesforce licenses, multiple Salesforce licenses. So licenses basically define what are all the access rights and permissions the user has when they log into the Salesforce application. So in Salesforce, basically we have three types of licenses: user licenses, permission set licenses, and feature licenses. And every company purchases different types of licenses based on their business requirement. And in the Salesforce UI, we can take a look at all the licenses that our company has purchased. Go to Setup, Company Information, which is under Company Profile. Go to the Company Information, and there you have all the different type of licenses. The user licenses, the permission set licenses, and the feature licenses. It lists down all the licenses that the company has purchased. You can see here the Salesforce, the total licenses is 2, the use license is 2. Because we already created 2 users and both the users are with the Salesforce license, so it says the consumed licenses is 2. Like that, it lists down all the licenses and also how many total licenses the company has purchased and how many total licenses are yet to be used. So this gives the whole information about that. So when we say user licenses, permission set licenses, and feature licenses, let's understand what they are. So first, user licenses. A user license determines what are all the baseline features that a user can access. And every user can have exactly one single user license. So in real time, when we create a user, what we actually do is we consume a user license. So when the company purchases 50 licenses, it means a maximum of 50 users can use the Salesforce application. So every user consumes a user license. In our developer org, we have only 2 users. Let's quickly go check out those users. Here we have only 2 users. Let me go to the user 2. And here, this user, you can see, has consumed the Salesforce user license. So when I hit edit, the user license can be changed and the profile also can be changed. Now that this user has got the user license Salesforce. But if I change the user license, automatically the options that I have in profile also changes. So do we see that? When a user license changes, the options that I have in profile also changes. So what do we infer from that? So user license decides what are all the set of access rights and permissions a user can have when they log into the Salesforce application. A user with a user license as Salesforce has got a different set of permissions than a user who has consumed a user license as Salesforce platform. So there are different type of user licenses created by Salesforce for different business requirements. So based upon what our company needs, we have to purchase licenses accordingly. And the Salesforce executive would be the right person for us to talk to understand more about the user licenses and which are all the user licenses that would suit best for our organization. Going back to the company information, so as we see here, there are number of Salesforce user licenses. Starting from Salesforce platform, this is basically a platform user license. And this is a community license for work.com. So there are different user licenses available. And as I mentioned before, we have to purchase licenses based on the business requirements of our particular company. And every single user will consume a user license, and based on the user license, profiles will be assigned to them. And those profiles define the access rights and permissions that they have to do in the Salesforce org. Perfect. So this is all about user licenses. Next comes the permission set licenses. So like the way user licenses control profiles, permission set licenses are tagged to permission sets, as the name says. So permission set licenses basically increase the access features for users that are not included in their user license. Say for example, there is a user A, and user A has got a user license. But now user A is in need of a feature which is not available as part of the user license that is tagged to him. So in that scenario, permission set licenses come into picture. One good example that I can quote based on my work experience is about campaign influence. We use a campaign influence in our project, and because of the changing business requirement, we wanted to use customized campaign influence. And that customizable campaign influence is not available by default, and that can be enabled only by Salesforce support. So we contacted Salesforce support to customize our campaign influence. So as part of that customization, basically we needed that particular permission set license, that is a CRM user license, which gives access to the customizable campaign influence. But that customizable campaign influence is not available as part of the standard user license. So in those scenarios where the features are not available from a standard user license, then we purchase permission set licenses, and using those licenses we create permission sets. Let me quickly show that in the UI. Here we have some permission sets already defined, the standard permission sets. If you see this a CRM user standard permission set, this gives access to customizable campaign influence. In fact, this was the one that we used for all our users. So basically, whenever we create a permission set, on top of the details, you should also select a license. In fact, this is optional. So when we should select a license and when we should not select a license. So permission set, we know a single permission set is assigned to multiple users. So when we assign a permission set to multiple users, if all the users are with a single license type, then we can specify a specific user license here. But if the multiple users that we are going to assign the permission set have different license types, or may have different license types in the future. If we think so, then better not to assign a license here. And like user licenses, these permission set licenses should also be purchased. And the one that I mentioned was this CRM user permission set license. So this permission set license provides access to customizable campaign influence. So in real time, what we do is we assign these permission set licenses to all the users who needs access to that particular permission. And once we assign the permission set licenses to the users, we create a permission set with that particular permission and assign it to the users. How user licenses have a direct connection with the profiles, the permission set licenses are tagged to permission sets. Salesforce gives us different options of the permission set licenses based on our different business requirements. So depending upon our business needs, how the business model is designed, we have to choose permission set licenses accordingly. And again, a Salesforce executive would be the best person to advise more on the permission set licenses as well. But unlike the user licenses, wherein one user can be tagged to only one user license, here permission set licenses, one user can consume many permission set licenses. Perfect. Moving on. The third type is feature licenses. So feature licenses basically provide additional access to a particular feature. Like marketing user, offline user, knowledge user, data.com user. These are some of the very common feature licenses that we use in real time. A work.com user, yeah. So these are some of the very common feature licenses that we use. Again, feature licenses, one user can consume multiple feature licenses. These feature licenses are tagged directly to the users. Say for example, this marketing user. This marketing user feature license is directly tagged to a user. Let me quickly show you. Before that, note the total licenses that we have. We have only 2 licenses for marketing users and 1 license is already being used. So now let me quickly convert the other user as a marketing user and let's see. As we know, we have only 2 users in this developer org. I am now in user 2 and we see the marketing user checkbox is unchecked, meaning this user is not a marketing user. So let me make this user a marketing user. That is actually a feature license. And now I have also consumed the second marketing user feature license. The first marketing user feature license is already consumed by the other user. Now that I have consumed the second license as well. So now what happens is, it shows the total licenses are 2 and the used license is also 2. Basically, we have consumed both the marketing user feature licenses. So this is how it works. The user licenses, the permission set licenses, and the feature licenses. And one user can have only one user license, but multiple permission set licenses and multiple feature licenses. And as a senior admin, what more we can do is basically to get a good understanding about all these user licenses. Like what are all the features that are supported by these user licenses? What is the significance of the permission set licenses or the feature licenses? So what we can do is there is a user licenses help here that takes you to the Salesforce help page. So that you can see that will give you more details about each of the user licenses. What are their significances? Similarly, go for the feature licenses and go to the permission set licenses. There is a help page for each of the licenses. Go to each one of those. Just try understanding about the feature licenses. What are all the features that it offers? That will be a good learning experience for us based off of these licenses. So this is all about Salesforce licenses. Organization-wide default. So as part of the Salesforce security model, we know that there are 3 levels of access. One is the object level access, record level access, and the field level access. As part of the object level access, we already understood about profiles and permission sets, and also we now know that how it applies in the system and what impact it makes in the Salesforce security model. So now it's time for us to get into the second level of access. That is the record level access. As you can see here, the record level access in Salesforce can be controlled by all these different security strategies. OWD, role hierarchy, sharing rules, manual sharing, manager groups, manual user record sharing, the report visibility, the community and portal user visibility, and finally access to record types. Among these, the most important ones are OWD, role hierarchy, sharing rules, and manual sharing. So before we get into OWD and understand the concept about OWD, let's do a quick recap about the object level access and the record level access. So object level access provides the baseline access. There is nothing that can provide more access than the object level access. And object level access, basically the profiles and permission sets that define the level of access that you have for your own records. And record level access, that determines the level of access that you have for the records that you do not own. Basically others' records. That is the main difference. So as part of this record level access, let's understand about OWD and how it makes an impact. Organization-wide default. So OWD, that is how it is generally referred to. That stands for organization-wide defaults. And as the term says, it is organization-wide, meaning the OWD setting that we do in Salesforce that applies for all the users in the organization, unlike profiles and permission sets. So profiles, it is assigned to a user. Permission set is also assigned to a user. But OWD, it is not assigned to a specific user, but it is assigned to the whole organization as such. Say for example, the OWD for some custom object is private. It means that for all the users in the organization, the OWD setting for that particular custom object will be private. So it is an organization-wide level setting. That is what is given here. Administrators can use organization-wide sharing settings to define the default sharing settings for an organization, meaning it applies to the whole org. As we already discussed, these four are the most important ways of controlling the record level access in Salesforce: OWD, role hierarchy, sharing rules, and manual sharing. So this is basically a pictorial representation of how these four different methods are connected. The most restrictive setting is the OWD, as you can see here. Then comes role hierarchy, then comes sharing rules, then comes manual sharing. As the picture depicts, OWD is the most restrictive setting. Role hierarchy can still more open up access than OWD. And we use sharing rules if we want to still more open up access already given by role hierarchy. And manual sharing, we can use it to still more expand access already given by sharing rules, role hierarchy, OWD. So as the level goes up, we basically use them to expand more access. But always do remember that there is nothing that can revoke the access already given. Say for example, role hierarchy cannot revoke the access already granted by OWD. Role hierarchy can only be used to open up more access, but not revoke it. The same rule applies for sharing rules and manual sharing. So all the other different methods of record level access can only open up more access, but not revoke access already given by the other methods. This is the very basic concept that we need to be very clear about. This forms the basis of understanding about the entire security model. Okay, so now we know how these different level of access is connected to each other. Let's get into OWD. So as we already discussed, profiles and permission sets as part of the object level access, they provide the baseline access. There is nothing that can grant more access than the profiles and permission sets. And OWD, that is the most restrictive setting. Role hierarchy, sharing rules, manual sharing, all these can only grant more access but not deny access that is already provided by OWD. Now let's quickly log into our developer org and see how do we set up this OWD. So in our developer org, Let's go for sharing settings. It basically comes under security control. So under sharing settings, the first thing that you see is organization-wide defaults. So you can see the OWD is set for all the objects in our org, both the standard objects and the custom objects. And you can also see the level of access that is given for each of the object. So there are many options out here: private, public, read-only, read-write, transfer. And there are many other options that we see for the other objects. And we also see the custom objects that we created. Now let's dig into more about the level of access and what impact it has on the records. There are many levels of settings that we have in OWD. Among those, the most common OWD settings are private, public read-only, public read-write, and public read-write transfer. In fact, these are the most common ones you see in any org, any project. However, as a senior admin, it is just not sufficient that we know about these most common settings. We should have an in-depth knowledge about the various settings, in fact all the settings that OWD has to offer. Because as you know, that's what differentiates a senior admin from a beginner admin. A senior admin should have a good understanding, good knowledge about the various settings that are available in Salesforce, and also which setting is applied to which object, which are all the options that are available for each object, and what impact it has on that particular object. So now let's again go back to our developer org, see what are all the various options available for the objects, and let's learn all of them. So we are here. We searched for sharing settings, and we are here in the OWD defaults edit. And let's look at the various objects here and also the various options that are available for all the objects. So first comes lead. You can see there are 4 options available: private, public read-only, read-write, and read-write transfer. So we know that a record level access defines the access that we have on records that we do not own, basically on others' records, right? And OWD falls under record level access. Private. Private meaning, as the name says, the records are private to every single user. Meaning I can see my records, you can see your records, that's it. We have no access to others' records. That is private. So private meaning we cannot access other records. We have absolutely no access to other records. But this being OWD, the record access can be opened up by the role hierarchy or the sharing rules or the manual sharing, as we already discussed. But as part of the OWD, the setting is private, meaning we have access only to our own records and not to others' records. But if the setting is public read only, it means that we have only read access to others' records. We can read others' records, but not make any changes to it. And public read-write, as the name says, we have both a read access and edit access to others' records. Public read-write transfer. So basically transfer, this option is more available for leads and cases, wherein we generally transfer a lead record or transfer a case record to another, maybe for a lead, then we transfer to a different team member, and for cases, maybe we transfer the records to a different support team member. So in those cases, we have this option of public read-write transfer, wherein we can transfer the records, basically others' records, to a different person. So these are the 4 commonly used OWD settings. Private, wherein we have no access. Read-only, we have only read-only access to others' records. Read-write, we have only read and write access. Basically, we can read and also edit others' records. Read-write transfer, we can read, write, and also transfer records to another person. So these are the 4 different commonly used OWD settings. Now let's go to the other objects and see what are all the other options that are available. Accounts and contracts. Private, public read-only, public read-write. We know about them. Order. Controlled by parent, private, public read-only, public read-write. On top of the commonly used OWD setting, we also have another setting that is called as controlled by parent. So what is controlled by parent? Controlled by parent means this object do not have a OWD setting of its own. the OWD level of access for this particular object is determined by the level of access that its parent object has. That is what it says, controlled by parent. You can see controlled by parent options available for order, contact, assets, right? You can see that option. For contacts, so the level of access that a user has on contact records, basically other users' contact records, is dependent on the level of access that particular user has on its parent object, that is account object. So for account object, if it is public read-write, then for contact object also he will have public read-write. If the account object has private, then for contact object also he'll have private. So basically controlled by parent means this object do not have an independent OWD setting. Rather, it is dependent on its parent object for its access. So that is called as controlled by parent. You can see for order object, contact object, asset objects. Moving on. Opportunity. For opportunity we have public, public read only, read write. Okay, we have already discussed about these. For case, these options we have already discussed. Campaigns. One important thing. Public full access. Other than the options that we have already discussed, we see another option that is called as public full access. So what is this public full access? Public full access means on top of the read, write, transfer access, users can also delete campaign records and report on the campaign records. That is called as public full access. So basically it gives read, write, transfer, delete and report access on the campaign records. That is called as public full access. Campaign members. So for campaign members, you have only two options. One is controlled by campaigns or controlled by lead or contact. As the name says, controlled by lead or contact means only users who have access to leads or contacts, they'll have access to this campaign member records. And controlled by campaign means only users who have access to the campaign records will have access to the campaign member records. That is called as controlled by campaign. For users, it is private and public read only. For activities, private and controlled by parent. Controlled by parent we already discussed. Calendars, hide details and add events, show details. So these options basically define the level of access that we have on other users' calendar. So hide details means we have access to other users' calendar, but then we can only see that if the other user is available or not at a particular time. But what we cannot access is more information like about the nature of events in the other user's calendar. So basically it will hide those details. So though we can see that if a person is available or not, we cannot have other access. So hide details and add events. In addition to the access that is given by hide details, if this particular OWD setting is set, then it means that we can insert new events in other users' calendar. So show details, so very much as the name says, it will show the details. It will show that if a person is available or not. On top of it, it will also show details about the nature of the events. And show details and add events on top of knowing that if a person is available or not and also the nature of events, we'll be able to insert new events into other users' calendar. So these are the four options that are available for calendar, and these options are pretty much only available for calendar, not for the other objects. Moving on, price book. This is also an important object to note. There are three options that are available for price book. Use, view only, no access. We should understand the difference between these OWD access available for price books. First is no access. As the name says, users have absolutely no visibility to price books. And obviously they'll have no access to adding them to opportunities. So that is what is no access, meaning they have no access to price books. Next is view only. As the name says, they have only view access to price books. But they cannot basically add the price books to opportunities unless more access is given to them by other means. That is view only, meaning they have only read access to price book. The last option is use. That is the maximum level of access a user can have on price books. So basically in this option, users will be able to view price books, assign the price books to opportunities, and also add products in price books to opportunities. So these are the three different levels of OWD access that we have on price book. And coaching, pretty much the same options that we already discussed. So I think we covered, we covered all of the different OWD settings that are available. So as already mentioned, private, public read write, read write transfer are the most common OWD setting. But as a senior admin, we should have a good knowledge about the various OWD settings available and for which are all objects that is available. Say for example, this price book, no access, view only, use, these are not available for the other objects. This is specifically available for the price book. So we should have a good understanding about the different OWD settings and the level of impact that it has on the records, and also for which are all the objects that are available. So now that we have had a good understanding about OWD, what are all the different OWD settings and what level of access that it has, now let's do a quick exercise about OWD settings and the different profile settings and their different combinations and what their possible outcome can be. Because in Salesforce, the security model, the level of access that a person has on others' records, that is basically is a combination of the access that is provided by profiles, permission sets and OWD, and also the other different methods of levels of access. Now that we have learnt about profiles and OWD, let's try to understand the different combinations. Say for example, profile. So CRED meaning the CRED permissions, create, read, edit and delete. So in profiles, we set the CRED permissions for all the objects, right? And in OWD, we set the OWD setting for the objects. So now let's do a quick comparison. The first scenario is for a particular object, as part of the profile settings, a user has got CRED permissions. Say for example, in any object, maybe we can consider the custom object that we created. And you can also try replicating the scenario and checking this. That's really a good way of learning this concept. I'm just giving you the various scenarios and how it affects the outcome. So first scenario is in profiles, we have the CRED permissions for a particular object, but OWD setting is private. So what it means? It means that we have all the permissions that are available for our own records. So if I create a record, I can create a record, read a record, edit the record and delete the records. However, for others' records, I have absolutely no access. Scenario number 2. As part of profile, I have only C and R, create and read. And the OWD setting is still private. Meaning I can create my own records, I can read my own records, but I cannot edit my own records. I cannot delete my own records. And for others' records, I have got absolutely no permissions. And if profile is CRED, all the permissions, and if OWD setting is public read only, I have got all the access for my own records, and for others' records, I can only view the records. I cannot edit or delete them. And if profile provides no access, means like none of the checkboxes are checked, and OWD it is public read only. So this is a tricky scenario. So in this scenario, though the OWD setting is public read only, we cannot access others' records also. Why? Because profiles provide the baseline access. There is nothing that can grant more access than profiles. So for profiles, we do not have any access on that object. So though the OWD setting is public read only, we have absolutely no access on that particular object records. In fact, if profile provides no access, this OWD setting doesn't matter at all, right? Because there is no access given by profiles, so obviously those object records cannot be accessed at all. The next scenario is profile provides the maximum permissions and OWD is public read write. Basically the maximum access. So for my own records I have all access, and for others' records I have read and write all records. And CR. CR meaning only create and read, and OWD is public read, right? So for my own records, I can create my records, I can read my records. And for others' records, I can read records, but can I edit them? No, I can't edit them because the edit option is not available in profiles. So profiles provides a baseline access. As profiles do not give me the edit access, though OWD gives me the edit access, it doesn't apply. So these are some of the various scenarios that we have considered, combining the profile options and the OWD options. And it will be definitely a very good learning experience for you all to replicate this scenario in our developer org and see like how the different level of access that we have. You can take any example. For example, if it is, private or if it is public read only, many times like what happens is like you will not be able to see those new buttons, the edit button, the delete buttons. Those buttons will not be available. And even if those buttons are available, once you hit them, it will say that you do not have privileges. So try it out. That will be a good learning experience. In the previous lecture, we understood about OWD, the different settings of OWD and how it applies in Salesforce. Now let's have a quick look about the various considerations that we need to note while using OWD. Because as I always say, as a senior admin, it is very important for us to have a better understanding and in-depth knowledge of Salesforce administration. So the first consideration is the OWD setting of the detail object gets automatically set to controlled by parent once a relationship is established. So while understanding about the various OWD settings, we learnt about controlled by parent. So what is controlled by parent? Meaning the OWD setting of that particular object is dependent on the OWD setting of its parent object. That is called as controlled by parent. So we know that in a master detail relationship, the detail object inherits the security settings from its parent object. That is the master object. So when we create a master detail relationship between two objects, the details object OWD setting automatically gets set to controlled by parent. And it is also not editable. In our developer org, these are the OWD settings for the different objects. And here we see the different custom objects that we created. We can see the OWD setting of enrollment and instructor, it is set to controlled by parent. Why? Because these are the detail objects of the master detail relationship. And these are read only. Basically, we cannot edit them. So if you hit edit, those objects are not appearing out here. Meaning you cannot edit the OWD settings of those detail objects. It will be set to controlled by parent only. This is an important behavior that we need to understand. Moving on. The view all and modify all object settings in profile overrides OWD settings. So how does this work? So we know that every user, the access level that every user has is a combination of the access that is given to that user through his profile, permission sets, and the other record level and the field level access. Right? Say for example, there is a custom object, maybe the object that we created. The OWD setting of that custom object is private. So when the OWD setting is private, what it means? It means that I have no access to others' records. Right? Okay. So that is in one side. I'm coming to the profile. Say for example, I am a user and I am assigned to a profile that is a custom profile. And in this project, we also created a custom profile. Let's go to that custom profile. This is the custom profile that we created. In custom profiles, basically, we know that we can update the object settings of the various objects that we have. So going to the object settings, we know that we have the correct permissions. That is create, read, edit and delete. And these are the standard objects permissions and these are the custom object permissions. So we can see that these are the options that we have, and we also have the view all and modify all permissions. And basically this profile does not provide any access to the extracurriculars object. So once I hit edit, I'll be able to update the object permissions for the objects. You can see that these checkboxes are enabled now. And apart from the CRUD permissions, we have view all and modify all options. There is a small information about that as well. So users with this profile, if the object has got view all, modify all, that will basically override the OWD settings. Meaning, consider this object, courses. If I have view all, modify all option enabled, and if the OWD setting is private, I will still be able to view and modify all of others' records. As simple as that. So when this view all, modify all option is enabled, it will basically override the OWD setting. Moving on. When OWD is updated, sharing recalculation applies the access changes to records. What it means? We know that OWD setting is one that is applied across organization. So everybody in the org has got the same OWD. And we know that we can edit the OWD settings as well. So while changing this OWD setting, sharing recalculation will happen. So this sharing recalculation meaning, say for example for an object, the existing OWD setting is private and we change it to public read only. So when we change from private to public read only, what happens? We'll have read only access to others' records. So basically there will be a change of access, record access to all the users. Right? So this is called as sharing recalculation. So it can provide more access like private to public read only, or maybe it can also cut down access like from public read write to public read. In that case, it is cutting down access. This is called as sharing recalculation. So generally, depending upon the number of data, this recalculation time varies. So that is why generally in real-time projects, we do not change these OWD settings during the peak hours. This is actually done during the lean time. Say for example, for this coaching object, I am changing the OWD setting from private to public read only. And I'm hitting the save button. So now that you can see a message saying that one or more sharing operations has been initiated, see below for additional details. Certain operations may not be available. So this is the reason I tell you that OWD setting change is generally not done during the peak hours. So while this is happening in the background, we can also check this OWD status in this audit trail. When we go to setup audit trail, we can see that this OWD setting change, this process has been initiated. So this person has started the OWD defaults update at this particular time, and we can also check the status. Now this has got completed. Because our developer org has got only minimal records, this just gets completed fast. But this is not the case in real time when we have larger number of records. So this was the OWD setting change that we did. When you refresh the screen, automatically the message goes off. Moving on. Service contracts and user provisioning requests are private. Service contracts are private. They are always private. And user provisioning request. User provisioning meaning when we have connected apps in Salesforce, when we create profiles which can access the connected apps, and when users are assigned to that profile, that is when this user provisioning request comes into picture, like when freezing those users or modifying users. Mostly with users, they are user provisioning request. So they are always private. The OWD setting is always private. And with respect to documents, reports, dashboards, those are components, the OWD setting of those components, the access level for those components is dependent on the access that we have to those respective folders. For reports, report folder. Dashboards, dashboard folder. Documents, documents folder. So for that, the access level depends on those folders basically. Forecast. So regarding forecast, the access level depends on the forecast hierarchy. Basically, users can view forecast only of other users who are below them in the forecast hierarchy. So forecast hierarchy determines the level of access that they have on the forecast records. And the last one is about using this sharing entries in the Apex code. So we'll not be able to update the OWD settings for a particular object if that particular sharing entries are used in Apex code. There are scenarios when we use these sharing settings in Apex code. Consider an instance like, say for example, any custom object, a department, let's say department. And we have written a small piece of Apex code that uses the sharing entries associated with this department object. Like maybe my Apex code may say, just give me those users who have the sharing access on the department object. Like, in that case we say department __ share. So when we use these sharing settings in Apex code, at that time you will not be able to modify the OWD settings. Especially like while granting more access, like from private to public. So these are some of the considerations that we need to note while using OWD. Role hierarchy. As part of the Salesforce security model, we already understood about profiles permission sets, which falls under object level access, and under record level access, we discussed about OWD. Now let's go ahead and understand about role hierarchy. So role hierarchy, as the name says, it is hierarchy of the various roles that are existing in an organization, right? As simple as that. So in any org, roles are basically just the corporate titles, right? Also known as the business titles, which are generally given to people within a business depending upon the roles and responsibilities they have. And it also portrays the various duties that they do within that specific role. Larger businesses, they have more titles like, CEO, COO and executive directors and all these. So basically role signifies the corporate title or the business title, and it is very much the duties and the responsibilities that a particular person performs. So role hierarchy meaning when there are various roles defined in an organization, we also define a role hierarchy. We say that this role reports to this particular role and role B reports to role C, and then it goes on. And this role hierarchy is very much dependent on the organization, and it varies from organization to organization. So Salesforce also works using this role hierarchy. In our developer org, go for roles, manage users, roles, set up roles. So this is the default role hierarchy that we have in our developer org. In fact, this is the default role hierarchy that we have in any org, even the production org. And then when we use Salesforce CRM for our business, we basically update this role hierarchy with that is followed in our company. So basically here you have CEO. This is the very generalized role hierarchy that we have. So you can expand all these. You have an expand all button. So CEO, he is at the topmost level in the org, and then CFO, COO. In fact, CFO, COO, SVP, they are all in the same level as per the role hierarchy. And here you can see VPs, they report to SVP Sales and Marketing. Director, they report to VP North American Sales. So this is the role hierarchy. We define all the roles and we define where they fall in the role hierarchy. And for every role, we assign people. So for CEO, when you click on assign, here you have the option of assigning users to that particular role. This role hierarchy, every user in the org is assigned a role. So here I am in user record. Here we see the role option. So every user in the org is assigned a role. In fact, setting up this role hierarchy is one of the initial actions that we do when we set up our Salesforce org. So all the users will be assigned roles and they will fall under the role hierarchy. This role hierarchy, they play a part in the record level access in Salesforce security model. As we already discussed, OWD, role hierarchy, sharing rules and manual sharing are the most important methods of record level access in Salesforce. OWD is the most restrictive setting, which can further opened up by role hierarchy. Meaning role hierarchy comes into picture when we want to furthermore open up access that is given by OWD. The maximum level of access that OWD gives is public read-write, meaning users can view, edit and delete other users' records. This is the maximum level of access obviously we need on others' records. If the OWD setting in itself is public read-write, then obviously there is no point of role hierarchy, right? Because already we have full access on others' records. So there is no point of having role hierarchy, and the role hierarchy doesn't play a part there. So role hierarchy comes into picture when OWD is not giving the maximum level of access, when there is restrictive access in OWD. Like, say for example, if OWD is private, in that case, users do not have access to other records. So in those scenarios, we can use role hierarchy to furthermore expand access to others' records. And for doing this, go to your developer org, sharing settings. We already discussed about organization-wide defaults, and here you have the option of granting access using hierarchies. And you can see that this checkbox is checked by default for the standard objects, and for the custom objects, it will be editable. So if the checkbox is checked, it means users in roles above you in the hierarchy would be able to see your records. So users with higher roles will be able to see records of users who are in the roles below them in the hierarchy. So higher roles can basically see records of lower roles. As simple as that. And if the checkbox is unchecked, then the access level purely depends on OWD. Or maybe it can be furthermore expanded by the other means. So this is the whole concept of role hierarchy. So role hierarchy meaning user who is above you in the hierarchy will be able to see your record. So if we want to have that feature, then grant access using hierarchies should be enabled. Consider this scenario. For the student custom object, the OWD setting is public read-write, meaning users have full access on others' records. In this scenario, role hierarchy doesn't have any part to play. So even if this box is checked or unchecked, it doesn't make any difference. Because users above you in the hierarchy will anyways have access to your records, irrespective of this. However, if the scenario is like this student object has the OWD setting as private, meaning only users, they have absolutely no access to others' records. In that scenario, if this checkbox is checked, then it means users above you in the hierarchy will be able to access your records. So this is the concept of role hierarchy. Though the OWD setting is private, which does not grant access to other records, it can be expanded by role hierarchies. So when you select this option of role hierarchy granting access, we get access to others' records. So how we get access? Users who are above the role in the hierarchy gets access to those records of users who are below them in the hierarchy. This is the main concept about role hierarchies. On top of it, Salesforce furthermore gives you control to control the level of access that a user has on 3 objects: contacts, opportunities, and cases. We can control the level of access that users have for these specific objects. Maybe because these are the core objects in Salesforce CRM, Salesforce gives you that option. So how do we set it up? Go to role hierarchy, and here, say for example, click edit. And this is for the role CFO. So let it remain as is. We are not updating any roles as such. But in your real-time project, if you go to this role hierarchy, you will be able to see the actual roles that are existing in the organization. So now here, when I hit edit, I do not see any options as such, right? Why? Because the organization-wide default is already giving the maximum level of access for these objects. For cases, it is already public read-write transfer. That is the maximum level of access. For opportunity is public read-write. For contacts, it is controlled by parent. Meaning the level of security depends on the parent object as such. So for our scenario, let's consider opportunity. It is public read-write. So as I mentioned earlier, when the OWD setting is public read-write, OWD in itself is giving the maximum level of access. So there is no point of creating role hierarchy settings. So that is the reason we are not able to see any settings over there. So now to understand the concept, what I am going to do is, I am going to update the opportunity OWD setting to private and let me hit save. Now after sharing recalculations, the OWD of opportunity is set to private. Now let me go back to the same role CFO and I'm refreshing the screen and now we see these options. So what are all the options that we see? Users in this role cannot access opportunities, can view all opportunities, can edit all opportunities. So these are the three options that is given in role hierarchy. No access, view only access or edit access. Previously, when the OWD setting was public read-write, these options were not appearing because already OWD has given the maximum level of access. Now OWD setting is private, which is the most restrictive. So now we can use role hierarchy to still more expand up the access. So here we can choose view all opportunities or edit opportunities. If we choose view opportunities, it means users who are higher in the hierarchy can view opportunities who are lower in the hierarchy. Edit meaning they can view and also edit opportunities. So these are the options that we have in role hierarchy settings. No access, view only access, view and edit access. So this is how the Salesforce security model works. It depends on the access levels that is given to you by profiles, by permission sets, by the OWD setting, by the role hierarchy. Basically, the combination of all these finally ends up as a record level access for you in Salesforce. Say for example, in profile we have the CRED permissions and the OWD setting is private. So what are all the various options that we have via role hierarchy? We'll have all the options because the OWD setting is private. So all the options will be available to us. But in case of public read only, the option that is available in role hierarchy is only view and edit. Why no access is not present here? Because already OWD is giving public read only access. Role hierarchy can only expand more access than OWD. It can never revoke the access that is already given by OWD. So when OWD is public read only, we'll have only two options. We'll not have the no access option. And if OWD is public read write, then role hierarchy has no significant part because OWD in itself is giving the maximum access. So there is no role for role hierarchy as such. Maybe we can try to replicate this scenario as well. I updated the OWD setting to private and in that case we were able to see all the three options. Now what let me do is, let me update it to public read only. And let me save this. Recalculations are going on. It's done now. The OWD setting is changed to public read only. Now let me refresh. And now we do not have that no access option. Why? Because OWD gives read access to others' records. So role hierarchy cannot revoke the access already given by OWD. Similarly, we can try this for the other objects as well, that is for contacts and cases. So here, for this scenario, profile gives a CRED permissions, that is all permissions, and OWD is private. So you have all the options available for role hierarchy. And here profile gives only the create and the read permissions. And the OWD is set to private. The options that are available via role hierarchy is all the three options are available. So if we choose view and edit, basically what happens? Technically it means viewing other records and editing other records as well. right? But if we choose this view and edit option, though role hierarchy provides that option and though you choose that option, however, we'll not be able to edit others' records because profile doesn't give the edit access. Always remember, profile provides the baseline access. So there is nothing that can grant more access than profiles. So as we do not have edit access as part of profiles, though you select the view and edit option, users will not be able to edit others' records. But here for all CRUD permissions, this will work perfect. And here again, we have only the create and the read option. And here we have as public read only, we do not see the no access option. And we have view and view plus edit. So though you select view plus edit, as we do not have the edit access in profiles, we'll still not be able to edit others' records. And this scenario, profile provides CRUD permissions, public read write. So in this scenario, role hierarchy has no significant role to play because OWD already provides maximum access. However, this is again a tricky scenario wherein you do not have edit and delete access in profiles and the OWD is public read write. So what happens is, you will not have edit or delete options though the OWD setting is public read write because those options are not available in your profile setting. This is the overall concept of role hierarchy in Salesforce. Now that we have a good understanding about roles and setting up role hierarchies, let's take a quick look about some of the considerations while using role hierarchy and some good tips about how to succeed setting up roles in organization. So the first consideration is that to simplify user management in organizations with large number of users, enable delegated administrators. So this concept of delegated administration we'll be discussing in detail in the forthcoming sessions. So delegated administration, to keep it simple, it is basically delegating our work. If the organization is very large with large number of users and large number of roles, then we can basically provide administrative access to some specific users. But when I say administrative access, it is not like all of the administrative access. We can select which all access we want to give to the delegated administrator. That very much exists in organizations. That is a very common practice. So in organizations with large number of users and roles, it is a best practice to enable delegated administrators and we can assign some specific roles and subordinate roles to them so they can manage those roles and users. So this delegated administration is a powerful concept in organizations with large number of users. And basically we can create up to 500 roles in any organization. And every user in the org must be assigned a role because a role plays a major part in determining what the level of data that will be displayed in their opportunity reports, in their forecast roll-ups and the other displays. And whenever a user's role is changed, the sharing rules for the new role will be applied, right? As simple as that because, the role determines the sharing rules. So when the user role is modified, the sharing rules also gets modified. So as per Salesforce guidelines, it is advisable to have the number of records owned by a single user to be less than 10K. And if they need to own more than 10,000 number of records, then maybe they are not assigned to any role. That is one option that we can do. Otherwise, we can place them at the top of the hierarchy. And when an organization is using territory management is also a very extensive concept that we'll be discussing in later sessions. When an organization is using territory management, forecasts are based on the territory hierarchy and not the role hierarchy. Meaning, if an organization is not using territory management, then forecast will be based on role hierarchy. And if it uses, it will be based on the territory hierarchy. So these are some of the key points that we need to have in mind while working with roles. Sharing roles. As part of the Salesforce security model, we already discussed about profiles, permission sets, OWD, and role hierarchy. Now it's time for us to understand more about sharing rules. And as we already know, sharing rules also provide a record level access in Salesforce. Based on this pictorial representation, which we already discussed before, this is basically a representation of how we can open up access in Salesforce. So it starts with OWD, which provides the most restrictive access, record level access, which can still more be opened up by role hierarchy, which can still more be opened up by sharing rules. So basically sharing rules comes into picture when we want to share records to a group of users. So when we say like sharing records with a group of users, we have to understand like how it works and based on which criteria, which factors it works. We can broadly divide sharing rules in these 5 different categories: owner-based sharing rules, criteria-based sharing rules, manual sharing, manual user record sharing, and finally Apex managed sharing. These are the 5 different methods of sharing records with another group of users. We'll be discussing about the first 4 types of sharing rules in this course. However, Apex managed sharing we wouldn't be discussing as part of this course, but because it is more related to Apex. But it is always good to know that there is another type of sharing which also exists via Apex. So coming to the first one, that is owner-based sharing rules. In this video, we'll learn about what's owner-based sharing rules and how do we implement it in Salesforce. So sharing rules, as I already mentioned, they are basically used to open up the record level access based on roles and subordinates, or based upon certain criteria. And sharing rules comes into picture when OWD is either private or public read-only. Right? We know that. If OWD of a particular object is public read-write, what does it mean? It means that we have complete control on others' records. We have full access on others' records. When OWD in itself giving the full access to others' records, then there are, no real usage of the other methods of sharing, that is role hierarchy or sharing rules. No, we don't need that, right? Because OWD in itself is giving us the full access. But in scenarios when OWD is restrictive, say private, wherein we have no access, or public read only, wherein we have only read access to others' records, in those scenarios, we'll use sharing rules. Sharing rules, basically this owner-based and criteria-based. So what is the difference between owner-based sharing rules and criteria-based sharing rules? As the name says, owner-based meaning it is based on the owner, that is the record owner. Criteria-based meaning it is based on the criteria, based on the record field values. Say for example, I want to share records of a particular owner to another group of users. Then it is owner-based sharing rules. But criteria-based means I want to share a particular set of records where the country is United States, or where the status is set to completed or some different field value, or the probability is a different field value. So in that scenario, then we use criteria based. So when we want to share the records based on the record owner, we go for owner based sharing rules. And when the sharing of the records has to be based on a field value in a record, then we go for criteria based sharing rules. Perfect. So now I think the basic concept is clear. Let's consider a quick business scenario. I would like to share all the records of users with role Customer Support International with Customer Support United States. Alright, just consider, 2 different roles. That's it. So to have a better understanding and visibility of this requirement, let's quickly go to a developer org and go for roles. So go to roles and expand all. You can see the entire role hierarchy. I haven't modified anything as such. This is the default role hierarchy that we have in Salesforce Developer Edition. Because we are more concerned to learn about the techniques here and not about configuring any of these. But in real time, don't expect these roles. It will be completely based on the company's role hierarchy. Alright. So now the business scenario is, you can see in the role hierarchy, there are two different roles. That is Customer Support International and Customer Support North America. And as you can see in the hierarchy, they are at the same level. Right? They are not reporting to each other. They are at the same level in the role hierarchy. So consider the scenario. OWD is private, meaning we cannot see others' records. So no one can see others' records. As simple as that. And then comes role hierarchy, right? That is how our pictorial representation is. So OWD is private and then comes role hierarchy. For role hierarchy, assume that for that particular object, the grant access using hierarchies is set to true. Perfect. But will that help in this scenario? It won't. Why? Because both the roles are in the same level in the hierarchy. Right? The grant access using hierarchies only work when roles are reporting to each other. Say, for example, in this scenario, the SVP customer service and support will automatically get access to all the records owned by these people. But our scenario is different. Our scenario, like we are talking about two different roles who are in the same level in the hierarchy. So role hierarchy will not help. So the next option for us is sharing rules. So sharing rules we are going to use to share some set of records with a group of users. And as we already learned, it can be based on the owner or it can be based on some criteria. In our scenario, to share all records of users with the role as customer support and international. So basically, records owned by this particular role has to be shared with another role. So in that scenario, we'll be using owner-based sharing rules. This is the scenario that we were just talking about. So the scenario is the OWD is private and we have two users here. In real time, we'll have n number of users, but in developer edition, we know that we can have only two users. So we have two users. And for one of the users, the profile is system administrator because definitely we need to have a system administrator and we cannot update the profile of this user. So let it be as system administrator. And this user's role is customer support international. User 2 profile is a custom profile and role is custom support United States. Alright, so this is our scenario. So in this scenario, as the OWD is private, we can see each other's record, but this is an exception. System administrator is definitely not the best profile to consider while testing or while doing POCs, because system administrator basically has access to every single thing in Salesforce. However, we have no other option because one of the user is a system admin. But this scenario would be even more clear if it had been a different profile. However, we can definitely learn sharing rules with this scenario itself. Okay, so and now as the OWD of opportunity is private, it means that all records owned by this user will not be accessible by user 2. Right? As simple as that. We know that. So let's go quickly check that out. I'm in the OWD settings and I have set the OWD of opportunity to private. Alright, this is the scenario that we have created. And we have two users. One is system administrator, the other is a custom profile. And update the role of the system administrator to be customer support international and update the role of this user to be customer support United States. Now what we are going to do is all the records. This is generally the primary user that I use. So all the records created in the org is basically owned by the first user. But of course, you can create records based on this user as well. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to log in as user 2 and I'm going to see if I'm able to see any records owned by user 1. Obviously, I shouldn't be because OWD is set to private. However, let's quickly check it out. I have now logged in as the second user and I'm in opportunities. I go for all opportunities. I do not see any opportunities. Why? Because all the opportunities that is there in the system is owned by user 1. I can create new opportunities which I would be able to see. However, I am not able to see others' opportunities because the OWD is set to private. So this is our requirement and this is how the scenario is. So now to solve this requirement, what do? We go for owner-based sharing rules. So how are we going to define our sharing rules? We are going to define our sharing rules in such a way that share all the records owned by one particular role to another role. And here we are going to say that share all the opportunities owned by this particular role, Customer Support International, to this particular role, Customer Support United States. So once we define that sharing rule, once we configure that sharing rule, user 2 should be able to access those opportunities. Let's quickly try that out in Salesforce. Go for sharing settings. And here you can see the OWD settings. And then you see all the sharing rules. You see all the sharing rules defined for the standard objects. And then you see the sharing rules defined for the custom objects here. And now in this scenario, we are going to set up sharing rules for the opportunity object. So go for opportunity sharing rules and hit new. Now we are going to define a sharing rule. Sharing rule, as I told you, it can be based on the record owner or it can be based on criteria. Now it will be based on the record owner. So let's fill in the details first. Give an appropriate label, give a rule name and also give a meaningful description. Choose the rule type to be record owner. And here what we are going to do, we are going to share based on the role, that is a Customer Support International to Customer Support North America. So this is what we are going to do. And you can also see here that we have other options of sharing it with the public groups or sharing with roles and subordinates. Basically, all the subordinates under that particular role will also get access. And then we can choose what level of access basically we want to give the users. And let me say read write. And then let's share the sharing rules. Perfect. Now we have created our sharing rule for opportunities. Now what we are going to do is, now we are going to log in as the user 2 and then we are going to see if we are able to access the records. I have logged in as user 2 now. We are in the opportunities tab and then I'm hitting go. We basically see all the opportunities. So this is how sharing rules work. Sharing rules comes into picture when we want to further expand the access from OWD and role hierarchy, and we can do that based on the record owner or the criteria. In this video, we learnt about record owner, and in the next video, we'll see how do we do that by using criteria-based sharing rules. In the previous lecture, we already discussed about sharing rules, what are sharing rules, in which scenario we use sharing rules, what are all the different types of sharing rules and all these. Among that, we discussed in detail about the owner-based sharing rules. Now, let's study about the other type of sharing rule, that is the criteria-based sharing rules. Criteria-based sharing rules. As the name says, this sharing rule is configured based on some criteria. So how do we build that criteria? The criteria is built based on the field value of records, because we very well know that sharing rules are used for giving record level access. So based on the field values of the records, we would be configuring this criteria-based sharing rules. For this, to understand this criteria-based sharing rule, I have considered a business scenario wherein we have leads and we need to share all the leads with country as United States of America with a group of people, that is NA sales reps. So this is our business scenario. So how do we do that? So when we have such a business scenario, first we need to understand what the current configuration is in our system. Here we are talking about leads. And when we check the OWD of leads, it is private, meaning we cannot access other leads owned by other owners basically. And here we have 2 users. And now we want to share all USA leads with NA sales reps. So how we are basically going to work this out is we'll be creating a public group like NA sales reps, and let's assign user 2 to the public group. Once done, we'll be creating a sharing rule and we'll share the USA leads with this particular public group. This is how overall we'll be configuring the sharing rules. So before we go ahead and create our sharing rule, let's check the existing scenario in our Salesforce org. I have logged in as user 2 and let me go for leads. Go for all leads. We are not seeing any leads as such. Why? Because the OWD of leads is private. So basically we will not be able to see others' records. This user 2 does not own any leads of his own. So basically there are no leads out there. As simple as that. So after we create that sharing rule, user 2 should have access to all USA leads. So as part of that, let's first create a public group. Let me log in as the original user. I have logged in as user 1 and I have also created a public group. We already know what a public group is, how to create public groups, how to use public groups. We have discussed in detail in our basic admin course. So let me not go into all those. I have already created a public group. And there is only one user in my public group, that is user 2. So now this public group is created. We have added all the users. But for our requirement as such in real time, what we'll do is we'll be creating a public group, NA sales reps, and we'll be adding all the NA sales reps in this public group who all needs access to the US leads. But here we have only 2 users, so I have just added user 2. So now let's create a sharing rule. So for creating a sharing rule, we know we'll be creating a lead sharing rule. So go for lead sharing rules. Fill in the details here. And here, choose the rule type as based on criteria. We are basically creating a criteria-based sharing rule. And our criteria is based on country. So look for country. USA. And share it with a public group. Choose our public group, NA sales rep, and also choose the level of access that you want to give the NA sales reps. Perfect. So our sharing rule is now created. Yeah, it is in progress, and once it is done, you will be getting an email about the completion. Once the sharing rule is successfully created, you also get an email notification, and once that is configured, for testing purpose, what I have done is I have logged in as user 2, go for leads, all open leads, hit go, and you should be able to see all the leads with country as USA. So this is called as criteria-based sharing rules. Sharing rules which are created based on some criteria. As I already mentioned, this criteria-based sharing rules is one of the very effective tool that we use in real time. With different scenarios and different objects, we use them very effectively to better have access to records. Manual sharing. As a part of the Salesforce security model, we'll be next talking about manual sharing. Manual sharing, as we know, it falls under record level access. And as per this pictorial representation, which we have already discussed a couple times before, manual sharing is basically on the top, meaning if we are not able to provide access by any of these, then we can use manual sharing. OWD, as we know, is the most restrictive method of sharing. And then comes role hierarchy and then like sharing rules. And now we are talking about manual sharing. In fact, manual sharing is also a kind of sharing basically. There are 5 different methods of sharing records. Owner-based sharing rules, criteria-based sharing rules, manual sharing, manual user record sharing, and Apex managed sharing. We already discussed in detail about the first 2. Now let's talk about this manual sharing. Say for example, there is a record, opportunity record or a lead record. Alright. And we want to share that record with a different user. So what would we do? We would first check like if that is available. That wouldn't be available because the OWD is either private or public read only. Right? If it is private, then absolutely there will be no access for the other users. Public read only meaning it will be only readable. And the role hierarchy, based on the role hierarchy also, like the access is not given to the other user, and there are no defined sharing rules as such to share the records with the other user. But now that there is one record when we would like to share it with another user, can we do that? Yes, we can do that. How we can do that? We can do that by manual sharing. So manual sharing, as the name says, it's manual. Meaning you have to manually go to the detail page of the record and then share the record with a specific user or a group or a role. So say for example, I want to share some 10 lead records. What would I do? I would go to the detail page of the 10 records and then specifically share that record with the other user. Meaning I would do that 10 times. Why I'm stressing is this, unlike the sharing rules, which is automated, because we define a rule and all the records that satisfies the rule will automatically be shared with a set of users, right? It is automated. And even after creating the sharing rule, thereafter, if any record that gets created, if that falls in that rule, that will automatically be shared with a set of users. But unlike that, manual sharing is basically a manual process. You have to manually go and share the record. That is called as manual sharing. So when we talk about manual sharing, first we have to understand on which all objects it will be applicable. As we already know, if OWD is public read-write, then there is no much significance for the role hierarchy or the sharing rules or this manual sharing, because OWD in itself giving the maximum access to other users. So when OWD is private or public read only, then automatically the sharing button will be available on those objects. Based on our previous discussion for creating the criteria-based sharing rules or for configuring the owner-based sharing rules, we updated the OWD of leads and also for opportunities to private. So the OWD of leads is private. So when I go to a lead record, we are able to see this sharing button. So using the sharing button to share a record is called as manual sharing. So the first thing that we need to understand is the sharing button will not automatically be available on all objects. It will be available only on those objects whose OWD is set to private or public read only. First important point. Second important point. Now that we know on which all objects it will be available. The second point is for which all users it will be available. Alright, say for example the OWD is private for leads. So does it mean that this sharing button will be available to all the users? Definitely not. This sharing button will be available only to those users. Either they have to be the record owner of that particular record, or for system administrators, or users above the record owner in the role hierarchy, or users with full access. Only for these users, the sharing button will be available, not to all the users. This is also very important. We should know on which all objects it will be available, and we should know which all users it will be available, who all can access that sharing button. For the record owner, for the system admins, or users above the record owner in the role hierarchy, or users with full access. Only these users will have access to that sharing button. Only these users will be able to use that sharing button and share the record with other users. Perfect. So the second point is clear. We now know that which all users have access to the sharing button. Now we should know, using that button, to which all users can I share those records? We should know that. The records can be shared with other users, roles and subordinates, public groups, manager groups, or manager subordinate groups. It is just not for users. It's for also the other group of people. And like any other button, the visibility of this button also can be controlled with the help of page layouts. And also please note, this is a classic only feature. This feature is not available in Salesforce Lightning. Perfect. Now that we have a good understanding of this manual sharing, let's quickly go to the UI and try to share a record. So we are in leads. The OWD of this object is private. So that's the reason I'm able to see the sharing button. When I go to all leads, I'm able to see all the leads with country as USA. We have only two users, user 1 and user 2. To already learn about the criteria-based sharing rules, we created a criteria-based sharing rule wherein we shared all the USA leads to a different group of people, and in that group user 2 is there. So user 2 has access to all USA leads. And user 2 does not have access to this Taiwan lead and the Japan lead. So user 2 does not have access to these two records. So now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to use manual sharing and I'm going to share this single record with user 2. So for that, what I'm going to do is hit the sharing button. And now you can see to which all users it is available. It is just available only to me. Alright, and now hit add. And here you can see it can be shared with public groups, roles and subordinates, or with other users. We haven't created any manager groups or manager subordinate groups, which we'll be doing in the later part of the course. However, right now there are no groups as such, the manager groups as such, so we are not able to see that. But in case if we have, we would be able to see those options as well. But right now let me choose users, and I'm choosing user 2. So I'm manually sharing this single lead with user 2. And you can also decide on the level of access that we need to give the other user. Perfect. So now what we have done is we have manually shared this particular lead with user 2. So let's quickly log in as user 2 and check if he is able to access it. So now I have logged in as user 2. Let me go to leads, all open leads. Now you can see user 2 has access to all USA leads because we shared the records, USA lead records with user 2 while creating our criteria based sharing rule. On top of it, he now has got access to this Taiwan lead as well. And how did he get this access? Through manual sharing. So this is called as manual sharing. When we want to share a record manually to another set of users, then we can use manual sharing. Manual user record sharing. As part of the Salesforce security model, we already discussed about the other types of security. There is profiles, permission sets, OWD, role hierarchy, sharing rules, manual sharing. Now let's understand what's manual user record sharing. In fact, manual user record sharing also falls under the main category of sharing. We already know that there are different types of sharing: owner-based, criteria-based, manual sharing. Now we are going to discuss about the last type of sharing, that is manual user record sharing. Before we understand this manual user record sharing, one thing we have to be very clear about. Manual sharing and manual user record sharing are two different things. We shouldn't get confused by the naming convention. Manual sharing meaning when the OWD is set to private or public read only, in that case a sharing button appears on the detail record. And thereby the record owner or whoever is eligible, they can use that sharing button to share that particular record with other users. That is manual sharing, right? But now this manual user record sharing, as the name says, this manual user record sharing is only applicable to the user records. Meaning the records in the user object. So this feature of manual user record sharing is only applicable to the user object. It is not applicable to other objects. We have to be very clear about it. And what can we do using this feature, manual user record sharing? Basically, this feature is used where communities are being used when we want to share our own user record with different user. So this manual user record sharing we use for sharing our own user record with a different user. And as I mentioned, this is very much used when communities are used in Salesforce org. Now to understand this better, let's quickly jump into our Salesforce org and have a look at it. So I have logged into my Salesforce org. Go for manage users. Other than the integration user and the other users, the two users that we can create in developer org. So one of the user is of a system admin profile and the other user I have a custom sales profile. So leave off the system admin, choose the next user, that is user 2 with a custom sales profile. Log in as user 2, the user with a custom sales profile. And drill down on that particular record. So basically user 2 is clicking on his own record. So when you go to that particular user record, we are not able to see any sharing button as such, right? This is because manual user record sharing is not enabled. So now what we are going to do is, we are going to log in as system administrator, do the necessary changes, and we'll come back and check it out. Now I have logged in as the system administrator. To enable or disable this manual user record sharing, let's go to the sharing settings, hit edit. Once you hit on edit, you would be able to see these options: standard report visibility, manual user record sharing, and manager groups. You can see that manual user record sharing feature is not enabled. Now let me enable that and hit save. Perfect. Now that manual user record sharing feature is enabled, what I'm going to do is I'm going to log in as user 2 and I'm going to be able to see whether I'll be able to see that sharing button or not. So, and now I have logged in as user 2 and this is my record. Click on the user record. Now we see the sharing button, meaning I will be able to share my own user record with different user. So that is the concept of this manual user record sharing. And here you can add users as we normally do. This is the overall concept of this manual user record sharing. It applies only to the user object and it is all about sharing our own user record with other users. And this is very commonly used when community is in use. Alright. So now that we have a good understanding about sharing rules, let's have a quick look about the various considerations we need to note while using sharing rules. We know that sharing rules provide a record level access in Salesforce, and we know that sharing rules we have 5 different types: owner based, criteria based, manual sharing, manual user record sharing, and Apex managed sharing. And sharing rules, actually when do we use the sharing rules in org? When an object's OWD is either private or public read-only, then we use sharing rules to furthermore expand the access for those related object records. So that is when exactly sharing rules comes into picture. And that is the basic concept of using sharing rules. And we also know that sharing rules can only open up more access than OWD, but not restrict access that is already granted by OWD. And yes, the OWD of the particular object should be private or public read only then we'll be able to create sharing rules. Okay, this is the case of multiple sharing rules. So, because in an object, in real time we create multiple sharing rules. So for some set of records, through a sharing rule I have got read-only access. And through another sharing rule in the same object, I have got read-write access. Maybe because I am in different public groups. Due to some scenarios, I have gained different access levels from different sharing rules. So in that scenario, what happens? In that scenario, I'll get the most permissive access level, meaning the maximum access level. So one sharing rule is giving me read-write access, so I'll be able to have the read-write access on those records. And this is about related records. So when we get access to some set of records, automatically we are also granted access to its related records. Say for example, opportunity sharing rules. There is an opportunity sharing rule, and that opportunity sharing rule is giving me access to the opportunity records. So in that case, I also get additional access to its related account. Similar scenario it happens when we create contact sharing rules, case sharing rules. Even in those scenarios, we get access to the related account. So that's what it means. When we have access, we also get access to its related records. This, we are very well aware of. Users in the role hierarchy, they automatically get access, which users who are lower in the hierarchy gets. Say for example, there is a person who reports to me and he gets access through a sharing role. So automatically, as I am above him in the role hierarchy, I automatically get access. And we know that for standard objects, the grant access using hierarchies is automatically selected. And for custom objects, the checkbox is editable. So if that option is selected, then automatically the person being lower in the role hierarchy, if he gets access, then automatically I get access. And once we create a sharing rule, and once it is done saving, when you go edit the sharing rule, in that scenario, we can change the share with field settings. We can quickly see that in our developer org. We have already created a lead sharing rule, and now that I'm editing the rule, and now you can see that this share with option is not editable. So you cannot edit this particular field value. You can actually add or remove users from this particular group, NA sales reps, but as such, this share with value is not editable. These are actually minute things, but important things that a senior admin has to know. And once a sharing rule is created, it automatically applies to all the existing records of that object, and it also applies to all the newly created records. And it applies both to active and inactive users. And when we change the access level for a sharing rule, then all the existing records are automatically updated. Meaning, this is the sharing rule we were talking about. And here we have the access level. And once a sharing rule is created, and then we can go and edit the sharing rule at a later point of time. There, this access level is editable. So currently it is read-write. If I change it to read only, then the related access for those records also gets changed. And what happens when we delete a sharing rule? Sharing rules can be deleted as well, right? So when we delete a sharing rule, the sharing access created by that rule is also automatically removed. Say for example, there is a sharing rule that gave me access to some 100 account records. And if that sharing rule is deleted, then automatically I lose access to all those 100 account records. Yeah, this is a very important concept. That is a sharing re-evaluation. So what is this sharing re-evaluation? It is a little different from what we were talking about. We were talking about like what happens when a sharing rule is created and what happens when a sharing rule is edited, right? And what is the impact of the records? What is the level of access that user gets and all these. But now, what we are talking about is sharing re-evaluation, meaning a sharing rule gets re-evaluated. So under what scenarios a sharing rule gets re-evaluated? Whenever we modify users in a public group or a role or a territory, in all those scenarios, sharing rules gets re-evaluated. For example, for OWD, we have already seen when we change the OWD setting of a particular object, then we see that re-evaluation is happening in this org, right? Similarly, for sharing rules also, re-evaluation happens. This re-evaluation happens when one of these changes takes place. And how long this re-evaluation takes? Basically, this recalculation of this sharing rules can take anywhere between 1 minute to several hours. So that depends on basically the number of users in the org, basically the customizations that is there in the org, and also the number of records that is there in your Salesforce org. Based on all these, the reevaluation time, it varies. And while this recalculation runs in the background, at that time, we'll not be able to create any new sharing rules, or we'll not be able to modify any security settings as such, like updating the OWD or other security settings. And while we understand about this sharing reevaluation, we should also know about one important thing that is called as defer sharing calculations. So what is this defer sharing calculations? Meaning like in real time when we have large number of records, say for example the lead object, consider the lead object, like you have like 3 million or 4 million lead records, and then we make a change, we create a rule that is impacting the lead records, that is impacting a large number of lead records. In that scenario, definitely this reevaluation is going to take a really long time. So in that scenario, what we can do is we have this option of defer sharing calculations, meaning which can temporarily suspend the automatic recalculations that take place. And how we can do that? We can do that by raising a support ticket. And basically this defer sharing calculations is a limited feature, and Salesforce support can definitely help you enable that. And once you have that feature enabled, then you can temporarily suspend these automatic recalculations and plan those recalculations to happen during a maintenance phase, so that we'll have very less impact on the users. These options, though we do not use in every project, though we do not use in every org, it is definitely a good to know for senior admins that one such option do exist. Perfect. Moving on. And basically this is about transferring records from one user to another. So in that scenario also sharing rules are reevaluated. And in that reevaluated, which can add access also, which can remove access also. This recalculation, we know that it automatically happens, and we discussed about in which all scenarios it automatically happens. But other than that, we can also manually force this reevaluation to take place. How we can do is that in our Salesforce org, in the sharing rules, we should have a button which is called as recalculate. So when we hit this button, automatically the sharing rules gets recalculated. But this button we should use only in case of troubleshooting, or when the sharing rule is not showing the expected behavior. In those scenarios, we use this recalculate button. So these are some of the important considerations that we need to note while using sharing rules. Manager groups and manager subordinate groups. As part of the Salesforce security model, we already discussed about object level access, in that we understood about profiles, permission sets, and then we moved on to the record level access, wherein we discussed about OWD, role hierarchy, sharing rules, manual sharing, user record sharing. So now let's jump on to the next method of record level access in Salesforce, that is using manager groups. Manager groups. As the name says, manager groups. It means basically a group of managers. As simple as that. So, say for example, I say my manager group. So, who all will be there in my manager group? In my manager group, I'll have my direct manager and his manager, and then his manager, and then his manager, all the way to the top of the hierarchy. So, the group of my direct and indirect managers will form in the manager group for me. So, that is called as manager group. But, when we talk about this manager group, we have to be clear about one thing. This manager hierarchy that we are talking about is not the role hierarchy that we have in Salesforce. We already discussed about role hierarchy, and we know what are roles and what is role hierarchy. Right? We know there are different roles set up in an organization, and basically we can control the record level access using this role hierarchy. We can use role hierarchy to furthermore expand the access, and by default whoever who is there higher in the hierarchy can basically access records of those who are lower to them in the hierarchy. All that we know, but that is a role hierarchy. And in manager groups, what we are talking about is completely different. It is manager hierarchy. Meaning every user is defined a manager. And where do we define that? We define that in the user detail page. So a manager is tagged to every user. So I'll have a manager and my manager will have another manager and it keeps on going on, right? So that is called as manager hierarchy. In our Salesforce org, we very much know that this manager detail is available in the user detail page. So when you go for any user to the detail page, you will be able to see the manager details. So in this scenario, in developer org, we know we have only two users. One is a system admin user. The other is a different user. So I am user 1, basically the system admin user, and I have tagged user 2 as my manager. Like this, every user will have a manager defined and that forms the manager hierarchy. So now, yes, we know what's a manager hierarchy. Now we have to understand when this manager hierarchy actually comes into picture. When do we actually use manager hierarchy? We know that in Salesforce, we use OWD and role hierarchy for basically controlling the record level access. Generally for the standard objects, the grant access using hierarchies is by default checked. And for the custom objects, we have control on whether to grant access using hierarchies or not. But in some cases, we do not want to grant access through hierarchies. The best example that we can quote is maybe say employees' performance records, the annual appraisal records. We do not want all the people who are higher in the hierarchy to basically view our performance records, because those are not business related information, right? So it should not be accessed by all the people who are higher in the hierarchy. So in those scenarios, organizations want to restrict the level of those particular records. So in that scenario, basically the OWD will be set to private, right? So that not all the other users get access to data. And the grant access using hierarchies would be disabled, so that people wouldn't get automatic access because of the role hierarchy. So in this scenario, basically the managers, they do our appraisals. They do the appraisals for their team, and his manager, he does the appraisal for his team, like it goes on. So generally these appraisal records should be shared with the manager groups. So manager group means my manager, his manager, and it goes on like that. So in those scenarios where we want to give access to manager groups, we then use this manager groups functionality. This is a pictorial representation of the manager hierarchy. Consider these 4 users, and these 2 users report to this user, and these 2 users report to this user. This is pretty self-explanatory. Say for example, we are this user 1. So my manager is user 2. User 2's manager is user 3. User 3's manager is user 4. So now the business scenario is such that all the appraisal records should be accessed by their own manager groups. So my appraisal records should be accessed by 2, 3 and 4. And if this person, then again it is 2, 3 and 4. And if this person, then it should be 3 and 4. Basically, the manager groups should be able to access the records. So how do we enable this functionality in Salesforce? In Salesforce, we have a functionality called as manager groups, using which we can make this happen. Before we enable the manager groups functionality, I have basically done the basic data setup for that. I have created a custom object and I've named it performance appraisal. And in that custom object, I have created one single record. And now I have done this as user 1. Basically this user. Alright, I've created this record as user 1. And the OWD of that object is set to private. And the role hierarchy, I have disabled it. Meaning, my manager, that is user 2, wouldn't be able to access that record. Right? We basically know that because in Salesforce, automatic access to records comes only through role hierarchy. Right? It doesn't come through manager hierarchy. Just because user 2 is my manager, he doesn't get automatic access to my records. Right? So now that manager groups is not enabled, what we are going to do is let's quickly log in as my manager, that is user 2, and check if he is able to access the record. Now I have logged in as user 2, basically my manager, and I am in the performance appraisal object, and we see no records as such here. Perfect. So the data setup is done. So what is that we have done till now? We have created a custom object. We have basically logged in as user 1 and then created a custom object. We created a record as user 1. Alright? This user. And then we should also note the security settings of that object. The OWD is set to private. The grant access using role hierarchy, that is disabled. And also, for manager groups to work properly, setting up the manager hierarchy is also very, very important, right? Because the whole functionality works based on the manager hierarchy. So ensure that all the users in your organization are appropriately mapped to their managers. So once we are also done with this manager hierarchy setup, now we are going to enable the functionality. For enabling the functionality, log in as system administrator, go to sharing settings. We are already very familiar with this regarding the OWD settings, and then comes the sharing rules and all these. So here, click the edit button, and there you should be able to see this manager groups option. And now that I have already enabled it in my org, you see it's to be enabled, but then if you have not done that, it should be, by default it is disabled. So enable this. But do remember one thing, manager groups once enabled cannot be disabled, as you see here. And if you want to disable manager groups functionality, then you have to contact Salesforce support, because you cannot do it yourself. So have that in mind. Enable manager groups and click save. Perfect. So now manager groups is enabled for this org. Alright, we see that here. So now that manager groups functionality is enabled, do all my direct and indirect managers, do they get access to my records? No, definitely not. The function is enabled, yes, but then you have to either share the records using sharing rules or manual sharing. Only then the manager groups will be able to access the records. And in our case, it is the performance appraisal records. So it is a custom object. So go for performance appraisal sharing rules. Hit the new button. Now that we are going to create a new sharing rule. Fill in the details. I've given the label as share with manager groups, and also give a more meaningful description. And let's choose based on criteria. What I'm going to say is the owner ID should be equal to user 1. So this is the Salesforce ID of that particular user, that is user 1. So I've given that. Select the users to share with. So to which users basically we are sharing this data. Now you can see manager groups and manager subordinate groups appear here. If you recollect the previous video wherein we were creating sharing rules, these options weren't available. Why? Because manager group functionality wasn't enabled then. Now that we have enabled manager groups, we get this option out here. Alright, so choose manager groups, and I'm saying my manager groups. So my manager group would include my direct manager, manager's manager, and so on. And the level of access. Say for example, read write. Okay, so now that we have created a sharing rule perfectly, now it's time for us to log in as my manager and see if user 2 is able to access the performance appraisal record. I have logged in as user 2, basically my manager, and now I'm able to see the performance appraisal record. Why? Because we have granted access using manager groups. And as you can see, just enabling that functionality will not give any automatic access. Enabling the functionality will just give us an option to create a sharing rule using that option. And once you enable it, if that manager groups and manager subordinate groups, if those options does not appear in the drop down, just wait for a couple minutes, relax with a cup of coffee, and by the time you come back, those options should be there. Well, and now that we have a good understanding about this manager groups, and as I already mentioned, we only have 2 users in our Salesforce org. So we are only able to demonstrate number 1 and user 2. However, in real time, when we have more number of users, we'll be able to use the same functionality for user 3, user 4 or not. And now we enabled our manager groups functionality using a sharing rule. So sharing rule is basically giving automatic access, right? Once we create a sharing rule, what happens? All the existing performance appraisal records that is owned by user 1, it is automatically access is granted to the manager groups. And also it also applies for the future records, right? That is one way of using the manager groups. The other way of using manager groups is through a manual sharing. We know that we'll have a sharing button. So using that button, we can also explicitly go and share a record with a manager group. I am now logged in as user 1 and this is my performance appraisal record. So if I want to share my record with a manager group, then also I can do that. Here we see the manager groups option. So what is the difference? Sharing rules are basically automated. We very well know. Manual sharing is manually sharing the record. So once the manager group functionality is enabled, either we can use sharing rules to share the records or we can manually share every single record to a manager group. So that is also possible. Similar to this manager groups functionality, there is also another related functionality which is called as manager subordinate groups. As the name says, subordinates. So when we say that the manager subordinate groups of user 3, it would include 1, 2 and 3. So the manager subordinate group of this particular user would be all these users. And manager subordinate group of this user would be all the users. So subordinate group would basically include that user and all the users reporting to him. And this is also again based on the manager hierarchy and not the role hierarchy. So we should understand the difference between manager group and manager subordinate group. Manager group means my direct manager and all the managers. So basically my direct manager and the indirect managers. And manager subordinate group means it includes me and all those users who are reporting to me. And this is based on the manager hierarchy and not the role hierarchy. Once we enable manager groups in sharing settings, automatically we'll have both these options while creating our sharing rules, all while doing manual sharing. Here you can see both options are available, manager groups and manager subordinate groups. So just enabling the manager groups functionality will bring both these options out to us. But however, the users are different. Manager group of user 1 is different from manager subordinate group of user 1. And based on which team of users we have to share the record with, we can use manager groups or manager subordinate groups accordingly. So this is the overall concept of manager groups in Salesforce. But while we talk about this manager groups, there is one disadvantage here. Basically, there is also an idea exchange that is raised for this particular requirement. If you notice this sharing rule that we created, it is basically based on the owner ID, right? So this owner ID is my owner ID. So it says this is user 1. And then I'm sharing it with my manager group. So like that, we have to create a sharing rule for every single user, right? There is no option of creating this dynamically. So this is already raised in Salesforce ideas, and hopefully, Salesforce will get a chance to work on that sometime. However, I thought it would be good to point that out as well. But this is the overall concept of manager groups and manager subordinate groups. Standard report visibility. Standard report visibility falls under the record level access in Salesforce security model. All that this feature does is basically for objects where the OWD is set to private, enabling this feature would expose the standard report types. And by doing so, what happens is the viewing user will be able to see other users' records as long as the viewing user is above the record owner in the role hierarchy. So this is the functionality of the standard report visibility. And how do we enable that? Again, go for sharing settings, hit the edit button. There you would see standard report visibility checkbox. We already discussed about manual user record sharing and manager groups. This is for standard report visibility. So once you check this checkbox, the viewing user would be able to access other users' records as long as he is above the record owner in the role hierarchy. Basically exposing the report types whenever the OWD is set to private. Portal and community user visibility. This portal and community user visibility also falls under the category of record level access in Salesforce security model. And as the name says, this feature controls the access level of external portal and community members. So obviously we understand that this feature is applicable only to those Salesforce orgs where communities and portals are enabled. In our basic admin course, we have already discussed in detail about enabling portals and communities and how to configure them. So let me not redo that. So once it is enabled and configured, then we would have options to control the settings in our sharing settings page. So once that is enabled, in our sharing settings, if you hit edit, under user visibility settings, you will have two options available. Remember, if portals and communities are not enabled, then you will not see these options. And when they are enabled, then you will be able to see these options out here. So what is this portal user visibility? What is this community user visibility? This portal user visibility, when this checkbox is checked, this option enables customer portal users to see other users under the same portal account. As simple as that. The community user visibility, when this checkbox is checked, this option enables the community members to be seen by all other users in their communities. So this is about this portal user visibility and community user visibility. Access to record types. This access to record types, this concept is the final concept that we are going to discuss in record level access. Record types, about what are record types, how do we create record types, how do we use record types in Salesforce org, all these we have discussed in detail in our basic admin course. So here I would just like to highlight a couple points about how record types impact the record level access. As we know, an object can have multiple record types. And a record type assignment is done for profiles. So every profile will have certain record types assigned to that. Sometimes one, sometimes many. Let's say for example account object. And there are 3 record types in that account object. And consider a profile. Say any sales profile. And there is a user with that particular profile. And the record type assignment is such that of the 3 record types, only 2 record types are assigned to that profile. So basically as a user A, who has that profile, I would be able to create and edit records using those 2 record types that are assigned to me. However, the 3rd record type, which is not assigned to my profile, I'll still be able to read those records, though not create or edit. So this is the access level, the record access level that is given by record types. Though it is actually a small concept, I thought it would be nice to include it here in the record level access so that we don't miss out on anything as such. So now we have successfully completed all the various types of record level access in Salesforce. We have completed object level access and we have completed record level access as well. Perfect. Now let's move on to the third one, that is the field level access. So let's talk about the field level security in the upcoming sessions. Now that we have understood about record level access, there is one important concept that we need to know. We know that if a person has got access to a particular record, it may be through various settings, right? He might have got access through OWD or through role hierarchy or sharing rules, criteria-based sharing rules, manual sharing. There are so many different ways by which your record access is given to a user. So in real time, as a senior admin, many times you might want to troubleshoot some scenarios, like you might have cases like I'm not able to see these leads, and these leads does not belong to mine or my team. So why am I seeing these leads? So like there will be many questions like, why am I seeing this record? Or why am not seeing this record? So in those scenarios, as a senior admin, we should be able to troubleshoot why this person is seeing this record. What is basically giving him access to this record? So for this, in our Salesforce org, consider any object, say for example leads. And here, say for example, this particular lead record, this is what we are trying to troubleshoot. So here you have the sharing button. So click on the sharing button. So once you click on the sharing button, you would be able to see like the users who all have access to this record. And you can also see the access level. So this being me, I have full access because I am the owner of the record. And user 2 has got read-write access. And how did user 2 get read-write access? Basically because of manual sharing. So by this you can understand why a particular user has got access to this record. You can furthermore expand the list. And then here you have this action and you also have the explanation against that. It will give you like why this particular user has got access. Similarly, you can also do for other users. So this user, he has got access through manual sharing. Using this, we can easily troubleshoot why access is given to particular records in Salesforce. Though a simple concept, this is actually a very efficient concept that we use in real time. This comes very handy when we are troubleshooting issues. And I thought as a senior admin, it would be really nice for us to know and use this feature. So just added this as well. Field level security. The next concept that we are going to discuss about is field level security. And it falls under the field level access in the Salesforce security model. We already discussed in detail about the object level access and the record level access, and now we are discussing about field level access. So as the hierarchy says, first comes the object level access, and we use profiles and permission sets to determine the object level access. And once we get access to the object, and then comes record level access. Yes, I have access to this particular object. But does it mean that I have access to all the records? Definitely not. It depends on various factors. And even if I have access to a particular record, does it mean that I have access to the full record? Definitely not. May not be. It depends on the field level security. So I may have access to the same record, you may have access to the same record, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we access all the fields in the record. Record access, field level access might be restricted. In fact, this is a very common scenario that we use in real time. We can in fact give like n number of examples for this, like managers, the business model may be in such a way that managers only need to access some certain fields. Or maybe a particular team of, maybe the sales team only should have certain fields. Only the marketing team should have access to certain fields. Like that, the business model can vary from business to business. So how do we implement this restriction on field level? There comes this concept of field level security, wherein we can restrict the user's access to view and edit fields. Perfect. Now that we know how to, basically what is field level security, how do we do that? Where can we configure this field level security? We can control the access to fields in two different ways. One is in page layouts. The other, we have the field level security settings on a field. Using that also, we can do. In page layouts. In page layouts, we have two options, read-only, required. So for every field in the page layout settings, we then either make the field read-only or required. And in field level security of a field, we can make it visible and read-only. However, always remember that when there are two places to make a setting, so which one applies? Alright? Say for example, in a page layout, the field may be required. And in the field level settings, it may be read-only. So what happens? In the page layout it is required, but in the field level security it is read-only. In those scenarios, always remember that the most restrictive setting applies. Here the most restrictive setting is read-only, so the user will have only read-only access. Let's have a quick look at how to do these settings. I have logged into the Salesforce developer org and I am in the students object. Just drill down on any record. So this is the record. This is the record detail page. Edit the layout. And here we see all the fields out here. In the field properties, we'll be able to set it up. So go for any field. You should be able to see these options. So we can make the field either read-only or required in a page layout. This is one of the way we can do field level settings in the page layout level. And as I mentioned, we can also control the field level security using field level security settings on fields. So go to the object definition page and go to the custom fields and relationships. There you should be able to see all the fields and go for any field. You would have the option of set field level security. Click on that button and there you should be able to see that option. You can make the field visible and read only here. Visible, as the name says, it will be visible to this profile, and read only, as the name says, it would be read only for this particular profile. So these are the two different ways how we can control field level access to users. And for a particular field, if there are more than one access defined in each of the way, in page layout it is different and in field level security if it is different, always remember that the most restrictive setting applies. And now we know what is field level security and where do we set it up. But basically, how do we configure this field level security for multiple profiles? For configuring this field level security, either we can define the field level security for multiple fields on a single profile or for a single field on all profiles. It depends on how we are basically taking up the task. If we are actually making the field level security for a single profile, then we go to that profile and make the changes. But if we are setting up the field level security for a single field and if we are setting it up for multiple profiles, then we do it a different way. So when we say profile, we also mean permission sets because permission sets basically expand the profile access. So in profiles are permission sets. So if we want to set up the field level security for multiple fields for a single profile, then we have to go for profiles and in there we have the field level security settings. We have now navigated to the custom profile, sales profile, and here you see the field level security. So now if we want to set up the field level security for this single profile, but on multiple objects, then we can do it here. Click on the view button, the link, and here you can edit your field level security settings. Here you can do the field level security settings for multiple fields for a single profile. On the other hand, if you want to set it up for a single field on multiple profiles, then it is as we discussed earlier. Go to the object definition page, go for fields, and there you'll have that option. Set field level security. There you can control the field level security for a single field on multiple profiles. So basically for testing purpose, what you can do is you can update the field level security for two different users. In our case, we have a system admin and sales profile, and maybe here you do not make it visible, and then log in as the user 2 and see if you are able to see that field or not. So thereby, we have two users, so we can change the profiles accordingly and we can test this scenario. Perfect. This is how we assign field level security for different fields on a single profile or for a single field on different profiles. Now there is one other concept that we need to understand, that is about view field accessibility. So field level security, this button we use for setting up the field level security, right? But this view field accessibility, this gives us the information about who are all the profiles who can access this particular field and what is the level of access that they have on this particular field. So this is the student first name field. If I click on view accessibility, it will list down all the profiles that has access to this particular field. And it will also list down what is the level of access that the profile has on this field. So it says that this profile has got editable access. And why? Because the field is editable because of the page layout. Same. And it is hidden. Field is hidden because of the field level security. Field is hidden because of the field level security. So it also gives the reasoning behind that, why this field is editable, why this field is hidden. Similarly, you can access the other fields as well. So all the fields that are there in this object would appear in this list, drop-down list. So you can choose the field and you can see whether it is editable or hidden and based on which criteria. This information is important for a senior admin for us because while troubleshooting, this comes very handy. Perfect. So this is all about field level security in Salesforce. Delegated administration. Delegated administration, as the name says, it is basically delegating the administrative privileges, limited administrative privileges to non-administrators. So when we say that we are delegating the administrative privileges to non-administrators, there would be a question in our mind. Why would we do that? When would we do that, right? So in any Salesforce org, there would be a team of technical Salesforce people, right? Business analysts, the developers, the admins. So those technical people, they work on a Salesforce org, the customizing the Salesforce org, taking care of the admin task and everything. However, in large organizations, when there are large number of users, in those scenarios, we might need this concept of delegated administration. Otherwise, like the sales support, the technical Salesforce team, there would be overflowing of cases from every single user for every minor task. Maybe unlocking a user, assigning a specific permission set to a user. So in those scenarios, what we do is we assign some limited administrative privileges to non-administrators. Basically, mostly it will be business users. Like for example, we may give some administrative privileges to the sales manager so he can take care of his sales team, or to a support manager so he can take care of his support team. Like that. So when we say about this limited administrative privileges, so what are all the administrative privileges a delegated administrator gets? Does he get all privileges that a administrator has, Salesforce administrator has? Definitely not. He does not get all the privileges. He only gets limited privileges. So what are all the privileges that he gets? The delegated administrator can create and edit users in some specific roles and subordinate roles. So only specific roles that are assigned to him. So whenever we create a delegated administration group and we assign users, we also specify which are all the roles that they can work with. So they'll be able to create and edit users only in those roles. They can unlock users, they can reset passwords, and they can assign users to specific profiles. So they can work only with those specific profiles that are assigned to them. They cannot create users in all the profiles across the org. No, not possible. Only in specific roles, only on specific profiles, and only some specific permission sets, which is assigned to them. Only those permission sets they'll be able to assign or remove for those users. And they can log in as the user who has granted login access to the administrator. They can manage custom objects, but again, not all custom objects, only custom objects that are assigned to them. But when we say manage custom objects, not all of the features of the custom objects, they'll not be able to work with relationships. They cannot create any relationships. They cannot edit any relationships. They cannot edit any org-wide sharing defaults. So they can work only with those components that are assigned to them. And maybe there is a possibility that the same person can be in different delegated groups. There can be different delegated groups in a Salesforce org, and the same person can be a part of both the groups. So in those scenarios, what happens is he gets access to both the components of the system. Say for example, from one group he gets access to a permission set A, and another group he gets access to permission set B. So in those scenarios, he can basically work with both the components in the delegated groups. And as mentioned here, we should also note that while selecting roles while creating new users, we have the non-specified option, but then for these delegated administrators, we do not have that non-specified option. He has to assign a role for those new users, and the role also would be one of those roles which is assigned to him, or maybe a subordinate role, the role that is below that assigned role in the role hierarchy. And he cannot modify profiles, he cannot modify permission sets. So this is all the privileges that a delegated administrator gets. Basically, delegated administrator, as I already mentioned, it would be some business user who gets access to some limited administrative duties. So he can take care of his own team. Perfect. And now that we have understood the concept of delegated administration, what we are going to do is, we are going to go to our Salesforce org, the developer org, and we are going to create a delegated administrator group. And in that, we are going to add some users and we are going to test our results. I have now logged into our Salesforce developer org. And as you can see, I have logged in as user 2. Basically, the user who is not the system administrator. We know we can have only two users. The first user is a system admin user. The second user is not a system admin user. So I have logged in as the user who is not a system administrator. So basically, to replicate the scenario that we have in real time when user do not have the administrator privileges. So he is that kind of a user. So now go for users, manage users. And you can see that there is no new button, meaning that this user can as such cannot create any new users. So now what we are going to do is we are going to log in as a system administrator. We are going to create the delegated administrator group. In that we are going to add user 2 and we are going to see if this user gets a privilege of creating a new user. Now I have logged in as a system administrator. Let's create a delegated administrator group. So this is our delegated groups. As such, we do not have any delegated groups in our system. So I'm going to create one. Say for example, delegated sales team. And enable group for login access. So enabling this would basically give the access privileges for these users to log in as the other user. Okay, now the delegated sales team group is created. Now we are going to add who are all will be the delegated administrators. So we as such have only one user which we can add, that is user 2. So let me add user 2 as part of this group. Okay, so now we have added the administrators out here. Now we have to specify what are all the privileges that he can do. So user administration. Here we have to specify what are all the roles that he can work with. Say for example, the delegated administrator is creating a user. So which are all the roles that he can assign to? So let me say VP marketing. And VP international sales. Perfect. And assignable profiles. Let me say only the sales profile and the support profile. The data may not be appropriate because in real time, we wouldn't be actually like working on these kind of profiles. The sales team would basically work with the sales profile and its related profiles. And so if we are creating a delegated sales team group, they would work only with those related profiles for sales team. They would only work with those related permission sets. But as we do not have that data set up, I'm just randomly adding a couple of permission sets. We are just going to test the scenario, understand the functionality. So here let me just say access to marketing app. So permission sets are also assigned. Assignable public groups. We only have one public group. And finally, custom object administration. So which are all the objects that they can work with. Let me just choose one single object. Let's say the student object. Perfect. So what we did, we created a delegated group and then we added a delegated administrators to the group. We can add more administrators. In real time, we'll have more users, so we can add more administrators. And these are all the privileges that the administrators get. For user administration, they can work with these roles. these profiles, these permission sets, these public groups, and these objects. In fact, they can work only with these components. So now that we have created this group and assigned the administrators, it's time for us to log in as a delegated administrator and check how it is working. I've now logged in as user 2. Let me go for users. And now I see these buttons. Previously I was not able to because I wasn't an administrator then. But now I'm given the administrative privileges. So I see these buttons. Hit the new user button. And here you see like which are all the roles that I can assign to. Unlike system administrator wherein I get the list of all the roles in the org, I do not get all these roles. I only get those roles which are assigned to me as part of this delegated administrator. And also the roles that are reporting basically under this in the role hierarchy. And for profiles, we do not as such see any options because it depends on the user license. This is developer org. We have already created 2 users. So that's the reason like we are not able to access those profiles. But otherwise in real time, yes, we would, when you select this option, we would be able to select those profiles. So now let me hit cancel because we'll not be able to create this user without assigning a profile. However, I just wanted to show you the concept how it works. Going back here, so as part of this delegated administration, we were able to create, we were actually not able to create technically. However, in real time, yes, we would be able to create, and we also see that those options are available out to us. And reset passwords, that also, yeah, we have that button. And unlock users, when users get locked, yes, we can unlock them. Assigning users to specific profiles, assigning or removing permission sets. Yeah, so these administrators will also get access to permission sets, those which are assigned to them. So go for permission sets. I think this is the only permission set that we gave access to this particular user. So you see the manage assignments and you also see the user. And here there is only one user, but otherwise in real time you will have all the users listed out here. Meaning this user gets the access level to assign this permission set to other users. And the delegated administrator, he would be able to log in as the other users. Yes. And managing custom objects. Yes. This we did not see it in our org. So basically when some custom objects are assigned to the delegated administrator, they will get those privileges to customize those custom objects. However, they cannot work on relationships or the org-wide sharing defaults. So let me go to the org, and I think we provided access to the student object. So the student object, go for setup, go for custom objects. Right. So as you see here, this particular user has only got access to this particular object. Why? He has got the access through delegated administration. He doesn't have access to the other objects. So this is what we see. He can go to the object definition page and he can do some edits over here. Territory management. This is the next concept that we are going to discuss. In the previous videos, we understood about the different type of sharing settings that are available to us in Salesforce, like OWD, role hierarchy, sharing settings, and all these. So these techniques basically help us, enable us to share records with other users, right? So this concept of territory management also falls under that category, but this is basically a very powerful and efficient tool that we have in Salesforce that enables us to share account records with other users. So territory management is basically an account sharing system, which enables us to grant access to accounts based on some characteristics of the accounts. So this is the overall high level concept of territory management, sharing accounts with other users based on some attributes of the accounts. Perfect. So now that we have got a pretty decent understanding about the definition of territory management, let's understand a little more about it. So territory management. As the name says, what is territory management? It is, managing a territory. As simple as that, right? So territory management is nothing but managing a territory. Perfect. So when we say managing a territory, we should understand what exactly a territory means. right? So when we say territory in Salesforce terms, what is a territory? In Salesforce, territory means a group of accounts and users. So a set of accounts and a set of users, that group forms a territory. So when we say a set of accounts and set of users, the next question that comes in mind is like, which all accounts, which all users, right? So that criteria entirely is up to every company. So how they define a territory. Some organizations can have territories based on location, that is postal code. Some may have based on industry. Some may have based on revenue. Some may have based on some custom field that is relevant to their business. So like that, the criteria for segregating these accounts and users is entirely up to every company based on their business and business needs and what makes sense to them. So there is no defined rule like territory has to be based on this criteria. Salesforce provides the platform and it is up to every organization to define it as per their business. So based on that criteria, every company would create territories and form a territory hierarchy. In fact, to better understand this, we can compare this with a role hierarchy. Role hierarchy is just a structure definition, right? And every company has got its own set of roles and definitions to that. And one role is reporting to another role. So there are many subdivisions within that. So that forms a role hierarchy, which is different from company to company. Similarly, these territories, they also differ from company to companies. And how the territories are defined, and there can be subdivisions within the territories, and all these varies from company to company, and that is completely entirely up to the business. But whatever the criteria be, a territory means some set of accounts and some set of users grouped within that. That forms a territory. And we should also note that this concept of territory management is very much effective, particularly for organizations which has a private sharing model, in which we may need to grant users access to accounts based on certain criteria that makes sense to the business. Perfect. Moving on. Now let's quickly understand some key benefits of territory management. Yeah, the first one, which I just mentioned, it is to expand a private sharing model. The private sharing model, we know, in which other users do not have access to records. So in those scenarios, like, we have territory management, which enables us to basically expand our private sharing model. And also, this territory management, it very much supports frequently changing organization structures, and also while transferring users between territories. So this is another important point that we need to note. So when we say a territory has got accounts and users, it will be like multiple accounts and multiple users. And the other thing is, one account can be in multiple territories. The same account can be assigned to multiple territories. The same goes with users. The same users can be assigned to multiple territories. So that is how it is defined. And so when a user is assigned to different territories, he can generate multiple forecasts for that user based on his territory assignment. So he can generate forecast for every territory that he is assigned to. So that is called as territory-based sales reports. So this enterprise territory management gives us all these key benefits. The next is a little different slide. It is about comparing the territory management and the enterprise territory management. So what we are learning now and what we'll be discussing in detail in the future sessions, it will be the enterprise territory management. So enterprise territory management is basically version 2.0 of territory management. Previously, before winter 2015, we had territory management 1.0. And later on, now we have enterprise territory management with a lot better and effective features. So, though we'll be completely understanding and studying about enterprise territory management, this is a quick view of what are all the major differences between them. The first one, as I mentioned, territory management 1.0 was available prior to winter 15. And then later on, Salesforce only has enterprise territory management. In territory management, how it was in a territory, if an account is assigned and also the opportunity owner is assigned, then automatically the opportunity also gets assigned to the territory. That is how it was defined. However, in enterprise territory management, we have a much better feature that is called as opportunity territory assignment feature, through which we can control that assignment. And territory management 1.0, it works with customizable forecasting, and the enterprise territory management, it works with collaborative forecasting. So these are some of the key differences between territory management 1.0 and the enterprise territory management. Cool. Now let's focus on enterprise territory management. So this is just a very simple sketch that I have put it for you. Similar to role hierarchy, wherein we have roles and then we have other sub-roles reporting to those roles. This is a territory hierarchy. And there are some key terms that we need to understand while we do this enterprise territory management. So the first one that we need to understand is a territory model. Territory model, it represents the complete territory management system for the organization. So when we say that it represents the complete territory management system, it includes the territory hierarchy that we see here, and also the list view of the parent territories, child territories, everything. So the entire territory management system, that is called as a territory model. So, now itself we can guess. So in short, an organization can have only one active territory model. However, there are different states in which a territory model can be. When we create a territory model, basically it is in the planning state. And then later on, basically in the draft mode, we can say. And later on, when we are done creating our territories, the hierarchy is fine and review, everything is fine. When we are ready to enable it, then we can activate a territory model. Then it comes in the active stage. The third stage is the archived stage. This is the state of a model after we archive it and all the processing has completed. So one thing that we need to have in mind is, one organization can have only one active territory model at a time. The other territory models, if you have, it should either be in the planning state or it should be in the archived state. So territory model, it represents the complete territory management system. So the next term that we are going to understand is territory hierarchy. So territory hierarchy, basically it is not any component as such that we create, like territory model or territories. Territory hierarchy is basically the alignment of territories. How the territories are structured. So that defines the territory hierarchy. Perfect. So now we know what's a territory model and what's a territory hierarchy. The next term that we'll understand is territory. So territory, we already discussed. We know it is a group of accounts and users based on some criteria. So maybe in this scenario, we can very easily say that the criteria is based on the location, right? So their parent territories are EMEA, APAC and ANZ, and they have child territories within them. So here the criteria is location. However, the criteria is very vast depending on the organization. Every company can have their own criteria for segregating these accounts and users. So territory is basically the group of accounts and users. But when we create a territory, we have to give two attributes for that territory. One is a territory type and the other is a territory type priority. So every territory that we create has to fall under a territory type. So what is a territory type? Territory types basically help us to manage our territories by some key significant characteristics to our organization. Like, basically these territory types are used for creating territories and organizing territories. It has only that significance for grouping territories. Maybe like we can have direct accounts or partner accounts or customer accounts. So these are the territory types. So every territory that we create should have a territory type. So that is called as territory type. Basically used for organizing the territories. And the territory type priority. So territory type priority means by default actually there are no priorities defined. So we can create our own priority system. Say for example we can say the customer territories, they have a priority 1. The partner territories, they have a priority 2. So that is also completely entirely up to the organization, how they have their own territory management system and how they want the priorities to be defined. So these are some of the key terms that we need to understand before we go ahead, enable territory management and create territories in our org. So we need to know about territory model, territory hierarchy, what is a territory, territory type, and territory type priority. So now that we have a good understanding about these terms in territory management, in the upcoming sessions, we'll enable territory management. We'll see how we create components, how we create this territory hierarchy, and how we use that in Salesforce. In the previous session, we understood about enterprise territory management. The overall concept of enterprise territory management, where it applies, how it applies. Basically, we know that, we use it for managing and maintaining our sales territories in Salesforce. And also we understood about some key terms involved in it. Now in this session and in the forthcoming sessions, let's configure our territory management. So for configuring this territory management, we'll start with enabling the feature. First and foremost step is to enable the feature of enterprise territory management in Salesforce. Then once we enable, we'll be building our territory model. So building our territory model involves first creating a territory model using a territory type and also defining a territory type priority. And then we'll be creating territories and then a territory hierarchy. So territory hierarchy is basically the structure with a parent territory, child territories, sibling territories. So all those territories we'll be creating that structure which forms a territory hierarchy. And once that is done, we'll also be understanding and creating some account assignment rules. Basically rules which are used to automatically assign accounts to territories. We'll also understand about how do we assign users to territories. And then how do we collaborate them using chatter. And finally, once the entire setup is done, we'll be activating our territory model. And on top of it, we'll also understand about the opportunity territory assignment filter. So these are all the various segments that we'll be learning for configuring the enterprise territory management. So as step 1, now let's understand how do we enable enterprise territory management. So before we jump into our Salesforce org and enable that, have one thing in mind. It is available only for organizations created after Winter 15 release. For organizations created before that, this feature will not be available and you need to contact the Salesforce support to have it enabled. And also we know that enterprise territory management works with collaborative forecasting. So if your organization has got customizable forecasting, then enterprise territory management cannot be enabled. Alright, perfect. So now let's go to our Salesforce org and enable enterprise territory management feature. So this is our Salesforce developer org. Look for territories. You will see options like manage territories and you will see settings below that. Go for settings. So this is what you have. So for enabling enterprise territory management, hit this button and also please do read this. Once you hit that button, then you have the settings. And in the settings, what you see the default access levels and you see the opportunity territory assignment. Alright, so what is this? We know that territory is basically a group of accounts and users. Alright, so the users in the territory will have at least read access to the accounts. So this is something we already know. And now you see here opportunity and cases. So territory is a concept that is directly linked with accounts because it is an account sharing system. On top of accounts, territories also provide access to those standard objects that are related to accounts in a master detail relationship. So I repeat, please have this in mind. It also impacts the access to records of standard objects related to accounts in a master detail relationship. So that is the reason we have opportunity here but not leads. Alright. So, the users in the territory will automatically have at least read access to accounts and also access to the related opportunities and cases. And here we define the default access level. However, this doesn't apply to all the territories because you can set the access level separately for different territories later on. But this is just the default. Alright, so that is why accounts, opportunities and cases are listed here. And as you can see, users in the territories can have a view access. Alright, there is no option of having no access. But here for opportunities and cases, we have no access. But that option is not here in accounts because the users will have at least read access to all the accounts. So it is up to the business to decide whether they'll have view or view and edit, transfer, delete. Similarly for opportunity also, no access, view and edit for cases. Alright. So depending upon the business, we'll be setting this up. And the users in the territory will have access based on this setup. Again, this is only the default access level which can be modified at a territory level later on. Perfect. Now, next comes the opportunity territory assignment. This feature of opportunity territory assignment is basically used for assigning opportunities to territories. And for that, it runs in an Apex class behind that. So for enabling this feature, what we need to do is we need to create that Apex class with that logic and then assign that Apex class here and enable the feature. Here we also have an option wherein we can select this. By selecting it, automatically when opportunities are created, this filter-based opportunity territory assignment job will run. So let's not enable it for the time being. And once we are done with the other settings, hit the save button. Perfect. Your settings have been successfully saved. So now that we have successfully enabled enterprise territory management. Now that we have enabled it, let's move on and understand how to build a territory model. Now that we have enabled enterprise territory management, now what we are going to do is we are going to build a territory model. So as you can see in the sequence, first we have enabled enterprise territory management feature in our Salesforce org. And now the second step, that is building a territory model. So a territory model, as we know, it organizes the elements of the organization's territory management in one place. So when we say like all the elements of the organization's territory management, it includes territory hierarchy, your account assignment rules, your user assignments, everything. So everything comprises a territory model. So the first step in building a territory model is to create a territory type. And then when we are done creating territory types, we'll use that territory type for creating territories. And thereby we'll form a territory hierarchy. Perfect. So now what we are going to do is go to Salesforce org. Let's create territory types. Previously, before enabling territory management, if you remember, we had only these two options, that is manage territories and settings. Now that we have enabled it, we have other options as well. So first, let's create territory types. As such, there are no territory types defined. Let's create one. This territory type is completely dependent on the business requirements, how the business model is defined. So, we can categorize our accounts, something like, direct accounts or partner accounts or customer accounts or based on selling, high selling accounts, like however the business model is. And every territory that we create needs to have a territory type assigned to it. So here in this scenario, let's have as customer accounts and partner accounts. So fill in the details. I've given the label as customer accounts. Give a meaningful description to that. And the priority. Priority already, like we understood, it is basically defining the priority of that territory type. Alright, so there is no predefined specification of how the priority should be. So maybe, one can say that it is the highest priority and maybe 2 the next level, 3 the next level, like that. Again, it is up to the business how they want to use this priority feature. So our first territory type is created. Save. Perfect. So now we have created our first territory type. Let me also create another type. Let's do a partner accounts. Once you have filled in the details, give a meaningful description. Just don't give partner accounts. Also give specifically mention like what they are. And here I have given the priority as 2. So our second territory type is also defined. So as such, we have 2 territory types in our system. Perfect. This is our very first type in building our territory model. That is creating the territory types. We have 2 territory types defined with their priority also defined. So we have 2 territory types, customer accounts and partner accounts. So now that we have created our territory types and defined our territory types priority, now let's go ahead and create our territory model. For creating our territory model, go for territory model. As you can see, there are no territory model as such defined in the system. So territory model, as we know, it basically groups all the components within that. The territories, the rules, everything. So in this scenario, let's consider this as an example and let's try to replicate this territory model. The territory model here is a global sales. And, in very much in business scenarios, like it is often appended with a company name, say like ABC Global Sales, like that. And once we are done with the territory model, let's move to the territories. So let's name our territory model as ABC Global Sales. Hit the new button, fill in the details. Here, as you can see, I have filled in the details and I have also added the company name with the territory model, which is a very common thing that we do in real time, and also give a meaningful description. Do note the state of the territory model. We already discussed there are 3 states in a territory model: planning, active, archived. So whenever we create a territory model, it automatically falls in the planning state. And once we are done with the entire setup, finally we have to activate a territory model. At that time, the state will show as active. And also do remember that at a single point of time, only one territory model can be in the active state. All the other models should either be in the planning state or in the archived state. So we have created a territory model. Save. Perfect. So our territory model is created. Yes, this is our territory model. Now if you click on view hierarchy, you will be able to see this empty structure out here, right? Just the model is created, meaning just the outer structure is created with nothing inside that. Alright, we haven't created any territories, we haven't created any rules. There are no components basically in that territory model. We have just created that outer structure and we are yet to create all our components within that. So till now what we have done, we have enabled the feature and then we have created territory types, defined with the territory type a priority, and then we have created our territory model also, the structure also. In the forthcoming sessions, what we'll be doing is we'll be creating territories, we'll be creating the assignment rules, and we'll be finally activating our territory management. As the next step in building the territory model, we are now going to create territories and thereby form the territory hierarchy. As you can see, we have already enabled the territory management feature and we have also built a territory model. Basically, we have created the territory model and now we are going to create territory and thereby we will form a territory hierarchy. So for creating territories, go to the territory model we already created. You can see we created a territory model ABC Global Sales. Go for view hierarchy. You can see there are no territories defined out here, right? It is just the model that is existing and the model is in the planning state. So in that territory model, we have that option of creating territories. So click the button Create Territory, which will take us to a page for creating the territory. So for creating territories, as we already mentioned, it totally depends on the business, how they want to define their territory, how they basically want to segregate the accounts and users and classify them as a particular territory. So only the values, only the data that will change from company to company, but the concept as such is the same. Every company has got a criteria in which their territory is defined, maybe by location, by industry, or other custom fields. So we have considered this as our example. We have already created a model called as global sales. Now let's create territories within that. So as you can see, these are the parent territories. And these are the child territories. For the parent territories are EMEA, APAC and ANZ. The child territories are these countries. So UK is basically the child of EMEA, Netherlands, Belgium. So they are called as child territories. And UK and Netherlands, they are called as sibling territories. Makes sense, right? Yeah. But these are the terminologies that we use. So I just wanted to mention. Perfect. So what is our step 1? Our step 1 is to create this parent territory, EMEA. Fill in the details here. I've given the description also the same, but please give a meaningful description. And as you can see, the territory type is a mandatory field for creating a territory. That is the reason we already created territory types. Now choose which territory type this particular thing falls under. Choose customer accounts or partner accounts. Choose a territory type that best suits this territory. So once all the details are done, now we have to choose the access levels. If you remember, initially while setting up the enterprise territory management feature, we set up the default access levels. So those are just default. However, I mentioned that in each territory we'll be able to set up the access levels, and here is how you do that. So for every territory you create, you can set up the access levels differently. Alright. So here also you can set it up. Based on the business needs, we can set it up to view and edit, transfer, delete as per the requirements. Once done, hit the save button. Perfect. Our first territory is created. That is EMEA. That is created. So if you now see our territory hierarchy, we have our first territory created. So if we take a look at our territory hierarchy, we have the territory model global sales. We have created our first territory, that is EMEA. Now we can, like the way we want it, we can create all the parent territory first and then the child, or maybe all the child here of a particular parent and then continue with the next parent, however we want it to be. So if we want to create UK, which is a child of EMEA, then we go ahead and create and click on this create territory, which will basically create a territory within EMEA, meaning which will basically create a child territory of EMEA. But if we want to create another parent territory, that is APAC, then we create it under the territory model. Alright, so it is very significant that we know all this information. So now let's go ahead and create a child territory. Similar way we created before, fill in the details, choose the territory type, choose the access levels, save. Again, go back to the territory hierarchy, expand this, you should be able to see the UK territory. So basically UK territory is a child territory of EMEA. And if you further expand this, basically UK does not have any child, so as such we do not see anything. Now if we want to create APAC, click the create territory under the territory model and create APAC. Once you are done with the details, click the save button. Again go back to the territory, you should be able to see that. So APAC and EMEA is created. Now let me also create the third one, that's ANZ. Once you are done filling the details, save. Go back to the territory hierarchy. Alright, so all our parent territories are created. And we have created the child territories only for EMEA. In the similar fashion, also create all the child territories for the other parent territories as well. Now, based on our territory hierarchy, the sample territory hierarchy that we have defined, I have created all the parent territories and the child territories. This actually forms the territory hierarchy, right? We have created territories and all the territories, how they are aligned. So this basically forms our territory hierarchy. Here we have options to collapse, to expand. And here we also have options of different views. This is basically the tree view. You can also change it to a sorted list view, which gives different view of the territories. So this is how we create territories and build our territory hierarchy. Awesome. Congratulations on completing the previous sections. It truly takes time and effort, and I truly appreciate your effort here. Let's take a look at the exam guide. Here is the exam guide. This is the process automation section. As you see here, it is 13% weightage, meaning you can expect around 7 to 8 questions from this section, process automation, in your exam, of the total 60 questions that you have. And the description here talks about approval process, and they talks about the various combination of automation tools, the process automation and formula fields, and when to use Visualforce and Apex triggers. Let's take a quick look at our course in Udemy. Here, as you see, especially for process automation, I have formulated almost 4 sections here. The first is the introductory section. The second section, we completely talk about the approval process and troubleshooting approval process. And the next section is about Lightning Process Builder. In this section, we talk about Lightning Flow Builder and also what are all the various automation tool combinations that we can use and how to choose the right automation tool. Alright, so these are the various concepts that we are going to cover in process automation. Happy learning. All the best. Automation tools in Salesforce. Automation. So when we see this term automation, what is automation? As we all know, automation is basically the technology by which a process or a procedure which we do on a regular basis is performed with say less or minimal human assistance. Right? So that is called as automation. Automation, in fact, it not only applies to software or CRM field, it applies to any industry out there. Automation is basically the next level of taking up our business. In fact, automation gives higher production rates, increased productivity, more efficient use of the available resources, and obviously better quality, product quality also. So there are numerous benefits of automation, and especially if you see Salesforce, here we can automate our business task, order processing, contact management, information sharing or inventory monitoring, order tracking, customer management, or performance evaluation. The list goes on and on. So automation can be applied almost like in any business process in Salesforce. For as such, as we said, for increased productivity and better use of the resources. So automation is inevitable. So in Salesforce also we have several powerful automation tools that we can use for our everyday business process. So what are all the different automation tools that we have in Salesforce? Formula fields, approval process, workflow rules, process builder, lightning flow builder, Apex and Visualforce. These are the automation tools that Salesforce offers. First is the formula fields. Of course, as a senior admin, you should be very much aware of this. Formula fields is a very powerful tool that actually cuts down the bunch of calculations that we do. Alright, it basically takes in formulas and gives you the data the way you want it. So you give the formula, you give the way it has to be calculated, and formula fields is basically calculating the data based on the input that is given and then displays the data in the format that you want it. So that is called as formula fields. Basically to avoid bunch of calculations. Next is approval process. Approval process automates how Salesforce records are approved in your org. So in an approval process, we define the various steps necessary for a record to be approved and who approves it in each step. On top of it, we also define what are all the actions to take place based on what happens during the approval process, whether it is approved or denied. So in case if it is approved, then what has to happen? If it is rejected, then what has to happen? So all these we define in an approval process. So approval process automates how the records are approved in our Salesforce org. Perfect. The third one is workflow rules. Workflow rule is another very efficient and powerful tool that we have in Salesforce that we use for automating our organization's standard process. Even workflow rules also, like you must be very well aware of being a senior admin. While defining, creating a workflow rules, we basically set up the criteria for our workflow rules and what are all the actions that has to take place when the criteria is satisfied. And workflow rules are very efficient and very common tool that we set up in almost every object in Salesforce. In fact, Process Builder, I would say it is a better version of workflow rules. It is the next level of workflow rules. It is a point-and-click tool that allows us to easily automate the business process. Workflow rules also work for automating the business process, but Process Builder comes into picture when it is even more complex. When there are multiple conditions out there, then we go for Process Builder. Another big advantage of using a Process Builder is that it gives us a graphical representation of how our process is. We can see what are all the terms that are defined and what happens in each and every step. So Process Builder is a much more efficient version of workflow rules. Cool. The next is Lightning Flow Builder. The biggest advantage of Lightning Flow Builder is that it is the only tool that gives us a visual representation through which we can create screens that gives the users a visual representation and guides them through the business process. In fact, among all the tools that are listed out here, a Lightning Flow Builder is the only tool that allows us to create an application that automates a business process, which also enables us by providing user data. Basically it can collect user input in real time and then process it based on how it is defined. So Lightning Flow Builder gives that kind of a visual representation. In fact, they can look up records, create records, update, delete records for multiple objects. In fact, when I said deletion, Lightning Flow Builder is the only tool that handles deletion. None of the other automation tools that we discussed handles deletion. Other than Apex Visual Force, the declarative automation tools are the first 5. Basically, the point-and-click tools wherein we have no code involved. Other than Apex and Visual Force, the first 5 are the declarative automation tools, and among these declarative automation tools, Lightning Flow Builder is the only tool that handles deletion of records. Cool. And the final one here is the Apex and Visual Force. Apex and Visual Force are basically code-based automation tools. And we go for Apex only when we are not able to solve that business requirement using any of the declarative automation tools. Only then we go for coding. Like when there is a custom logic or when the business process is too complex for the declarative tools to handle, then in those scenarios, Apex may be a solution for that. So overall, these are the different automation tools that we have in Salesforce. Among all these, as a senior admin, we are very well aware of formula fields, approval process, workflow rules. We know what they are, in what scenario it applies, and how we configure those automation tools. How do we use those automation tools, right? We discussed about all these in detail in our basic admin course. I think we also did a quick recap about a couple of them in our advanced admin as well. However, we discussed in detail about the first 3, that is formula fields, approval process, workflow rules in our basic admin course. So please do quickly check the basic admin course if you want to recap on all these. So in our advanced admin course, we'll not be going in detail about all these. The first 3, the formula fields, workflow, approval process and the workflow rules. We'll be concentrating more on the process builder and the Lightning Flow Builder. So in the forthcoming sessions, we'll understand how do we troubleshoot approval process, which we did not discuss earlier. What are all the different methods of troubleshooting approval process, and we'll directly go to process builder. We'll see like how we can configure that and how we can use that, and also the lightning flow builder. And after we are done with all these, then we'll do a comparison about all the automation tools, what are all the capabilities of the automation tools, at what scenario which automation tool has to be used, in what all combinations we can use these automation tools. So those concepts we'll be discussing in this chapter. In this session, we are going to quickly create an approval process. And why we are doing this is, in the forthcoming sessions, we'll be understanding how to troubleshoot an approval process. So for basically understanding the concept of troubleshooting better, we'll be creating an approval process now, and then using that approval process that we create, we'll be understanding how to troubleshoot it. So while creating this approval process, I'll not be getting into more details regarding each and every step that we have while creating an approval process, because we have already discussed in detail about how to create an approval process, what are all the various steps involved in it, and finally how do we configure it, activate it, and use it in our business process. We have already discussed all these in detail in our basic admin course, so let me not redo that again. So if you want to quickly refresh those concepts, you can have a look at the basic admin course, but here I'm just going to quickly create an approval process and use it in our troubleshooting later on. Perfect. So to start with, what is a Salesforce approval process? A Salesforce approval process, as we know, it is an automated process that any organization can use to automatically approve records in Salesforce. Right? As simple as that. And while creating this approval process, in fact, like it is basically a combination of various steps that a record has to go through to get approved. And while defining these steps, basically we also define actions with it. If the step gets approved, then what has to happen? And if it gets rejected, what are all the actions that has to happen? So all these we define in an approval process. So for this approval process, the criteria that I have taken is with the extracurriculars object. We in fact created all these custom objects for learning about the objects and the relationships. So let me pick a custom object, that is the extracurriculars object. And in this object, if you see, there is a custom field called as access code. So we'll be using this field, custom field access code, for defining our approval process. So basically how I'm going to create this, I'm just going to say that if the access code is blank for a extracurricular activity record, then it has to go for approval. So that is going to be our entry criteria. If the access code is null, then go for approval. Perfect. Now that our entry criteria is defined, let's go ahead and create an approval process in Salesforce. Go for approval processes. As you see, there are no approval processes as such defined. So go for that particular object. In our case, it is extracurricular. Go for that. There are no approval process defined. So let me go ahead and create a new approval process. Let me use a standard setup wizard. Fill in the details. I have given the process name, unique name, and I've just copied that to the description. Plus, please do give a meaningful description in real time. Specify the entry criteria. In our situation, the entry criteria is that the access code, that is the extracurricular code, equals null. So we are done with the entry criteria. Hit next. And then we are specifying the approver field and the record editability properties. Let me give as manager and then administrators only, and approval assignment email template. I just created a custom email template, so I'm going to use that. Fields to display, ready to take. And let's let it all remain as is. And specify the initial submitters. Let me just have it to be the owner. Yes, I would like to create an approval step now. Fill in the details. I've just included some sample data out here. Let me not skip any records. All the records should enter this step. Select Assigned Approver. Yes, manage a field. Let me not create any actions as of now. Perfect. So this is our approval process. The details listed are as below. Looks perfect. Let me quickly add an action to the approval step. Show actions. Okay, let me add a email alert. Fill in the details and then save it. Perfect. Looks good. Similarly, I have also added an action to the rejection step. So basically in our approval process, there is only one step, and I have added approval action and a rejection action. This approval process that we have created may not be in sync with any business process logically. However, this approval process that we just created with the components that we have in our Salesforce org is very much sufficient to understand about how do we troubleshoot an approval process. So let me quickly activate the approval process. Okay. Perfect. Our approval process is activated. We'll be using this approval process to understand the concept of troubleshooting. We all know that approval processes are extensively used in Salesforce. So as a senior admin, it is very essential for us to have the necessary skill set for troubleshooting approval processes. Basically, in real time, when we create approval process, when we add in all the necessary steps, the actions are finally activated, and then when users start using the approval process, many times what happens is they come back to us with many questions and also issues. Why am I seeing this? Why am I not seeing this? Why am I able to submit the record? Why am I not able to approve the record? And all sort of questions user come back to us. So in this video, we are going to understand some of the troubleshooting techniques for approval processes. Listed here are some of the scenarios and troubleshooting techniques for approval processes. Perfect. Let's go one by one. The first is using the Process Visualizer user interface. So what is this Process Visualizer user interface? Let's go to our developer org. Go to the approval process we just created. We have one approval process which is active, and this is in the extracurriculars object, as you can see here. So this is our approval process. You can see all the details out here, and here you have the option of view diagram. So click on that button. And this is the visual diagrammatic representation of our approval process. We can see here, first comes the entry criteria, and if it is satisfied, then it goes into the approval process. It checks for the initial submission actions and the further steps, and if approved, what happens, if rejected, what happens, and all these information. Basically, all this information is represented in a diagrammatic manner. On top of it, on the right hand side, you can see the various approval process properties, starting from what are all the different properties, who is the approver, what about the templates and the other properties out here. You also have some options wherein you can use this printable view option, documentation purpose, or maybe you can even use these during meetings if you want it handy. The other options out here is the legend. You can toggle the legend, and the navigator. You can again toggle this feature. So overall, this is the graphical representation of the entire approval process. In fact, this tool comes handy when we start working on an approval process for the first time. In a Salesforce org, definitely there will be many approval processes across all the objects. So as an admin, when you're troubleshooting an issue, and if that's some approval process that you have never worked on before, so starting with using this tool and having a visual representation of the approval process greatly helps, and also saves a lot of time. Perfect. So the next one that we are going to discuss about, unable to see submit for approval in the layout. Yes. So we know that when we create approval process, when we actually submit a record for approval, in that particular object, in the detail page, we have the submit for approval button. Sometimes users come back to us saying that they are unable to see that a submit for approval button. So in that scenario, the reason would be that the submit for approval button may not be pulled into the layout. So that we can very much update using the layout properties. So you can edit layout. And under buttons, you should be able to see that. But now that like it is already pulled into the layout, we are not able to see that. Similarly, on top of the button, sometimes the related list also might not be available on the layout, which is the approval history. So that also you may need to pull it to the layout. This is also a common issue that we encounter in real time. Perfect. Moving on. Unable to submit for approval error message. Yeah. So sometimes while submitting a record for approval, we might encounter an error message saying that we are unable to submit for approval. And the error message looks something like this. Unable to submit for approval. This record does not meet the entry criteria or initial submitters of any active approval process. Please contact your administrator. So this, clearly says that there are two possibilities for this error message. One is the entry criteria. The other is the initial submitters. Entry criteria. So for entry criteria, the reason is that there is a record and we are trying to submit that record for approval. However, the record did not satisfy the entry criteria for the approval process. So that is the reason we are getting this error message. The second reason is the initial submitters. While configuring the approval process, we also define who all can be the initial submitters. In our scenario, we have defined the initial submitters to be the extracurricular owner. So basically the owner of the record is the only person who can submit that record for approval. So if any other user other than the owner tries to submit the record for approval, then they would encounter this error message. So for replicating this scenario, what you can do is, we have two users in developer.org. We have logged in as one user and we have also created all these records with the same user. So what we can do is, we can log in as user 2 and then try to submit that record for approval. In that scenario, you would encounter this error message. So by that way, we can replicate the second one, that is initial submitters. For the entry criteria, we can just give a different entry criteria and see how we are getting this error message. Maybe I can quickly do that as well. So I am in the extracurricular object. Let me try to submit this record for approval. The entry criteria is that the approval code should be null, but now that I have some value out here, so let me try to submit it for approval. And I'm encountering this error message. So when the record does not meet the entry criteria or not in the initial submitters, in those scenarios, we will encounter this error message. Perfect. Moving on. Unable to process approval request error message. So this is another error message that we may encounter while using approval process, and it looks something like this. The approval request requires the next approver to be determined by the manager field. The value is empty. Please contact your administrator. So basically, the whole issue about this is about the next approver. While configuring the approval process, we have configured it in such a way that the next approver would be the manager. So after me, my manager would be approving the record. And after him, his manager would be approving the record. And after him, his manager. So it goes on like that. So in this scenario, what has happened is, the manager is not defined for the user. The manager field is empty. That is the reason we are encountering this error. The approval process doesn't know whom it has to forward it to. That is the whole issue about. So when we say that the next approver would be the manager, ensure that all the users have appropriate managers assigned. And where we do that settings is in the user page. So go to users, go to that appropriate user, hit the edit button. Now you should be able to see the manager information. You see approver settings. Here it defines who the manager has to be. And you can see that the manager field is blank. So appropriately map the managers to the users and that issue should be resolved. So for you guys, for replicating this scenario, what you can do is basically you have logged in as a user and have created those records. And for manager, you can tag in user 2 as your manager. For replicating this error message, just remove the manager field, save it, and then try to submit the record. It would pop up the error message. And again, tag the manager and then retry that. You should not be getting the error message. So this way you can replicate this particular issue. Now that the manager field is empty, we can quickly try it out. Let me try to submit this record for approval. And yeah, it gives me that error message. It says that the next approver is determined by the manager field, but the field is empty. So now fill in the manager field and retry. It should go through fine. Perfect. Moving on. Issues with approval email notifications. This is also one common scenario that we face in real time. Mainly users come to us saying that they are not able to receive email notifications from Salesforce whenever there is an approval record pending for their approval. In general, they are not getting email notifications about all these approval processes. So in Salesforce, there are a couple different places where we can check the settings to ensure that users get appropriate emails. First is the user setting. For every user, we define the email settings. And where do we do that? Again, in the users page, under approval settings, you should see receive approval request emails. And you have various options. So depending upon the user requirement, how they want it to be, choose the appropriate setting. This is one place where the issue may be. The other option that we need to check is about the deliverability settings. For viewing the deliverability settings, navigate to email administration, deliverability, and check the access level. Maybe the access level is set to no access or system email only. That is the reason users may not be getting approval email notifications. So check this access. The issue may be here also. So these are a couple different places where the issue may be with the settings that we have done in Salesforce. But sometimes the issue may not lie in these Salesforce settings. Rather, the issue may be with the data. Like say for example, the email address of the approver may be incorrect. Or the email notifications may be considered as a spam. So in those scenarios, the email client of the user should be configured in such a way that those emails are not considered as spam. So these are, data issues. These are different issues that we may need to handle. So as a senior admin, it will be very efficient for us to use email logs to track email notifications that are being sent out to users. Thereby, we can see if the emails are being sent out successfully or if there is an error message. What is the error message? So email logs would be of great help when we have issues with these email notifications. So go for email logs, email log files. Here as such we do not have any email logs as of now, but this is the place where you come and check your email logs. This would say which email was sent to which person and if it succeeded or if it errored out, what is the error message. This would give an idea. So this is the best way to go for any issues related to email notifications. Perfect. Moving on. Using debug logs to debug approval processes. This is a little tricky one because debug logs in general are used very extensively by developers rather admins. But trust me, debug logs is one of the very, very, very essential debugging tool that I have used in my experience. It has helped me solve numerous problems that we encounter in Salesforce. Not only with this approval process, literally with any component that you are having an issue with, debug logs are there to help. Be it process builders or be it a workflow or be it an object, be it fields, literally any issue that you have in Salesforce, debug logs come handy for troubleshooting that. Now let's understand how we use this amazing tool in Salesforce. So go to setup. Go for debug. You'll have two options, debug logs and the debug levels. So what is a debug log and what is a debug level? So whenever we generate a debug logs, we have to basically say for which person we are generating that log. So when we say that, say for example, it is me. If the system is generating debug logs for me, so it would basically record everything that I do in the system. And when we say record everything, so what is the level of details that we need? Do we just need the high level information, or do we just need every minute detail that the user does? So that is the debug level. Debug level is something, the level of information that the system needs to capture. So for generating debug logs, first we need to set up debug levels. So go for debug levels. And here you may not have any debug level already set up, but just because I use it, it is already in there. And if you do not have anything, no issues, you can create a new debug level. And this is what I mentioned. We need to mention the level of information that needs to be logged. So none, absolutely, the log will not actually record anything which is in the database level. Info, it is the next level of information. Finest, it gives the minute details that a user does in the system. Similarly, there are different categories in which the debug logs would be generated and different levels as well. So what you can do is you can give a name for your debug level, and you can also choose the level that you want your debug logs to be generated. Once done, save it, perfect, and your debug level is done. Once you are done creating your debug levels, now let's go and check out the debug logs. So let's go to debug logs. You can see there are no debug logs as such in here. And here it may be blank for you. You may not have any trace flags set. So whenever we want to generate debug logs, we need to first set up these trace flags. So how do we set up these trace flags? Click on the new button. You can set up trace flags. Choose the entity name. So in this scenario, it will be us. So choose your name and give the start date and the expiration date. The start date here, whatever you see, that would be the current date and time. And then the expiration date, like you can choose like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, but the maximum is 24 hours. You can generate debug logs for a person for a maximum of 24 hours. So choose the time frame. Say for example, like if you'll be working on an issue for about an hour, so just give about an hour. So, unnecessarily debug logs won't get accumulated in the system. And then choose the debug level. We just created a debug level. So choose that debug level and hit save. So what happens? If you have given like 10 minutes, for the next 10 minutes, whatever the user does in the system, everything would be recorded. So this debug logs we can use to troubleshoot issues. Not only approval process, but just any issue in Salesforce, debug logs come very handy. In fact, it is one of my very favorite tool that I use in Salesforce. So now for using debug logs, what we can do is, let me go to this extracurricular object. And this is one record which is not satisfying the entry criteria, because the entry criteria should be that the approval code is blank, but here I have got some value. Let me submit it for approval. Okay, it errors out saying that it does not meet the entry criteria. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go for debug logs, refresh the page. Perfect. My first debug logs, this is generated. And for viewing the logs, click on view. It should give out the information what you did. So you can see the execution started here and the execution finished here. So this is what actually happened in the meantime. Here it gives your name, details and everything. And it says the approval process actions. And then we have this record, the record ID we have. And then the approval code equals blank. Yes. And then it is checking the entry criteria. Extracurriculars with no access code, false. So the entry criteria is set to false. So no applicable approval process was found. The access code in that particular record, it had a value, so it did not satisfy the entry criteria. So it was not able to trigger the approval process. And finally, execution finished. So this is just one single example of how do we use debug logs for approval process. In a similar fashion, we can use debug logs for any issue out there. Awesome. Moving on. why some users can approve any record. Yeah, so if users have a modify all data permission, then those users can approve any record. Literally, system administrators would have modify all permissions, so they can approve literally any record in Salesforce. Approving from chatter feed. Yeah, so if we want to approve records from chatter feed, then we can do the appropriate settings in such a way that users can approve or reject records using their chatter feed. And to set it up in Salesforce, go for chatter settings. Here you would have the options to approve or reject records. So allow users to receive approval request as post. So if you enable this option, then user would receive the approval request in their chatter feed. Cool. Moving on. Unable to approve from a mobile device. Yeah, if user comes to us saying that they are unable to approve or reject a record from a mobile device, then again the issue may be with some of the settings that we have done. So to handle this issue, go to the approval process, click on edit, go to the approval page layout, and there you have the option for setting whether whether records can be approved only within the Salesforce application or from the wireless enabled mobile device. So in this scenario, it is not enabled. That is the reason users are not able to approve records using their mobile. So this is about how to approve using a mobile device. The next technique is issues with approval record editability. Yeah, sometimes users come to you saying that they are not able to edit the records they are approving. So again, that is with the configuration settings that we have done with the approval process. For this, again go to the approval process, edit, approver field and record editability properties. So there we can define who all has access to edit the records during an approval process. So when a record enters the approval process, if administrator the only person or administrator or the currently assigned approver, if both of them can edit the records. So based on the need, you can set it the properties accordingly. This is also a troubleshooting technique. And finally, firing multiple approval processes. Sometimes in real time, if users come to you saying that they submitted a record for approval, but they did not get the expected result. So as admin, what we do, we debug the system. We debug that particular approval process. Debug logs would be the best way to do that. And we see that there are more than one approval process which satisfies the entry criteria. There may be a scenario like that. So if there are more than one approval process which satisfies the entry criteria, the system would fire the approval process in the process order. Whenever we create approval processes in Salesforce, we also give a process order. So say for example, there are two active approval processes in the same object extracurricular. One with a process order 1, another with a process order 2. And if when a record is submitted for approval, both these approval processes, the entry criteria is satisfied. So in that scenario, Salesforce would only fire the approval process with the process order 1. It would not actually go to the approval process number 2. So in that scenario, the second approval process will not get fired at all. That is the reason the user was not getting the expected results, because the user actually wanted to see results based on approval process number 2, but it did not get fired. Why? Because there are more than one approval process which satisfied the entry criteria, and the second one did not fire because the process order was 2. So to solve the scenario, what we have to do is we need to actually validate the entry criteria for all the approval process in a particular object. We shouldn't create a scenario in such that there is an overlap between the entry criteria. At one point of time, there should be only one approval process that gets triggered when a record is submitted for approval. We should not create scenarios wherein there are more than one approval process that gets triggered. That would basically create an issue. So always while creating new approval process, have a look at the previous approval process that are already existing in the object, validate the entry criteria, and then create new ones accordingly. So these are some of the various troubleshooting techniques that we need to know while working with approval process. Alright, in our previous video we understood about the various troubleshooting techniques for approval processes. When users start using approval processes as a senior admin, what are all the different type of techniques that we need to follow for troubleshooting any issue within approval process? Perfect. So now, as a continuation of that, but in fact in a little different aspect, we are going to understand what are all the different considerations that we need to note while using approval processes. In fact, knowing this as a senior admin would greatly help us in our day-to-day admin job. So these are some of the considerations that we are going to discuss now. To go with, submit for approval button can't be overridden. So what is this? In Salesforce, when we create and activate an approval process for any object, then automatically we'll have this submit for approval button in the detail page, right? So if we want to submit any record for approval, we use this button to actually automatically get that record approved through the various steps. Perfect. We know that. And submit for approval button is actually one of the many standard buttons that we have in Salesforce. In fact, let's quickly go to our developer org. This is the extracurricular custom object. Scroll down to this section, button links and actions. Here you see the various buttons, links and actions available in this extracurricular object. And these buttons that are available out here, these are the standard buttons. The delete button, edit, new, view, and these are the standard buttons. However, these standard buttons can be overridden, meaning these standard buttons can be overridden with a custom Visualforce page. Say for example this new button. This new button, once you use that standard new button, automatically that standard new page layout appears, right? That new page appears. However, if you override it because you have a different specific custom requirements, then instead of that standard page, on clicking that new button, a Visualforce page would open in the way that you have designed it. That is what is called as overriding a standard button. So, say for example, I hit edit. I am editing this standard button, and here there is an option if you want to override it. If you want to override it, select the other option and choose the Visualforce page. As such, we have not created any Visualforce pages, so that option is not appearing out there. However, if there are Visualforce pages, those Visualforce pages will appear here and you can choose which page should be used for overriding this new button. So this is the general behavior of how to override a standard button in Salesforce. However, if you see here, the button submit for approval, though it appears on the detail page, it is not available out here. Meaning the submit for approval button can't be overridden. In case the business requirement is such a way that you do not want to use the regular approval process, instead you want to use a custom requirement, and as per the business, in that scenario you can't override the submit for approval standard button. But if the business is very specific about the custom requirement, what you can do is you can create a new custom button. The option is out here. You can create a new custom button. You can use the Visualforce page and make it work accordingly. So basically the underlying concept is that the standard submit for approval button as such can't be overridden. But if the business is very specific about a custom requirement, we can create a new custom button and we can use that instead of the submit for approval standard button, and you can hide that standard submit for approval button from the page layout. So though we cannot directly override it, the workaround would be to create a new custom button and hide the existing standard button. This is all about the first consideration. Submit for approval button can be overridden. Perfect. Moving on. Approval steps can't be added to an active approval process. Alright. So, we have actually created an approval process which we activated also. Now what we are going to see is whether we can add approval steps to an active approval process. So for this, let's navigate to the approval process that we created. So this is our approval process. This is activated. And here are the steps that we have defined for this. As such, there is only one step out here. We have not created multiple steps. That's okay. But what we are trying to understand is about the new button here. We do not see any new button here, meaning we can't add new approval steps to an existing active approval process. So it is a best practice to always validate the approval steps before we activate any approval process. Perfect. Moving on. Additional actions can be added to an active approval process. This is similar to the previous one. What basically can or can't be done to an active approval process. First, we understood approval steps can't be added. And now actions can be added. You see, you can still add further actions to an existing active approval process. Perfect. Next is additional approvers may be added to an active approval process. Alright, this is a little tricky one. We should be able to add additional approvers to an active approval process. However, there is a little trick in this. To understand this, let's navigate to the approval process again. We are here. Let's go to the approval steps. Hit the edit button. Go next. This specifies the step criteria. Alright, assigned approvers. While configuring this approval process, we automatically set this to manager. However, you can always add additional approvers using this option. So here you can choose users and then you can add additional users so that they'll be able to approve. And in this scenario, if you see, we are adding additional users to an active approval process, right? We have that option very much available. However, if there are records which are already in this particular step of the approval process, at that time, these additional approvers won't be able to work on that record. But otherwise, adding additional approvers should work perfectly fine. Alright. The next is cross-object field updates in re-evaluated workflow rules are ignored. Let's again consider the same approval process we created for the extracurricular object. Let's say that approval process specifies a field update action. So basically what happens when the approval process gets triggered? That field update action also gets completed. But if the field update action re-evaluates the workflow rules for the updated object, in our case the extracurricular object, then those re-evaluated workflow rules may or may not work depending on a scenario. So when would it work and when it would not work? It would work if it includes updates within the same object. And it would not work if it includes cross-object field updates. So that is what it means. Cross-object field updates in re-evaluated workflow rules are ignored. This is a very interesting concept and many times we face issues in this. So this is good to know. Moving on. Field updates do not evaluate custom validation rules on fields. Yeah, so this is a simple and straight. Field updates in approval process, they do not evaluate any custom field validation rules that we may have. Email approval response where assigned approvers is a queue. For this, basically how do we approve records in Salesforce? We can log into the application and we can approve the records, yes. And we can use mobile device to approve records, yes. And the other option would be to use emails to approve records. So in order to enable users to email to approve records, go to the process automation settings, set up process automation settings. There you have the option to enable users to use email to approve records. So if you enable this option, then users can approve or reject records by replying to emails. However, there is a catch here. This option can't be used if the approver is a queue. Here, when we try to edit the approvers, we have the option of assigning the approvers to a queue. So if the assigned approver is a queue, then email approval response is not supported. That is what this is all about. Email approval response where the assigned approvers is a queue. Basically, it is not supported. Mass transfer approval processes. We have this feature of mass transfer to other objects wherein we mass transfer records. Similarly, we can also mass transfer approval processes. So for transferring the approval records, setup, find mass transfer. You see mass transfer records. That shows you, you can mass transfer records for other objects. Similarly, you can mass transfer approval processes as well. So here you have many different options for choosing which are all the records that you would like to transfer. So give that criteria, find, you will have all the processes listed out, and then you can choose to whom you want to transfer those records to. So mass transferring approval processes is supported. Finally, approval limits. To know about the approval limits, let me quickly pull the Salesforce help page. So here it lists down the various limits with respect to approval processes. It says the total approval process 1000, per object 300, and how many approvers can be, how many actions we can define in each step, and all these. We may not be able to have these numbers on the top of our head. However, it is definitely good to know that limits apply to approval processes. So these are some of the considerations that we need to have while using approval processes in Salesforce. Lightning Process Builder. We know Salesforce offers some pretty cool automation tools like formula fields, approval process, workflow rules, Lightning Process Builder, Flow Builder, Apex, and Visualforce. Among all these, let's talk about a Lightning Process Builder. In fact, when I started doing this video, just on seeing the term process builder, some good old memories started streaming through my mind. I still remember the very first time when I used this tool. I was in total awe. I was like, oh my gosh, look at this tool, how awesome it is. I was truly surprised. Truly impressed. I was just thinking, oh my gosh, look at this efficiency of this tool. What all we can do with this tool. I think this was way back in 2015, around when Salesforce first launched Process Builder. We were using only workflow rules till then. So Process Builder was much more powerful version. So I just couldn't resist myself, and I was trying out the various different possibilities of using the Process Builder, the various options it had to offer, and all these. But you know what? Way back then, when Process Builder was launched, we were not able to use a Process Builder in change sets. It was not included by Salesforce. So when we use a Process Builder, what we used to do was we used to manually create those components in all the environments. I understand that is a pain in the neck. Yes, I agree. However, the tool was very powerful that we couldn't resist using that. However, after a few releases, Salesforce eventually included a Process Builder also in the change sets, and yeah, now we can very much use Process Builders for deployments, but it wasn't the case way back then. But whatever, Process Builder is definitely a very efficient and powerful tool that we have in Salesforce. Yeah, pretty good one. Alright, okay, so stories aside, let's get back to work. Process Builder. It is used for easily automating business processes with point and click. As simple as that. So basically, it is a declarative feature that we have in Salesforce to automate complex business processes. Or we can simply put it as workflow rule version 2.0. Or maybe even we can say like version 10.0, because it is that much advanced with so many features to offer. If we consider workflow rules basically does a field updates, and it can create task records. Yes, it can only create task records, but not for other objects. Sending out email alerts or working with outbound messages. These are some of the actions that workflow rule does. But Process Builder does way more than that. It can create records, update records, invoke flows, invoke other processes, quick actions, automatically submit records for approval, sending out email alerts, and then calling Apex code as well. Here for update records, though workflow rule also update records, Workflow rule does update only on that specific record or maybe on the parent record. But here process builder works on the record and also the child records. So process builder offers variety of options and tons of flexibility that we can work with. In fact, a process builder can cut down a lot of code components that we have in our system. And even business requirements that would demand code can sometimes be done with process builder. So it is that much a powerful tool. So in the upcoming videos, we'll discuss about various business use cases wherein we can use process builder. In the previous session, we had an introduction to process builder and we also understood about the various capabilities of Lightning process builder. Alright? Perfect. And now it's time for us to use a process builder to solve some of the real-time business requirements. So here I have taken a simple requirement wherein whenever a case record gets created with the case reason as installation, a child case record needs to get created automatically. Perfect. As you can see, this requirement is pretty straightforward. So whenever a case record gets created in the system with a case reason being installation, then automatically a child case record needs to get created. So for this requirement, we need automatically records to be created in the system. So process builder is the automation tool using which we can automatically create records in Salesforce. So let's go ahead and use process builder to solve this business requirement. Go to your Salesforce developer org, setup, process builder. So this is our awesome process builder tool. Here you may not see any processes as such if you haven't created any before. Go for new. We are going to create a new process. Give the details. I have given a name. The API name got populated automatically and also a description. But please do give a meaningful description in real time. And also we need to specify when the process needs to start. So the process starts when a record changes, or if a platform event occurs, or it is invoked by another process. In our scenario, this process should get triggered when there is a change in the record, right? Whenever a case record gets created, this process should get triggered. So let me say a record changes, save. Then opens up this diagrammatic representation wherein we can see like how the process builder goes through. Start and then add object. The first thing that you need to do is to add object. To which object it specifies. So here in our case, it is the case object. So give case and we need to specify when this process needs to start. When a record is created or when it is created or edited. In our scenario, it clearly says whenever the case record gets created. So here let me choose the first option saying that only when a record is created. Perfect. Let's save the changes. And once we are done with that, let's move on and add the add criteria. So here we need to add the criteria saying that when which criteria is satisfied, the actions should take place. So what is the criteria that we have in our business use case? The criteria that we have is the case reason should be installation. That is the criteria that we have. Only if this criteria is satisfied, then the process builder should execute the actions. So let's define that criteria. I've given the criteria name. I've set it as is the case reason installation. Yes, if the case reason is installation, then it should go ahead and do the actions. So given a criteria name and now let's set the conditions. For setting the conditions, first we need to specify the field. So in our case, the field is a reason, case reason. So select the field, choose, and it says equals, type, choose like what kind of a field it is. The reason field is a pick list field. So choose pick list and then select the values. So automatically when you choose this field, all the values that are part of the pick list appears out here. Installation. And this one actually doesn't apply for us because this applies only if we have multiple conditions out here. However, let's stay with the defaults because it is only one condition and it doesn't apply. All the conditions are met. Okay, save. Perfect. So the second step is also done. That is, we have specified the criteria. Then if the criteria is true, then this happens. If the criteria is false, this happens. So, this gives a pretty cool diagrammatic representation of our entire process. So if the criteria is true, what has to happen? Now let's add actions to it. As we discussed in the previous video, these are all the different type of actions that a process builder can do. And for this specific requirements, let's go with create a record. Create a record, specify the action name. And once you specify the action name, now we need to choose which type of record is to be created. What object is that? In our scenario, when a case gets created with a type as installation, a child case has to be created. So that also falls under the same category case. So choose case here. We need a case record to be created. And now we need to give inputs to the child case record that automatically gets created. Usually while creating records, one thing that we need to note is that we need to give in the field values for all the mandatory fields. And we need to fill in those values as per the business requirement. So one thing is the mandatory fields need to have a value, otherwise the process builder will error out. And the second thing is to satisfy the business requirement. The business requirement may say that the child record that gets created should have so and so value. So if there is any specifications like that, then we need to include that as well. But here as such in our requirement, there are no specific requirements saying that the child record needs to have so and so field values. So we are not including them. However, we should include those mandatory fields in a case record. So if you see here in Salesforce, these are the mandatory fields for a case record. So let me include these two fields in our process builder, the status and the case origin. So status, let me say new. Case origin, let me say email. And also this is a child record, alright? It is not any independent case record. It is a child record. So when we say a child record, it has to be tagged to a parent. So also tag the parent out here. Add row. Let's choose the parent field, parent case ID. And let's say it as field reference. Click on find a field. And look for the case ID. Perfect. Choose. Perfect. So, which is the case ID that we have actually chosen? This is the ID. This is the ID of the record that triggered this process builder. So, this is the ID of the record that has the status as installation. The case reason as installation. So, that is the record that we have chosen here. Save. That's so cool. We have defined our immediate actions as well. And that is it, right? So for solving this business requirement, what is all that we did? We opened Process Builder and this pop-up with the diagrammatic representation came out very nicely. And then we chose the object and then we did all the criteria and then we also defined our actions. And that's it. We are all set to test this Process Builder. So let's go ahead and activate this Process Builder. Alright, confirm. Alright, now that we have activated our process, let's go and test it out. So let me create a new case record now. Fill in the details. I have just filled in only the mandatory values out here. Once they are done, save. Perfect. Now that our case record is created. Go to details. This is the case record that we just created. And once we created this case record, automatically the process builder would have got triggered and would have created a new case. So this is our child case. The parent field is not present in here. So let me quickly go to the layout and add that out. Go for fields. Search for parent case. Let me pull it to the layout. Perfect. Save. Awesome. So here is our parent case field. And this is the record that we created that invoked the process. So this is how we use a process builder to automatically create records in Salesforce. And we should also note that if not for process builder, the other way to solve this business requirement is to use an Apex trigger. So that's the reason we said earlier that process builder, in fact, it is a perfect alternative to many of the business requirements that can be solved using code. In this session, let's understand how to use Process Builder to auto-create child records. In fact, in the previous video, we did a similar requirement wherein we used a Process Builder to auto-create a record which was in the same object. Alright, but in this one, we'll be auto-creating a child records, so basically on a different object. And this business use case is a little more complicated than the one that we discussed in the previous video. And here is the business use case. The requirement is that whenever an opportunity gets closed successfully, a new contract needs to be automatically created for the opportunities account. And the contracts account should be the opportunities account, the status as draft, contract start date as the opportunities close date, contract term 6 months, and notify the opportunity owner. So these are all the actions that need to take place. And what is the scenario? The scenario is that whenever an opportunity gets closed successfully. So that is our triggering criteria. So when this happens, automatically all these should happen. Right? So opportunity gets closed successfully, meaning the opportunity stage equals closed one. So whenever an opportunity record gets updated with the stage name as closed one, then a new contract record needs to get created. And also we have the specifications for the various fields that we need for creating that contract record. And here if you see, we are creating a contract record, which is basically a child of the account. So we are creating a child record in a different object. Unlike the previous one wherein we created a new record, but it was pretty much on the same object. But this is in a different object. So this creation of child records, in fact, if we consider the declarative automation tools in Salesforce, Process Builder and Flow Builder are the only tools which supports creating child records. It doesn't happen with the other automation tools that we have in Salesforce. Otherwise, Apex and Visualforce is always an option, but that is coding. But from the declarative features, Process Builder and Flow Builder are the only options. And Process Builder is definitely a very efficient tool. So now let's quickly use a Process Builder to replicate the scenario. Open your Salesforce Developer Edition. Go for Process Builder. Auto create child case record. This is the one that we previously created and activated that. So let's go for a new process. Fill in the details. I've given the name as auto create contract on accounts and the API name got populated. Description, yeah, please do give a more meaningful description. And we need to specify when the process starts. Here the process should start when the record changes, right? Basically when the opportunity record changes. When the opportunity stage name gets updated to closed one, this process should start. So we have mentioned record changes. Save. And now our process canvas opens. And here let's do the remaining. First, let's add the object. Choose the object and specify when to start the process. So basically what is the triggering of our process? The opportunity stage name. So the object is opportunity. And start the process only when a record is created or edited. Basically in our case it is created or edited, right? Because opportunity can be created as closed one, so it is edited. Save. Okay. And now that that is defined, let's move on to the criteria. Criteria. Give a good criteria name. We'll be checking if the opportunity stage is closed one And the criteria for the executing actions, okay, let's say the conditions are met. All right. And now let's add our conditions. The condition is that the opportunity stage equals, and that's a pick list, close to 1. So that is our condition, right? When the opportunity stage is close to 1, then we have to fire the process. All right, our criteria is set. Now let's add the actions. So what is the action that we need to do? We need to create a new contract record, right? So let's choose a create records. We need to create a new contract record. Give the action name. Create new contract. Find the record type. This is the standard contract object. So I've chosen contract object. And now we have to set the field values. The field values, as we discussed in the previous video, whenever we create records, we have to be very mindful about the fields that are mandatory in the object. So those fields need to be given values. Otherwise, the process builder will error out. On top of it, on top of the mandatory values, we need to add appropriate fields if business is specific about any particular field values. So the mandatory fields and the fields given by the business, both these fields should be added. Now that let's just add those fields which is mentioned in the requirement. The contracts account is the opportunities account. So if we take a look at the contracts record, let me try creating a new contract. If you see, this account is mandatory. Alright, so whenever we create a contract record, we need to tag it to the account. And also we see that status, contract start date and contract term, these fields are mandatory. Alright, so all these fields needs to be populated with some value for creating a contract record. So the first is the account. The business says the contracts account is the opportunities account. So what we are going to do is, first let's pick that field, the account ID, because it is mandatory, it is showing here. Let me say field reference, and the value, it is the opportunities account. Perfect. Alright, so now we have mapped the account ID field, that is the contracts account, is mapped to the opportunities account. So we have mapped the first field. And the next field is the status field, which has to be set to draft. So status, it's a pick list, give it as draft. The contract start date is the opportunities close date. Okay. Again, it's a field reference, because if it is date, then basically we are giving in some values, but we are not giving any values as such. Field reference is the opportunities close date, right? Okay, we have mapped it. The contract term is 6 months. If you see, this value is constant. This is data, right? So let's input that data. The contract term. Okay, it's a number, that is 6. Alright, and now that like all the field values are set, let's go ahead and save this action. Perfect, we have added our first action, but is that all? Not at all, right? We have one more action that needs to be done, that is notify the opportunity owner. So, the first action is to create a new contract and the second action is to notify the opportunity owner. So in that case, the action that we are going to select is email alert. And the action name is notify opportunity owner. I've given as notify opportunity owner and now email alerts. So if you click on this email alert, you as such do not see any email alerts appearing out here, right? Why? Because there are no existing email alerts for this particular object, opportunity object. So first let's create one email alert and then associate it here. So for creating one, new email alert, fill in the details. As this is more for the understanding purpose, I have just associated one existing email template. and rest details are also filled. Save. Perfect. So now we have created an email alert. We are now going to use this email alert in our process builder. The email alert name is a notify opportunity owner. So the moment you start typing it, it automatically appears out here. Perfect. Save. Perfect. So we are almost done. Alright. We have configured our process builder in such a way that it satisfies this requirement. Opportunity gets closed successfully. So our criteria is opportunity stage name is closed one and a new contract needs to be created. So we have added an action for creating record, new contract record, and also we have created an email alert to notify the opportunity owner. Perfect. So in this scenario, there are two actions out here. So always use this show more to see all the actions which are defined. And also one other thing out here, if there are more than one action, the actions get executed in the order that it appears in the canvas. That is there. So in our scenario, first a new contract gets created and then an email is fired to the opportunity owner. Perfect. So now that the entire process is configured, let's go ahead and activate the process. Confirm. Perfect. Our process is activated. Now let's go and test it out. Just choose any opportunity in your developer org, or you can even create one. And also make sure that the stage is not close to one. So, we can observe the changes. So now the stage is not close to one. What we are going to do is we are going to update the stage to close to one. By doing so, what would have happened is now that the process builder would have got fired. So when that process builder triggers, what happens? A new contract gets created, right? So now if we navigate to this account, we should see a new contract that gets created, right? So for that account, a new contract record is created. For the new contract record, if you see the account name, we tagged it to the opportunity account. So the same account is tagged. And the start date, that is the opportunity's close date. So the same date is tagged. And the contract term is 6 months. So automatically the end date got calculated. So basically the first action got completed successfully. The second option, notify the opportunity owner. I received an email with the email template, whichever that is tagged. So the second action also got completed successfully. So this is how we use a process builder to create a child records in the system. And it is just not about one action. We can add multiple actions to the process builder. In the upcoming videos, let's get into more business use cases. In the previous sessions, we understood how to use a process builder for auto-creating records. Now let's understand how do we use this awesome process builder to update child records in our system. So for this, let's consider a business scenario. So our scenario is that whenever an account gets deactivated, update all its related open opportunities to closed lost. So this is our business requirement. Alright. So what is the condition here? Whenever an account gets deactivated. So that is when our actions should take place. So account gets deactivated meaning maybe there is a active field and you basically deactivate an account. And update all its related open opportunities. So when we say related opportunities, here in our case it means child records, right? So child opportunities of account. And open opportunities. So we know opportunities can be open or closed. So closed means the stage is either closed lost or closed won. And other rest all stages are considered as open opportunities. So to update all its related open opportunities to closed lost. So this is our scenario. For such a business requirement, actually there may be few other ways also to do it. Like we can use Apex trigger or we can use this process builder in combination with a flow. So there are a couple other methods also to do this. Now let's understand how do we do this using just process builder. Go to your developer org and here process builder. Let's create a new process now. So you may already have other processes here. Now let's create a new process. Fill in the details. Also mention when the process needs to start. Here it should start when a record changes. Save. Perfect. Our new process is ready to be designed. And now let's choose which object. In our scenario, this process should start basically when the account is deactivated. So the object is account. And the criteria is when the record is created or edited, alright? Because basically when an account is created or maybe when it is edited later time, even at that scenario, the account can be deactivated. So it is created or edited. Save. Now we have defined when to start the process. Next, let's add the criteria. So our criteria is when the account is deactivated. So let me say on account deactivation. And here we have to define what defines actually the account deactivation. In the account object, we have a field that is an active field which is a pick list field and it has values yes or no. So let's use this field in our process builder. So use this active pick list field equals, it's a pick list, and when it says no. So basically when we are deactivating it. And this is our only criteria. So let's save it. Our criteria is also defined, and when the criteria is satisfied, what are all the actions? So the action is to update records. Basically update the related open opportunities. So in that scenario, let's choose the action type as update records. Okay. And the action name is update related opportunities. So choose opportunities. And here when we say update records, process builder gives us the option. It is asking us whether to update the account record which started the process or its related records. So process builder has this capability of updating related records as well. Related parent, related child, any related record. So process builder can be used to update related records as well. But in our scenario, now we are choosing a related record. So let me go for the second option. And when we say related record, we need to say which related record. And here it is opportunities. And then comes the criteria for updating records. So we need to define whether all the related records should be updated, meaning all the related opportunities should be updated, or is there any specific opportunities to be updated. So as per our business scenario, we need to update only the open opportunities. So opportunities, we have open opportunities and closed opportunities. So what are closed opportunities? All opportunities wherein the stage is either closed won or closed lost, they are closed opportunities. And what is open opportunities? All the other opportunities are basically open opportunities, meaning opportunities where the stage is not closed won or closed lost. So they are open opportunities. And in opportunities object, we have a field, the closed field, that we can use for all these configurations. Whether if we want to choose whether an opportunity is open or closed, we can use that particular field. So that is called as is closed. So that particular field we are going to use, and we are going to separate out all the open opportunities. So we have a criteria here. We don't want to update all the opportunities. We want to update only the open opportunities. So let's define the condition now. So the opportunities status should be equals false, right? So if is closed, if that field equals false, basically it is an open opportunity. So we have used the criteria, and only those opportunities which meets this criteria will be updated. And now we need to define what is the update that needs to happen on all the opportunities which meets this criteria. So in our scenario, we need to update the stage to closed lost. So we have defined our action. We have given the action type. We have given the action name. We have also mentioned it is the opportunities of account. And then it is not all the opportunities, but only the open opportunities. And for all the open opportunities associated to that account, we need to update the stage value to closed lost. So this is our action that we have defined. So once we have defined all this, let's save it. Perfect. So we have defined everything. Now our process builder is ready to be activated. So let's activate the process. Perfect. It is now activated. Let's go ahead and check it in the UI. So this is our account. Let me choose this account. So here I have actually done already data setup. You can see this is an account and it has 4 opportunities. Among those, 2 are closed opportunities and the other 2 are open opportunities. Now let's deactivate this account. You can see this account is activated now. Let me go ahead and deactivate this account. Perfect. Now the account is deactivated. So what should ideally happen? All the open opportunities should be updated to closed lost. Now let's check the opportunity status. All the open opportunities are updated to closed lost. The closed one, it remains as is. So this is how we use Process Builder to update child records. In a similar fashion, you can also use the Process Builder to update the same account record that started the process as well. Now let's analyze a business scenario wherein we'll be using Process Builder to execute time-dependent actions. Basically, in our previous videos, we did about immediate actions that happen immediately when the process is triggered. But now, let's try to configure time-dependent actions. So for this, let's consider a business use case. Whenever a department record gets created, so department here is basically a custom object that we have. In case you do not have that custom object, you can try to create a new one or you can use any of the standard objects that you have. So whenever that record gets created with null department details is basically a field that we have in that object. So when we create a record with a null value in that particular field, then what should happen is update the field with a department name and department code. So the department details should be updated with the name and the code after 1 day. So that is not immediate, basically after 1 day. So there is a dependency on time here. So whenever we have scenarios wherein like we have this time dependency, that time we go for this time dependent actions in Process Builder. In fact, this is just one scenario that we are talking about. For this time-dependent actions, we can quote n number of real-time scenarios. Say, for example, consider the opportunity object. We may have a scenario wherein we need to send out any reminder emails 10 days before the opportunity close date, if the opportunity is still open. So, say, for example, the opportunity close date is next month, and before 10 days, prior 10 days, we need to send a reminder email to the opportunity owner saying that the opportunity is to be closed within 10 days, but it is still open. Or maybe we can use this time-dependent actions for creating some reminder task or follow-up task. Say, for example, if some rep is not assigned to an account or if some activity is not closed. So there are n number of business scenarios wherein we'll be using these scheduled actions. So among that, we have just picked one scenario, and using this scenario, we'll understand how do we configure this in Process Builder. Developer Edition, Process Builder. Let's create a new process. Fill in the details. I've just copied the same to the description, but yeah, please give an elaborate description. And now let's configure this object, and we'll also specify when to start the process. The object here is the department custom object. And here we have two options. One is when the record is created. The other is when the record is created or edited. So when we use this scheduled actions, that is the time dependent actions, the option of this time dependent actions, that is the scheduled actions as you see here, is available only when the record is created. It will not be available when the record is created or edited. Say for example, like I choose this option. Let me save this. We have this, right? We have the option of adding scheduled actions. However, if we choose the other option, when the record is created or edited, then we do not have that option of adding scheduled actions. But still, we can still add scheduled actions when the criteria is created or edited in the criteria section. So that let me add the criteria and then I'll show you that information. So let's add the criteria. For the time being, I'll have it as record is created. That is our business use case. Save it. Add the criteria. The criteria here is the department details is null. So I have added the criteria name and let's set the conditions. Department details, have chosen the field is null. Set it true. So this is our criteria, right? When this criteria is satisfied, then it goes for the actions. So we have defined the criteria as well. And as I mentioned before, the scheduled actions are available only when the record is created, right? But when the record is edited, we know the scheduled options is not available. However, we can make it available under one condition. We have this option of advanced in criteria. In criteria, we have this option wherein it's saying, do you want to execute the actions only when specified changes are made to the record? Basically meaning only when this change happens, this process will fire. So before that, it should be a different value. And this change should be the specific change for this process to fire. That is the meaning of this. And that is what is given in this. And if you select this option, then you will get scheduled actions. So basically there are two scenarios in which you will have scheduled actions. One, when you start the process only when the record is created, or when the record is created or edited, and also you choose this option under criteria. So under these two conditions, you will have the option of adding scheduled actions to your process. However, this is just for the information, but as per our business use case, it is on creation. So let me choose the first option and I'll save this. I just wanted to show you both the scenarios wherein the scheduled actions will be available. That is why I changed it. But as per our business scenario, it is only when the department record gets created. So that is why I have updated that back to created. And here, yeah, when it is created, you will not have that option also in criteria. That advanced option which you had, that option will not be present when you choose the created option, only created option. Perfect. So now we have defined our criteria. The department details is null. Perfect. Save. And now let's add our scheduled actions. So for scheduled actions, first let's set the time. Say 1 day after created date. Meaning after 1 day after the department record is created, then the department details should be updated with the name and the code. And as you can see, there are multiple options out here, meaning you can define multiple scheduled actions here. Similar to immediate actions. Immediate actions also we can schedule multiple immediate actions. Similarly, scheduled actions also you can create multiple actions. So now that we have configured our time, let's define our action. What has to happen? The action is updating the records. We have to update the department records. So our action name is update department details. And we need to say select the department record that started the process. We just need to update the same record, not any child record or parent record. So I'm choosing this option. And then no criteria. Yes, all the records. And here we need to set the field values. The field value is the department details should be appended with the code and the name. So the department details should have both the name and the code. So for populating this field value with both the name and the code, go for the type formula. We have 4 options. Out of this, choose formula. Specifically to show you all these options, I chose this requirement. So let's go for formula here. And here we have the option of building the formula. So let's say department name, basically it is a string, and let me concatenate this with the field value that is there in the department name. So department name, this is just a plain text, and then it pulls the value from the department as such from the name field. And then let me again concatenate this and then department code, and pull in the field as well, the department code. So this is a very simple formula. I have concatenated some text and also the field. So once you have done all this, click on use this formula. The formula gets uploaded here and then save. Perfect. So now we have configured our scheduled actions. We have defined the time, basically that is 1 day after created date, after the department record gets created. And we have also defined the action, what needs to take place. So now that we have completely done with the configuration, activate your process. Confirm. Now for testing this process, what we need to do is we need to create a department record with a null department details. And then once you save it, this process will get triggered. And automatically the scheduled actions happen. And the actions happen basically after 24 hours after the created date. So tomorrow if you check, the department details would be updated with the name and the code. As it has got time dependency, I am unable to show you the output, but still it is pretty straightforward and you yourself can go and test it out. The next concept that we are going to discuss about is using Process Builder to send out email alerts. So when we say email alerts, we can give n number of examples wherein we use this email alerts feature. Say for example, we send reminder emails to record owners in many scenarios, or we send notification emails like when an opportunity is closed, or like sending out reminder emails to complete some task, or sending out reminders to notify managers when the deal amount is very high or very low. Like, you can give n number of examples where we use this email alerts feature. In our business use case, I have considered a simple straightforward one to send out welcome email to new users. So whenever a new user gets created in the system, a welcome email is to be automatically sent to them. As simple as that. And we'll be configuring a process to solve this business use case. But otherwise in real time, though we have email alerts, yes, but majority of the time, this email alert action is clubbed with other actions. We'll have a different field update or a create record or update record or a flow, and then clubbed with this email alert generally, but yeah, still you can use it. Now let's try to create a process to solve this business requirement. Let's create a new process. Fill in the details. Give a more meaningful description and save. Perfect. Now let's define the object. Here it is a user object. And this process should get triggered only when the user is created. Basically, when a new user gets created in the system. So let me choose the first option. Save. And then let's add the criteria. The criteria, if there are any additional criteria, we can use that. But let me have the criteria simple. Let me say that if the user is active. Fill in the criteria name. And also say the active field, and that should equals true. So whenever the created user is active, in that scenario, let's create a new action. And the action type is email alerts. We know there are different type of action types. In the previous sessions, we did a create record, update record. Now email alerts. So give the action name. And for using email alerts, we should have already created an email alert in the system. So only those email alerts that we already have created in the system, only those we'll be able to use it here. For creating email alerts, go to Setup, Email Alerts, and here you should have all the email alerts that you have. If you do not have any, create a new email alert. And while creating a new email alert, it would ask for the object and also for the template. So already have a template ready. So once you are done creating that template, you can use that template to create an email alert. And once you are done creating an email alert, you can use this email alert in your process builder. So for this business requirement, I've already created an email alert. You can see here, welcome email to new users. Now I'm going to use that email alert in my process builder. So welcome email to new users. Save. Perfect. So our action is defined. So once we are done with the configuration, activate the process. Perfect. Our process is activated. Now to test it out, let's create a new user and then you can see if you are getting the email alert. So this is a pretty simple and straightforward requirement, but I still wanted to show you this so that we can understand about the different action types that we have in Process Builder. The next concept that we are going to understand is about using Process Builder to auto-submit records for approval. In fact, this is another awesome feature of Process Builder, the capability of this tool to work in combination with other tools. That actually makes this tool even more effective and even more powerful. Like Process Builder works in combination with approval process. Process Builder works in combination with flows. Process Builder works in combination with Apex. Process Builder works in combination with another process. So basically this capability of this tool to work in combination with other tools is what makes it even more effective. So among that, let's discuss one scenario wherein we'll be using Process Builder to auto-submit records for approval. Basically combining the capability of a Process Builder and an approval process, and using this, how do we automate submit records for approval? In the previous sessions, while we were learning about the approval process, we created an approval process in the system, and that is with the extracurricular object. And for this approval process, we defined the entry criteria, the various steps involved, and what are all the approval actions, rejection actions, everything. We activated that. And we also did some basic troubleshooting techniques when working with approval process. We discussed everything in detail. Now let's use the same approval process and let's use it in combination with our process builder. So in general, how this approval process works. This is for the extracurricular object. So basically in the extracurricular object, when you create a new record, and then the person hits submit for approval so that the record goes to approval. The entry criteria for this is that the approval code should be null. So records created with a null approval code are eligible and they are submitted for approval. So for submitting it for approval, it requires a manual intervention. That is, the record owner should go and hit the button submit for approval and the record goes through the approval process. So that is how it normally works and that is how any approval process normally works. So this total scenario wherein the record owner manually submits a record for approval, this manual thing can be automated using a process builder. So now let's create a process wherein we'll be using this existing approval process And let's understand how to automate the whole process using Process Builder. Let's create a new process. Fill in the details. Record changes. Save. Now let's define the object. In our scenario, it is the extracurricular activity. And this also gives a message that it already has a process. This is definitely a very useful message because in many scenarios, we'll be able to combine many processes together into a single process. So it is always good to know that other processes do exist. But now let's create a fresh one. And we'll say only when a record is created. Save. Criteria. The criteria is when the extracurricular activity, the approval code is null. So that is our criteria. So let's define our criteria here. The criteria name is given. And let's set the conditions here. The approval code equals the approval code is null. And when this criteria is met, basically what has to happen? The approval process has to be automatically started. So here in the action type, choose submit for approval so that the record gets automatically submitted for approval. The action name, auto submit record for approval. And here choose the specific approval process. And as we already have the approval process in place, we'll be able to find the approval process, extracurriculars with no access code. And here is an option for you to skip the entry criteria. So if you want to skip the entry criteria, choose this option. Otherwise, let's leave it off. And in this scenario, the entry criteria is same. So for us, let's skip the entry criteria because it is the same. But otherwise, based on the business requirement, you can choose this accordingly. And the current submitter and also the submission comments. Let me keep it simple. Save. So now we have defined our immediate action. And the immediate action, the action type is submit for approval. So we have completely configured our process. Let's activate our process. Perfect. Now that our process is activated, it's time for us to test it out. So I'm in the extracurricular object. Let me create a new record and let me say math and science and let me save the record. Perfect. Now that it's running into some error. We can save this record because auto submit this process failed. Alright. So meaning the process that we created failed. And we have the error message as this. An unhandled fault has occurred in the flow and this has occurred while processing the flow. Okay. So this is a very generic error message. Right. So this is the error message that we have. It says some unhandled fault. So as an admin now, if we see this error message, for debugging this error message, we need debug logs. So this is exactly the reason I wanted to show you this error message so that we can understand the importance of debug logs. So in this similar scenario, when we have a very generalized error message, we should know where to start debugging, right? We should know where the error is. Only then we can go and fix that error. But this generalized error message doesn't give us a big meaningful thing for us to go and debug in a specific place. So here comes the importance of debug logs. Only as admins, if we know how to efficiently use a debug logs, we will be able to easily overcome these kind of scenarios. Alright, so now that we have this generalized error message, let me go use debug logs and see what the error is. Go to debug logs. And let's create new debug logs to be generated. So for creating new debug logs, what we need to do is we already have these trace flags set. Let's update it with the time. So basically we want the debug logs to be generated in a particular time frame, right? So let's choose the time frame currently, and let me say for another 24 hours, and that is the maximum that we can set it for. Or maybe you can just choose like 10 minutes or 30 minutes based on your requirement. So we have now set it up. So now that we have set the timings for the debug logs, automatically from this second till the time you have chosen, the end time, everything that you do in the application will get recorded. So based on that, we'll be able to easily find out where the error is. Now that we have set the debug logs, let's replicate the scenario. Let me also take a screenshot of this. Perfect. Alright. Now let me try to create a new record. Math and science, the same record basically. Alright, so now that we are getting the error again, go back to debug logs, refresh the screen. You should be able to see the new logs that are generated. So hit view, and here is a debug log, basically which recorded the transaction that you just did. So you can see all the details, who logged in and everything, and then it says flow create, auto submit extracurricular activity. Basically this process started, and then here is where it failed, right? Once that process started, it was able to find that applicable process, yes, and then notify the extracurricular activity in charge, approval based on first response, and then this approval request requires the next approval to be determined by the manager field. Alright, but when the process was trying to do this, it failed. An unhandled fault has occurred in this flow. So error executing the flow. So here is where the error is. The error is when it requires the next approver to be determined by the manager field. This value is empty. Please contact your administrator for more information. Alright, so this is where the error is. In the approval process, we have defined it to be the next approver to be the manager. But the field is, the manager field is empty. And that is the reason the process failed. So now I think we can compare the difference in the error message that we get in the application and in the debug logs. In the application, it was pretty much a very generalized error message wherein it said an unhandled fault. However, in the debug logs, it gives the very clear error message of where exactly it went wrong. So as an admin, if we know how to use the debug logs efficiently, we can very much overcome most of the issues that we have in our everyday tasks. In fact, I specifically wanted to show you this error and also the method of debugging the same using this debug logs. So that is why I left the manager field empty. And now let's fill in the manager field and retry that. Populate the manager and save the record. Now let's try again. Arts and Science. Perfect. So now that as soon as I created the extracurricular activity record with no approval code, it automatically got submitted for approval. And based on how we have designed our approval process, it goes on accordingly through the various steps and actions. So this is how we combine Process Builder, a process, and also an approval process. In the previous sessions, we understood how to create a process using Process Builder, and also what are all the different action types that we have in Process Builder, like creating alerts and creating a record, updating records, submitting records for approval. We understood about different action types. Now, as a continuation of that, let's understand how to use Process Builder to configure nested if-else conditions. So nested if-else meaning multiple if-else conditions grouped together. So how do we configure this criteria? In fact, this capability of Process Builder to configure this multiple nested if-else is one of the major features that we have in Process Builder. And also, it is an important feature that is not available in other automation tools. For example, workflow rules. While we create these workflow rules, it is not possible for us to incorporate this kind of a business logic. So that is the reason Process Builder is one of the most efficient and effective tools that we have to solve complex business requirements. So to understand this concept of nested if-else, let's consider this straightforward business scenario. We are creating an account. While the account record gets created, the criteria is based on the state field that we have in address. So if the state is New York, then two actions should take place. One is notifying the account owner and the second is creating a task. If the state is Georgia, then update the field with this value. And for all other states, notify the account owner. So this is what is the business requirement. So for solving such a kind of a business requirement, we need multiple if-else statements. And that we can configure using Process Builder. So go to your developer org, create a new process, fill in the details. As we are learning, I have chosen this name, but otherwise in real time, please give a meaningful name, like maybe you can say account creation actions or notify account owner on creation of an account, or some meaningful name, and also a description. Here a record changes, basically when an account record gets created in the system. Save. And now let's define our object. It's account. And yes, the Process Builder is alerting, saying that already there is a process that is based on this object. So this is a very good information, because many times we may be able to club our new process or the criteria with already an existing process. But in our scenario, let's leave it as is. Let's create a new one. Only when a record is created, let's define our criteria. The criteria is if the state is New York. That is our first criteria, if the state is New York. So let's define our criteria here. I've given a criteria name and I've given the condition account billing state equals New York. Save. So our first criteria is defined. That is, once the account record gets created, the record comes to this step. So the first condition that is checks is if the state is New York. If the state is New York, yes, then it goes and execute these actions. So what is the action? Notify account owner. So let's say notify account owner and then choose the email alert. Okay, there is no email alert existing. So let me create one and then update it here. I have now created the email alert. So go to setup email alerts, create an email alert, and now I am tagging that email alert here. Save. Perfect. We have defined our first criteria. That is, we are checking if the state is New York, and then we have an immediate action with that. That is notifying account owner. So this part is handled. Oh, sorry. There is a second action as well, that is creating a task. So let me also add an action. Creating a task. Task for account owner. And then fill in the details here. In the assign to field, I have chosen the type as field reference and I have selected accounts owner ID. So now we have created both the actions that need to take place when the state is New York. So basically we have handled the first criteria. That is the first if. And then if the account that is created is not New York, then it has to go to the next step. That is, it should check if the state is Georgia. So if the state is not New York, then it should come here and check if the state is Georgia. So billing state. So our criteria name is set. The conditions are set. Save. Meaning if it is false, meaning if it is not New York, it comes here, checks if it's Georgia. And if it's true, then we have to add an action. The action is that update the field website as www.georgia.org. So basically that is update record. So update website. And then the record type is the account record. And then the field is website. So we have defined the action that needs to take place if the state is Georgia. So if that is true, then it goes here, execute these actions. If that is false, then it comes to the third criteria, that is for all other states. Then just notify account owner. So basically, when there is a no criteria here, for all states, to be more precise, we can say for all other states, we can say no criteria, because it comes to this step only if the state is not New York or not Georgia, right? So it comes here to the third criteria, and if that's true, then it will just update the account owner. Perfect. So this is how we configure a process using process builder, and we also construct this nested if else. So the first if true, these actions take place. If false, it comes here. And for the second if, again if it's true, then it does this action. If false, it goes to the third criteria. And if true, it executes this action, and if false, it does nothing. So this is how we configure a nested if-else using process builder. The only step that is pending is to activate the process. Perfect. And this is a straightforward process to test it out. Just create an account record and see if all these actions are happening. The next concept that we are going to discuss about is how to use invocable process. So what is invocable process? And how are they different from the other processes that we created? In fact, in our previous sessions, we created a number of processes, right? We created processes to auto-create records, auto-update records, sending out email alerts. We created various processes. So how are they different from this invocable process? The main difference is that the other processes that we created, they get triggered when a record change happens in the system. Right? So if you remember, whenever we create a process, there is an option for us to select. And we choose when a record change happens. So that record change may be creation of a record or updation of a record. So when that happens, those processes get triggered. However, this invocable process is different in a way that this invocable process gets triggered by another process which is already present in the system. This process, basically we can say that it is a little dependent on the master process. They get triggered only by another process. So that is the whole concept of this invocable process. So to better understand this invocable process, I have just created a business use case. When a new instructor record gets created in the system, if it is trainee, these set of actions are to take place. And if it is not a trainee, then these set of actions are to take place. Let's take a quick look of this object in our Salesforce application. This instructor object we created while we created our custom objects. We created multiple custom objects to understand the custom objects and relationships. We basically created our data model and all. So during that time, we created this custom object as well. So this instructor custom object, let's go to a record. This is an instructor record. And it has some details like the first name, last name, categories, trainee. It is basically a checkbox field. So when we create a new instructor record, we need to say if the instructor is a trainee or not a trainee, right? So when we create an instructor record, we can create a trainee instructor record or a non-trainee instructor record. So the business requirement is that if the instructor that we create is a trainee, then a specific set of actions should take place. If the instructor record that we create is not a trainee, then another set of actions should take place. So this is our business requirement. So for this requirement, we can omit the concept of this invocable process. We can actually solve this business requirement using the regular process that we know. That is, while creating the process, we can choose the record change happens and then we can create our regular process. But if you notice the actions, there are repetitive actions. Say for example, if it's a trainee, then notify department owner, create an event and then send out an email to instructor with instructor guidelines and then create task for trainer. And if it's not a trainee, then notify the department owner, create an event and send out an email to instructor. So these three actions are the same. And this one is additional, right? So if it's trainee, the same three actions to take place plus one additional action. Not trainee, the same three actions should take place. So if you see, there is a repetition. So whenever these kind of repetitions happen, that time we use invocable process. So basically first we'll create an invocable process and the invocable process will do all these actions and the invocable process will be called in our master process. So basically our master process will configure it in such a way that we'll check the condition if trainee and that will call the invocable process which will handle the first three actions and will create another action. That is the fourth action for the create task for trainer. And if not trainee, we'll just call the invocable process which will manage all these three actions. So ultimately we'll be creating two processes. One is the invocable process and the other is a master process that calls the invocable process. Perfect. Now that we know how the overall solution structure is going to be, we should also understand why we do that, right? Versus the first solution, that is we create a regular process and we can incorporate all these actions. Very much yes, it will work fine, right? We can create a regular process and then we can create 4 actions for this and then we can create 3 actions for if not trainee. So that will very much work. But why is that we are using this concept of invocable process? The first main reason for us to use invocable process is to avoid rework. So basically, when we do the notify department owner, we again recreate that action notify department owner when the condition is not trainee. And we create an event here, we again do that here. We send out an email, we again create that action here. So basically, we are doing a lot of rework, repetitive work. So invocable process avoids that repetitive work. The second main reason why we are doing this, why we are using invocable process, is for easier and better maintenance in the future. Say for example, today the requirement is this. If it is trainee, then these 4 actions. If not trainee, then these 3 actions. Perfect. And then assume that we have used a regular process and we have created all the 4 actions out here and we have created 3 actions out here. But after a couple months time, the business comes back to us and says that a couple other options also to be incorporated. Something like this. If trainee, then it remains the same. The 4 actions should take place. But if not trainee and in category 1, so they are changing the conditions a little bit. If you see the instructor record, they have category and subcategory. So category you define and then based on that subcategory also you can choose. So they say if it is not a trainee, Okay, but in category 1, then they want additional action to take place. That is sending out email instructions. And they also say if it is not a trainee but in category 2, send out email instructions for category 2. So if we had used a regular process for this scenario, then now what we would do ideally? We would actually go and erase all this out, and then we would create 2 more conditions, and then we would basically again and again create the notify department owner, create event, sending out an email to instructor. So basically we are doing repetitive work. So as mentioned earlier, this invocable process is very much used for avoiding these sort of repetitive work. And also the second thing that we said was for easier maintenance, right? A later point of time, business come back to us and they say, let's take off the send out an email to instructor. Instead, let's create a task to the instructor. There is some change. Or they say, this instead of creating an event, we'll do a different field update. Alright? So they are changing the actions. So in that case, if we had constructed a regular process, then we have to go and update that in every single place. We have to update it here, we have to update it here, and we have to update it here. But in case if we had used the invocable process, we just update it in one single place. That is the invocable process. And that would automatically take care of all these. Because we update the invocable process and wherever it is called, it is updated. So that is the main reason we use invocable process. To avoid repetitive work and for easier and efficient maintenance in the future. So that is the reason I chose this kind of a business scenario, so that we can understand the concept better. Now that we have the basics ready, let's go ahead and create a process in Salesforce. So go for process builder. So the first thing what we are going to do is, we'll be creating the invocable process, and once we are done creating the invocable process, let's use that in our master process. So first let's create our invocable process. So I have created this invocable process. So give a meaningful name and also a more meaningful description. And here we know this is an invocable process. So we need to choose it is invoked by another process. But in a regular process that we created all these days, we chose a record change, right? But this is an invocable process, so we need to choose it's invoked by another process. Only these processes created this way can be used in other processes. Save. Perfect. Now let's define our object. In our case, it is instructor. So choose instructor. And if you notice in our regular process that we already created during record changes, we also get an option of whether it has to trigger at the time of creation or update. But here we do not get that because this gets triggered by another process. So we don't get that options. So just choose the object, save. And now let's add criteria. In our scenario, there is basically no criteria as such. Whenever this process is triggered, all the actions are to take place. So let's say no criteria. But based on the business requirement, if there is any criteria, we can very much define it here. So there is no criteria. Now we have to define the actions. So the actions are 3 actions basically: notifying department owner, creating an event, and sending out email to instructor. So let's create our first action. That is notify department owner. I have already created the email alert. So let me use that. The first action is defined. Perfect. Now let's define our second action. That is creating an event for the department owner. So creating an event, it is basically creating a record. And then the record type would be event. And set the field values. I have assigned it to the department owner. So I have used the type as field reference. And here in the instructor, choose department and then choose the owner ID field, and the start date and the end date I have given some random values. So save. We have defined our second action, and the third action is sending out an email to instructor with instructor guidelines. So that is again another email alert. Fill in the details, choose the appropriate email alert and save. Perfect. So now that we have created our invocable process with all these three actions out here, as you can see, all the three actions are out here. So now we'll be activating this invocable process and we'll use this invocable process in our master process. Activate it. Perfect. It is ready to use. And now let's create our master process. Click on new. Give a meaningful name. Give a meaningful description and a more meaningful description than this. And the process starts when a record changes. Right? So this process starts basically whenever a new instructor record gets created in the system. So this record changes and this is the master process. So once we are done, let's define our object. This is instructor and here when the record is created. Save. Add the criteria. So the first criteria is if it is a trainee record. So in that case, we'll pick the trainee field. It's a checkbox field. So I say yes. So if it's a trainee record, then what has to happen? We have to add all the actions. So when we add the actions, the first action should be processes. So processes here mean the various processes that we have created using process builder. So our first action name, let's say new instructor actions, and pick the invocable process. So the invocable process should already be present and active in the system for you to choose it here. So choose the invocable process and choose the variables here. In our case, we have to select the instructor record because that is what basically is going to further be in our process. So if it is a related record, you can choose that also based on the business requirement. So here, let me choose the instructor record and save. So first we have created our invocable process and we have used it here. So that invocable process will automatically handle the first three actions. And then the next one is creating task for the trainer. So that, like the way we create it regularly, I'll do a create record, task to trainer, and then find the task object, set the field value. In the assign to ID, I have chosen the trainer and the priority and the status. As per the data, we can define them. Save. So we have basically configured our first section. That is, if trainee, then we have configured this. So in the place of creating 4 actions, we have created only 2. One, the invocable process, and the next is the creating task for trainer. So as we have used invocable process, we have only created 2 actions out here. So using the invocable process in the whole configuration, we'll only be creating 6 actions in total. 2 here, 2 here, 2 here. But otherwise, if we had not used invocable process, then we would end up creating like about 12 actions. Right? So that is the concept of invocable process. Creating an invocable process and then using it wherever applicable. Now let's create our second and third if. The second criteria is if not trainee but in category 1. So I have picked the trainee field and I've set it to be false, and I've picked the category field and equals category 1. Save. The second criteria is ready, and for the actions, here again choose the invocable process here, and then the second action would be to send out email instructions for category 1. Give a name, call the process and set the variables. The very same way how we did for the first criteria. Save. Our first action is ready. Create our second action. This is a basic email alert. Choose the appropriate email alert. Save. So the second action is defined. So we are done with configuring the second criteria, that is if not trainee but in category 1. And did you see how simple that was? Just call the invocable process and then also create this additional action, right? So similarly, let's do for the third category as well. So this criteria is if not trainee but in category 2. Once you are done defining the conditions, save. And then define the actions again. First is the invocable process. So choose processes and then give the action name. Choose the already created invocable process. So we have defined our first invocable process here. We have called it here. And then let's also create the second action. That is the email alert. So that is pretty straightforward. Choose email alert. Give a name and choose the email alert. All these email alerts I've already created prior to doing this process. So just I have selected those. Once you are done, save. Perfect. So did you see the solution? Right? How we have configured it in a much efficient and better way using invocable process. So in the future, if you get any change in the requirement, you just simply have to go and update in the invocable process. So once you update it in the invocable process, automatically the master process which calls the invocable process, the changes will be applicable in all the places. So if you remove this event and replace it with a task, automatically that will get updated in all the places wherever this invocable process is being called. So this is the powerful thing that we can do using an invocable process. In fact, this is a very much efficient way of configuring business logics as well. So the only step that is pending is to activate the process and then test it out. So that is pretty straightforward. We have now configured the solution. So once we activate it, we can go create a department record and we can see if all those actions are happening, and that should ideally happen. So now I think based on this video, the concept of invocable process is clear. The next concept that we are going to learn is about using Process Builder to post to Chatter. So Chatter, we know, it is a real-time collaboration tool or maybe a real-time collaboration application. And using this application, we can work together, we can talk to other users and also share information, right? So that is the whole concept of Chatter. In fact, we can relate this to any of the other real-time collaboration tools that we have in our day-to-day use, like Facebook or WhatsApp. You know, basically the concept is the same, in order to collaborate with other users. So that is the whole idea. In fact, even in WhatsApp, if you consider, we can send a message to a separate user, or we can also create WhatsApp groups and we can post a message to a specific group, right? Similarly, in Chatter also we have the concept of groups, Chatter groups, wherein a group of people, they form a team and they create a Chatter group based on any common interest, I would say, or any common goal. Say, for example, people working on the same opportunity, or maybe a specific set of people working in a particular location, or maybe even a specific set of people working in a team, like marketing team or sales team, right? So any group of people with a common goal or a common interest, we can create Chatter groups so that they can collaborate more efficiently with the team. And Salesforce gives this option of an excellent collaboration tool, and that is Chatter. And as part of the basic admin concepts, like we know how to post a Chatter message to a specific user, or even to post to a specific group. We know that. But now we are going to learn how to use a process builder to post to Chatter. Go to your developer org, process builder. Let's create a new process. Fill in the details here. Give the appropriate name and description. And also here the process starts when a record changes. So let's also discuss the business use case. The business use case that we have considered is, say for example, there is an opportunity, and whenever an opportunity is closed successfully, meaning the stage changes to closed one, in that scenario, we'll use process builder to automatically post to chatter. So that is our business use case. So whenever the opportunity is successfully closed, we'll automatically post a chatter message. So that is the whole concept. So I have given the name, API name description accordingly. Save. Now let's define our process. First, we need to choose the object. In our case, it is opportunity. And yeah, this is alerting us that there is already an opportunity process available. And now our criteria is that when the opportunity is set to closed one. So it is basically created or edited. Save. And let's add the criteria. We say when the opportunity is closed, basically closed one. And let's choose the stage. It's a pick list. Choose closed one. So this is our criteria. Whenever the opportunity is closed successfully, then what has to happen is we have to automatically post a chatter message. So in the action type, choose post to chatter. Give a specific action name. In our scenario, let's consider a simple use case wherein we want to post congratulating the opportunity owner. So the action name I have given as congratulate opportunity owner. And here we have three options. Either we can post to user, a specific user, or we can post to a chatter group, or we can post on that specific record. So when we say this record, it means the opportunity record that triggered the process. So we have all these options available out here. In fact, I would like to show you all the options. So first, let's go to the user option. So the user option, again, we have two options out here. Either search for a user, meaning it will display all the users available in setup manage user users. You can find any user out here, or select a user from a record, meaning this opportunity record. You can select any user that is tagged to the opportunity record. Say for example, there will be multiple users there in a record, right? Like the owner is a user, created by is a user, last modified by is a user, and there will be other users as well to a record. So you can post to any of the user tagged to the record. So that is also possible, or maybe in general any specific user. So when you say search for a user, it will list down all the users that is available. So this is a user I have. So you can post to any specific user. And in our developer org, we have only two users. So I think I don't have the test user. I think it is user 2. Oh yeah. So you can specifically post a message to any specific user, or you can choose from the record as well. So basically let's do both. So we know how to use that. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to post a specific message to the user. And to better understand what I'm going to do is, this is the specific message to the user. Alright, this is not anything part of the user that is from the record, but to the specific user. So let me give the message like this, so we'll be able to understand that. And here you also have the options of merge field that we'll use it in the other options. So perfect. Save. Let's also add another action, that is post to chatter. And let's say congratulate the owner. And again, let's choose user. This time we'll choose select a user from the record. So when we say select the user from the record, we need to say which user. And in our case, we are choosing the owner, right? So let's choose owner. And we'll choose the owner ID. So opportunity owner ID. So we are basically posting a message to the opportunity owner. So once we specify the user, now let's specify the message as well. So let's say, hey, opportunity owner. So for opportunity owner, we need to pull in the details using this merge field option. So opportunity owner. So this will give us the opportunity owner's name. Alright. So the message would be, hey, opportunity owner, congratulations on successfully closing the opportunity. Well, it would be more appropriate if we choose the opportunity name as well, so the user knows specifically which opportunity, right? So let's also include the opportunity name. To include the opportunity name, we need to again use the merge fields. So opportunity name. Perfect. So this is our short and sweet message. Save it. So our second action is also defined. So the first action we posted to a specific user, and in the second action we posted to the user from the record. Let's also do another action. Post to the record. This is this record. Chatter group also pretty much similar, but just that we do not have any chatter groups created already. So let me skip that option, but it is pretty much similar to what we did earlier. Now let me choose this record. So this record means the opportunity record that triggered the process. So this message will be posted to the record as such and not to the user. So let me give the message in such a way that this is the chatter message posted on the record. Alright, so thereby like while testing we'll know exactly like this is the message that is posted on the record. Save. I'm just like this may be random messages. This may not be in sync with any business logic, but just that I would like to show all the various options available out here so we know when to use all these options. So save. Perfect. So we have basically created three actions out here. One is to the user, the other is to the user tagged to a record, the third is the on that specific record that triggered the process. So we have created three actions out here. Now that our process is done, let's go and activate the process. Perfect. Our process is activated. Now let's test it out. So for testing this process, we need to go to opportunity, pick any opportunity. But before that, let's also check the chatter messages. So this is the chatter. And here we have some chatter feed out here and nothing in related to the opportunity as such. Now let's update one of the opportunity to closed one and see how it is getting posted. So pick any opportunity where the stage is not closed one. So let's say this is an opportunity out here and let me change the stage to closed one. So by doing this change, this will trigger the process that we just created. Alright, so the process is triggered and you can see the message got posted in the chatter. So this is the chatter message posted on the record. So basically this is our third action that we defined. Right? So and this one we already have configured it in the chatter settings. So that is separate. But this is the one that is a result of the process that we just configured. And on top of it, what we did, we also posted messages to the specific user and also to the opportunity owner. So opportunity owner is me. So I'm going and checking in my chatter feed. And here we can see that. Hey, opportunity owner, congratulations on successfully closing the opportunity. That is our second action. And we also see this. This is the specific message to the user. So this is posted specifically to me. Alright, so this is the specific message posted to the user. Basically, this was our first action that we defined. This one. This one. So these are the various options, and as I told you earlier, we can also create chatter groups and post a message to the chatter group in a very similar fashion. So these are the various ways that we can use a process builder to automate posting messages to chatter. Thank you. The next concept that we are going to understand is how to use a process builder to perform quick actions. In Salesforce, we have two different type of actions in Salesforce. Like one is the global actions, the other is the object-specific quick actions. So what are these? What are the global actions and what is this object-specific quick actions? Global actions, as the name says, they are global, meaning those actions can be added to basically any page that supports actions, like the home page, the chatter tab, or object pages, or any of your custom Lightning app pages. So they can be added to any of those pages, and they do not have any specific restrictions of object or a record or anything. They are global. That is why they are called as global actions. And how do we create those global actions? Setup, go for actions. You should be able to see global actions. And you can create global actions. There are different global action types, and based on the requirement, you can create them accordingly. So these are global actions. Now what are object-specific actions? Object-specific actions, as the name says, they are specific to a particular object. They are tied to a particular object. Say for example, students. If I want to create object-specific actions for this student object, then go for this segment, buttons, links and actions. Here you can create an action. And these actions that we create, these are called as object-specific actions, and they can be added only to this object-specific layouts. So these global actions and object-specific actions, like the way I showed you now, this is how you create them manually and use them in Salesforce. Now in this video, what we are going to understand is how do we use a process builder to automate these global actions and object-specific actions. So for understanding that concept, let's consider this business use case. Whenever a new campaign gets created, a private chatter group should be automatically created. So this is our business use case. So whenever a campaign record gets created in the system, automatically a private chatter group should be created. So now let's use process builder to solve this business requirement. So go for process builder. Let's create a new process. Fill in the details accordingly. The process should start when the record changes, basically whenever a campaign record gets created. And the object here is campaign. And only when the record is created, the process should be triggered. So I'm choosing the first option, that is created. Now let's go to the add criteria. Here we can specify any specific business criteria. But for the time being, let me just keep it simple. We can just say if the campaign name is not null. Or maybe campaigns get created with campaign name. It's a mandatory field. So maybe we can even omit that and say just no criteria. Let's do an immediate action. And here we discussed about many of the different action types in our previous sessions. Now let's understand how do we do this quick action. So select the action type as quick action. And what is our action? To auto create a chatter group. So give the action name accordingly. And now we need to select the global actions or the object specific actions or the type. So global actions, we have these two. Object specific actions, we need to first specify which object and then the action, or maybe the type. Which type? Now let's go for global actions because we need to create a chatter group. So let's say create a record, And then we need to say what record basically. In our case, it is a chatter group. So let me select new group. And now we need to set the field values, the name. Let the name of the group be the same as the campaign name. So let me choose campaign name. So the chatter group name would be the campaign name, and it's a private chatter group. So let me choose private. Basically setting up the field values based on the requirement. Save. Perfect. So you can see in our process canvas, we have completely configured it as per the requirement. It is time for us to activate it and test it out. So let's activate it. Perfect. Now let's create a campaign record. Let me say new product campaign. Save. We have created a new campaign record. Now the process would have automatically got triggered and we should be able to see the private chatter group that is associated. So now you can see a private chatter group has been created with a campaign name. So this is how we can auto create the global actions and the object specific actions using Process Builder. Now that we have understood about various concepts in Process Builder, let's also understand how to do version control in Process Builder. Whenever we build a process, Salesforce allows us to maintain versions in a process. So how do we do that? And again, this feature of maintaining versions is a very powerful feature that we have in Process Builder. So for doing that, let's go to Process Builder. You would be able to see all the processes that you have created. Let's pick any process for an example. Say for example, send welcome email to new users. So this is a process. Say for example, there was a business use case and you created this process, you activated it and users are using that. Perfect. Now, after a few months, you are getting a requirement to further update this business use case. Maybe they want to add an action, or maybe they want to remove an action or update an action or change the criteria, whatever. There is some update that is required to this existing process. So now what do we do? The first thing that we need to understand is the activated process builder cannot be updated. And this you see that like this is not activated. You still see the activate button. So let me activate that. Okay. So now that this process is activated, so you see the deactivate button here. So now this process is activated. We will not be able to make any further updates. Say for example, add action, change the criteria, or update this start process criteria. We will not be able to update any of the criteria that is there in the process builder. In short, a process cannot be updated once activated. So now what are the other options that are available? So whenever we get an updated business requirement, what we do is to clone the process. And while cloning the process, we have two options. One is to create a version of the current process or a new process. Say for example, we choose this one. Create a new version of the current process. In that scenario, the process name, the API name, the description, everything, it remains the same and you can modify that if needed, but not the API name, and save. So now what we have created is we have created a replica of the current process which is active. And now you see activate button is on, meaning this process is still not activated. And here you have all the options of adding an action, removing an action and everything. Here this process which is not yet activated is 100%, we can update that. And if we go to view all processes, go to the same process, that is send welcome email to new users. If you click here, you can see all the various versions out here. Version 1, version 2, version 3. And also, remember one thing, among all the versions that is available for a particular process, only one version can be active at a time. Only this version is active. And if you activate another version, automatically this version will get deactivated. Meaning only one version can be active at a time in a process. The other thing that we need to note here is only deactivated processes can be deleted. So only the options are available only for the deactivated processes. You cannot delete an existing active process. And if you want to delete an existing active process, then first you have to deactivate it and then delete it. So this is definitely a very important and efficient mechanism, because whenever we get updated requirements, we are basically not touching the active process that is existing in the system, right? That process will remain as is till we activate the version 2. Because it takes time for us from design development till the time we deploy it to production. Depending on the project timelines, it takes time. Maybe a week, 2 weeks, or more than that, it takes time. So throughout the phase of development, the new process will be in the deactivated stage. So we'll do all our developments in the deactivated process. And then we activate the process in the lower environments, that is the sandbox, and we test it out to ensure that it is working fine. On the day of production deployment, we deploy this new process, the version 2, and activate it as well. And the already existing version 1 will automatically be deactivated. So this is how we do this version control mechanism in Process Builder. Point number 1, existing active process cannot be updated. To make any changes, we must first clone the process, create a new version, make all the changes in version 2, and then activate it. Once you activate the process, automatically the existing active process will get deactivated. In short, only one version of a process can be active at a given point of time. And finally, only deactivated versions can be deleted, but not the activated ones. So this is all about version control mechanism in Process Builder. Alright, so you guys ready to learn about one of the most exciting tools in Salesforce? Yes, we are going to understand about Lightning Flow Builder. Salesforce offers several declarative automation tools: the formula fields, approval process, workflow rules, process builder, lightning flow builder. We know that, right? So these are all the declarative automation tools that we have in Salesforce. Meaning no code, only drag and drop. The last one, that is Apex and Visualforce, that is the only automation tool that involves code. Rest, all of them are declarative tools. Among all these declarative tools that we have in Salesforce, Lightning Flow Builder is undoubtedly one of the most efficient and powerful tools that we have. So when we say that this Lightning Flow Builder is a powerful tool, we need to understand more about it so that we can understand and appreciate the efficiency of this tool and how we can use that tool in our real-time business requirements. This Lightning Flow Builder, this tool we have, that is one of the Salesforce automation tools. This is the only automation tool with which we can create wizard with user interaction. Meaning, we can create applications with this tool with user interaction, wherein user will be able to provide user inputs. None of the other automation tools support this feature. So this tool is the only tool that enables us to create an application with visuals. We'll be able to visually see the pages that we have created. We'll be able to visually enable the user to provide a user inputs during the flow. So using this builder tool, we can create flow screens and we can give user access to those screens to provide the input. And undoubtedly, we can use this tool to solve some of the most complex business processes. And also, among all the declarative tools that we have in Salesforce, this is the only declarative tool that allows deletion of records. None of the other tool allows deletion of records. Even in Process Builder, the Lightning Process Builder, we can create records, related records, update related records, but not delete records. This Lightning Flow Builder is the only tool that allows us to delete records. In short, this tool stands out from the other declarative tools in all these features by giving us a visual interface wherein user can interact, wherein user can provide input, and we can create flow screens. This can be used for solving complex business requirements, and the only tool that allows data deletion. So these are some of the most efficient and powerful features that we have in Lightning Flow Builder that differentiates that from the other declarative automation tools in Salesforce. So when we talk about this Lightning Flow Builder, in fact, this is the updated version that we have. Right now, what we have in Salesforce, that is a Lightning Flow Builder, it is the updated version. Previously, it was called as Cloud Flow Designer. The previous version that we had basically was Cloud Flow Designer. Salesforce introduced this Lightning Flow Builder in Spring 19 release. And after Spring 19, this is auto-enabled in your org. So if your org had previously created flows using Lightning Cloud Flow Designer, and if users are still using those flows, there is nothing to be panicked about because those flows will still work absolutely fine. We need not make any updates, any changes to the existing flows. They will work just fine. This Lightning Flow Builder is a much easier, faster, and better way of creating flows. So basically from the user experience, there is no much difference. The user would have the same experience with the flows that is created with the updated version, the way they had with the previous version. So from the user experience, that there wouldn't be much of a change. So all the changes were done from the configuration perspective to enable the developers and the Salesforce admins to create better flows for the users. This Lightning Flow Builder was released by Salesforce in Spring 19 release. And this feature, this tool, Lightning Flow Builder, is auto-enabled in your Salesforce org. Now let's go to our developer org. And these flows are available under Workflow and Approvals, Flows. And here you have the option of creating a new flow. And this is our page wherein we have all the elements out here. Let's get into these elements later. Here you see the option of creating a new flow. So once you click on new flow, automatically this Lightning page opens, which enables us to create a new flow. And you can see there is an icon out here. This says this is a Lightning Flow Builder. And as I mentioned earlier, it is auto-enabled in your org. The Cloud Flow Designer is disabled. But in case you need the previous version of Cloud Flow Designer, you can go to the process automation settings. And there you can see that the Cloud Flow Designer is disabled. If you want to enable them, disable this checkbox, save, go to flows again. And there you will be able to see both the options. The new flow will enable you to create a flow using the latest version, that is the Lightning Flow Builder. And this one you can use the previous version, that is the Cloud Flow Designer. However, I would highly recommend you to use the latest version because that is undoubtedly much easier, better and faster way of creating a flow. So now we have a good high-level introduction of this Lightning Flow Builder and the various details about the version, how the latest version is, and how it is different from the previous version and all these. And then we'll understand how to create flows using all the various tools that is available in the Lightning Flow Builder. Now that we have a good understanding about the various automation tools in Salesforce, now let's learn how can we combine these automation tools? So given any business scenario, there may be few different solutions. And for those solutions, we may be able to combine different automation tools. So now let's understand the feasibility of combining the automation tools. So first comes the formula fields. Formula field is a system generated field. We create formulas and then the system automatically calculates the value based on the formula that is defined. So basically these fields can be pretty much used in any of the other automation tools. We can use those in approval process, workflow rules, process builder because it is just a field, right? So that field we can use it in any of the other automation tools. Absolutely no doubt about it. This is pretty straightforward. But how about the other automation tools? The approval process. So when we say approval process exists on its own, right? We create an approval process which automatically submits a record for approval. And then the record goes through the approval process. So we can use a combination of process builder and an approval process. So we can use process builder which can trigger an approval process. So which can automatically submit a record for approval. So those two tools can be linked and used. And we very much saw that example in one of the previous videos. And next is the lightning flow builder. Similar to process builder, lightning flow builder also has that capability of triggering the approval process. In fact, we can use all these tools together as well. We know that process builder can call a flow and flow can in turn call an approval process. So we can use these three tools together as well. So we can create a process which can invoke a flow which can further call an approval process. That is also possible. And process builder we know it can call Apex as well. So these are some of the feasible combinations that we can use in Salesforce for solving business requirements. Now that we have a good idea about the different automation tools in Salesforce, we should also know when to use which tool. Basically, whenever we consider any business scenario, there may be few different ways of doing it. In fact, like any of the business scenario, we can very much do it with an Apex, right? But, should we go for Apex in all scenarios? Absolutely not. Similarly, a lightning flow builder, it is a very powerful tool and can handle most of the requirements. But should we go for a lightning flow builder for all the requirements? Absolutely not. So we should know when to use which tool. The basic rule is that the simplest way is the most efficient way. So the more simpler the solution is, the more efficient it is. So among these different automation tools, whenever we get a business scenario, we should analyze and find out what is the most simple and efficient way of solving that business case. We know we have all these different automation tools. So whenever we get any business use case, we should see what are all the tasks that we need to do in that. And based on that, we should select which is the most appropriate automation tool. Say for example, the requirement demands creating records. So if we want to create records, we can go for approval process, but approval process can only create task records, but not other objects. And in approval process also, it is not direct creation of records. It is basically one of the actions that we define, the approval actions or the rejection actions. So only when a record gets to that level and it gets approved or rejected, only that phase the records can be created, and that too only task records. Workflow rules also can create records, but again only task records. We can define that as one of the actions. However, Lightning Process Builder, we know that is a much better version of workflow rules. It can create records. It can create child records and records of any object. Similarly, Lightning Flow Builder as well. it can very efficiently create records. So for creating records, if it is a part of the business scenario, then these are all the various considerations that we need to have. Next is update records. We can use approval process for updating records. But again, that is one of the approval or rejection actions. It is not a direct update record. And even in update record, we can update that existing record that triggered the process or its parent record. And even in the case of a parent record, the parent should be a master detail parent. The relationship should be master detail. If the parent and the child are related through a lookup relationship, then we cannot update it using an approval process. The same rule applies for workflow rules as well. Workflow rules can only update the record or its master detail parent and not its lookup parent. But Lightning Process Builder and Flow Builder can update any record and any of its related record, be it parent, a master detail parent, or a lookup parent, or any of its child record. So basically, both these Process Builder and Flow Builder can update any related record. And that is why we always say that the Process Builder and Flow Builder are most efficient automation tools in Salesforce. Sending email alerts, pretty straightforward. All these 4 tools can do that. Sending outbound message, we can do it in an approval process or a workflow rule. Submit for approval. So we can submit records for approval through approval process. We can also use a process builder and we can auto submit records for approval, and we can also use flow builder and auto submit records for approval. And post to chatter, quick actions, calling Apex, all these we can do only with the help of process builder and flow builder and not with the other automation tools. Record deletion. So record deletion, Lightning Flow Builder is the only declarative Salesforce automation tool that we have that allows a record deletion. In fact, we can do record deletion through Apex as well. Very much yes. But among the declarative tools that we have in Salesforce, Lightning Flow Builder is the only declarative tool that allows record deletion. And when we consider giving a solution to the users, which involves giving a visual experience or creating a wizard, or wherein like we get user inputs and then we give them a business solution, for all these we can only use Lightning Flow Builder. Lightning Flow Builder is the only tool in Salesforce wherein we can create an app with visual experience, meaning the declarative tool again. Because we can very much create that same visual experience using Visualforce, but that is coding. But among the declarative tools in Salesforce, Lightning Flow Builder is the only tool wherein we can create an app, create a wizard, which gives a visual experience to the user and also get user inputs. So in the previous slides, we understood about the different declarative automation tools in Salesforce. So when is the right time to use Apex and Visualforce? So when there is a business scenario which cannot be solved by any of these declarative tools, then we go for Apex and Visualforce. Say for example, the business scenario is very complex, or maybe we are talking about some unrelated objects, or maybe there is a very custom user interface involved. So in those scenarios where we are working with custom and complex solutions, then we go for Apex and Visualforce. And as I mentioned initially, the most simple solution is the most effective solution. So whenever we get any business use case, whenever we are looking for a business solution, we should always look for the simplest way of solving it. So that would be the most efficient way. Now that we know what are all the different tools and in what all combinations they can work and how do we choose the right automation tool, now like any business scenario comes in, we would be able to better analyze which is the right tool and what is the right way to form a business solution. Awesome, awesome. I'm so glad you completed the previous sections. I truly appreciate your hard work and commitment here. In this section, we are going to talk about data management. Let's take a quick look at the exam guide. So data management, it is right here, and the weightage is at 10%. So of the total 60 questions, you can expect around 6 questions from this section. And here in this section, the description talks about the best practices for improving and enriching data quality. And in that, they mention validation rules, duplicates management, enriching and archiving. Cool. Let's take a quick look at our Udemy course. Data management, I have actually split that into 6 different sections, as you can see here. This is for ease of understanding and also for extensively covering the concepts. First is the overview section. In that, we'll talk about the various data management tools that are available and how to use the import wizard and how to use the Apex data loader. And then we'll talk about the various proactive measures for maintaining good data quality in the system. In that, we are going to talk about the data entry standards, using validation rules, then using duplicate rules, using matching rules. What are all the various proactive measures basically? The next section talks about the reactive measures. So how to merge accounts, how to merge contacts, how to merge leads, how to mass delete records, and then followed by the best practices that we need to follow while handling data in our system. And then we have a whole big section for data enrichment, what are all the various ways for enriching data in the system. And then we have a whole big section for data archival as well. What are all the various tools and options that are available for us for archiving data in our system. So these are all the various concepts that we have covered for this particular section, data management. Happy learning!
And in this section, basically, we'll discuss about the various tools for data management, that is the import wizard and the data loader, and how do we use data export, how do we do a scheduled export and all these. Okay, moving on to the lecture. What are all the various activities that we do with data? So consider like you have an object, say the samples object. So what are all the activities that you do with samples object? Basically with the samples records. We create new records, right? And that is what we call as import. We edit existing records, and that is what we call as update. We delete existing records. We export information, and we basically transfer ownership. So pretty much these are the activities that we do with data. But considering few records in the application, say for example 5 records, 10 records, 15 records, and even 20 records, we can very much do it manually, right? You can, very much easily use the new button. You have the new button, click on new button, it will open up the edit page for you. Enter all the information, create record. As simple as that. And similarly update, delete, export, transfer ownership. So when you consider very few number of records, like 5, 10, 15, even 20, you can very much do it manually in the application. But what if the same thing you got to do it in bulk? Say for example, there are some 100 leads in the system. They basically went for some conference, and your end users have brought in some 100 leads information, and they are seeking your help basically for importing all those leads into the system. So what will you do? Now that the 100 leads are in Excel sheet, and now you got to transfer all the 100 leads that is there in the spreadsheet into your system. So how would you do that? This is where the tools for data management comes into picture. Similarly for update, say for example they want to update some 100 opportunities or 200 opportunities or 1000 opportunities in the system, with some specific information. Again you can use update. Or they say all the leads that were created a couple of years back, they want to get it from the system. So what do you use? You can use the delete jobs. So you can use jobs for implementing all these activities. In short, whenever you handle data in bulk, data management tools comes into picture. So what are all the data management tools that we have in Salesforce? One is the data import wizard and the other is the Apex loader. And definitely when there is more than one, we got to understand what are the similarities, what are the dissimilarities, and when to use which tool. First, let's understand about the data import wizard. It is basically an in-browser wizard that helps to import your organization's data. You can very much import and update data using your data import wizard. But the restriction that we have in data import wizard is it can handle only a maximum of 50k records. And again, the restriction comes in forms of objects as well. You cannot handle all the objects via data import wizard. You can handle only accounts, contacts, leads and solutions, the standard objects, and also any custom object via import wizard. And as listed, it does not give out any detailed logs. So to overcome these restrictions, say for example you want to handle some 1 million records, or you want to handle some objects which is not there listed here. Say for example opportunities, you want to import opportunities. Then you cannot use import wizard. You have to go for Apex data loader. So whenever you want to overcome the restrictions that is put forward by the import wizard, you go for Apex data loader. And Apex data loader, it is a desktop application for bulk imports and exports. And you can very much handle data which is greater than 50k records. And there are no restrictions on the standard objects. You can use for all standard objects and all custom objects. And it provides a very detailed log for every record that you upload. Say for example you upload some 50 records and some 30 records succeed and some 20 records it failed for some reason. So you got to understand why those 20 records failed to get imported, right? So it provides you a detailed log of for each and every record why it failed. So basically it failed and why it failed. Maybe like some mandatory fields were not present, or maybe some validation rule that was basically causing the issue. So why it basically failed. So it provides a detailed log with all this information. And definitely yes, you can schedule regular data loads or nightly imports using data loader. And it gives you a CSV file viewer wherein you can basically see the file, how it gets imported, and you can do all those mappings in Apex data loader. So these are all the two tools that we have from Salesforce. In fact, Salesforce has provided these two tools. One is the import wizard and the other is the data loader. But in real time, apart from these, we also use some other tools. We'll be discussing about the other tools. Say for example, demand tools. Even that is pretty much a very good tool for handling data. But as such, from Salesforce, we have only these two tools in place. The import wizard and the data loader. And in the forthcoming sessions, we'll understand in detail about each of the tools. Now we have understood about the various data management tools from Salesforce, that is a data import wizard and in the Apex data loader. And we know their similarities, the dissimilarities, and the restrictions put forward by those tools. Okay, in this lecture, we are very specifically going to concentrate on data import wizard. So we are going to use a data import wizard and see how do we upload data into the system. Just not upload. Upload means both insert and update. Just a quick recap of the highlights for data import wizard. It's an in-browser wizard, we know, that imports the organization's data, but we can use it only for less than 50k records. And this data import wizard can only work on very specific standard objects. And these standard objects are accounts, contacts, leads, and solutions. And for any custom objects, there is basically no restriction. You can work on any custom objects. And it does not provide any detailed log as such, while using the data import wizard. And these are the steps that we got to follow while using the data import wizard. First, we got to prepare the data file. The data file should be handy, before using the data import wizard. So the first step before using the data import wizard is for you to prepare the data file. And this is definitely a key step as well, because the more correct, the more valid, the more clean your data file, the better the job will be. Okay, so whenever you prepare the data file, be mindful of the mandatory fields, be mindful of the validation rules, be mindful of the data types. For number, it has to be numbered, and the date has to be in certain format. Just be careful on all those fields. And once done, use the data import wizard. So the CSV file is done, the data file is ready. Then launch the data import wizard. There you got to select for which standard or custom object basically are gonna use the wizard. And we know the standard object, only 4 standard objects can be used. So select which object that you are gonna work on and select the activity to be performed. And which are all the activities that we can perform using an import wizard? We can perform insert or update or upsert. So what's an upsert? Upsert is, if the record is present, it will update the record. And if the record is not present, it will insert a new record. That is called as upsert. So only these 3 operations can be performed with the data import wizard. And once you select the activity, then you got to upload the file to the data import wizard. Basically, upload the file that you have prepared in step 1 into the data import wizard. And then you got to map the fields. Because say for example, your data file has got some 3 fields. Alright, so you got to map those 3 fields with the fields in the object. Basically, to which field it has to go and sit. Say for example, name. So, name points to which field of that object. Actually, Salesforce does some recommendation and, it populates fields by default. From the name that you have given in the CSV file, it automatically populates. But then it is up to you to validate whether the field names are properly mapped. And in case, like if it is not properly mapped, you definitely have options wherein you can change the mapping. And then you got to perform the import or the update, whichever job. So once the job is done, you got to monitor the job status. And if there are some errored records, then you got to, check the log files, see like why it basically errored out and rework on those errored records. So this is very high level approach of the data import wizard, listing down the steps that are essential for using the data import wizard. Now let's actually prepare a data file and let's use the data import wizard and see how it behaves. Let's start from step 1. So what is step 1? Prepare the data file. So we got to prepare the data file. Say for example, I want to import some 10 leads into the system. Okay, so I have to prepare my data file accordingly. The best file type that you can use for data import wizard and the data loader is a CSV format. Prepare your data file in the CSV format with all the necessary information. Say for example, this is the CSV file. Okay, and as we are targeting to import some 10 leads, I have basically prepared the sample file. The sample file has got the lead name, the company and the lead status. And if there is a question of like how do I create a CSV file, it is nothing but a spreadsheet, open Excel sheet, and then when you save it, you give us save as .csv. You'll have options over there. So you got to choose that option. So then like that file will be saved in CSV format. Next question. Out of so many fields in the leads object, why is that I have basically chosen these 3 fields? Alright? I have only chosen name, company and lead status. So we got to understand like why is that basically we are working on these 3 fields. Because these 3 fields are the required fields for leads when we create a new lead record in the system. Say for example, click on new. As we can see here, I got to give in the name, I got to give in the company details and I got to give the lead status. So these 3 fields are the required fields as of now for the configuration of leads. So that's the reason basically I have chosen these 3 fields. But then we got to note one point here. This being a standard object and we have not done any customization on this, like only these 3 fields are actually required. But then like once you start using leads for your business, you'll have more and more required fields as per the business requirements. So you got to be very careful of inputting all those details for all the required fields. But just not about required fields. You have to be very mindful about the data types as well. You have to give input as the appropriate data types. And also the validation rules. Whenever there is a validation rule in place, your data has to satisfy all those validation rules as well. By doing all these, you ensure that the data quality in your system is very good. Okay, going back to the data file. So this is the data file. Let me quickly save this. Okay, and now we are going to launch the wizard and use this data file. Go to your application, setup, search for import wizard and launch the import wizard. And there you go. So launch the wizard. And as you can see here, these are the 3 main steps. Choose data, edit mapping and then start the import. Okay, so first here we got to select the objects. Which object we are basically gonna work on. And in our scenario, it is leads. So let me go ahead and choose leads. And as you can see here, these are the 4 standard objects that we can work on. You do not have options for the other standard objects at all. And also please do note that we have renamed contacts to SP sales team. So that's the reason it is basically showing you SP sales team. But you have not renamed contacts and it would basically show you accounts and contacts. Alright. And these are the list of custom objects. So whichever custom object that you want to import, you can definitely use this tool. So for the standard objects, let me go for leads. Okay, so we have, selected the object that we are going to work on. Coming back to our steps. So first step is done. Prepare the data file. Step 2 is done. Select the standard or the custom object in the wizard. Step 3. Select the activity to be performed. So now it's time for us to select the activity that we are going to perform with the data. So in the import wizard, we basically got to select the activity that we are going to perform. First is add new records, means just insert. Second is update existing records, means update. Third is add new and update existing records, which is very much equivalent to upsert. Meaning if the record is already present, it would update the record. And if the record is not present, it would insert new records. So in our scenario, we got to add new records. So let me go ahead and add new records. In this add new records option, there is a drop down to match, right? If you select any field in that, the system checks if your file has the same field value. If yes, it will ignore the record. It will neither insert nor update. If the field value is not present, it will insert a new record. If two records in the file has got the same field value, then both records would error out saying duplicate cross-reference. Basically, this option we use to avoid duplicates in the system. Similar option you will have for the update existing records as well. So once you click on update existing records, there is a drop down to match. If you select any field in that, the system checks if your file has the same field value. If yes, it will update the record. If the field value is not present, it will ignore the record. If two records in the file has got the same field value, then both records would error out saying duplicate. So if two records in the system has the same field value, it will error out saying duplicate cross-reference. And the third option that we have is insert and update. That is basically the upsert operation. So even here you have got the same field, that is match lead by. So here if you select any field in that, the system checks if your file has the same field value. If yes, it will update the record. If the field value is not present, it will create a new record in the system. If two records in the file has got the same value, then both would error out saying duplicate. But if two records in the system has the same field value, then it would error out saying duplicate cross-reference. So it is very essential for you to understand the similarities and dissimilarities between all these options when you use your import wizard. Okay, now as we are going to insert new records, let me go with the first option. And let me match lead by name, because name is something that is unique in my system as per my business. And then we got to select the CSV file to upload. So here you have got all these options, but our data file is in the CSV format, so you got to select the CSV file. So once you give this, you got to use this option and choose the file which is there in your system. So choose the data file, that is the import leads data file. And once you are done, we got to monitor the steps as well. It basically says data chosen, okay. And then the next step is to edit mapping. So go next. Alright, so now as per the CSV header that we have, the system automatically maps the columns in your CSV file with the fields in the object. So this is actually the fields in the object, and this is the headers in your CSV file. So the header in my CSV file is name, and it has mapped with the name of the leads object. The header in my CSV file is company, and it has matched with the company field of the leads object. The header in my CSV file is lead status, and it has mapped with the field name of the leads object. So, this is just a recommendation from the system, but you always have options. Say for example, it is not appropriate. You got to actually map it with a different field. Definitely yes. You have this option change, wherein you can select the actual field that it has to be mapped to. But now that it is all appropriate, it has actually mapped with the correct field names, so there is nothing to change out here. And once you have validated the mapping, the system also auto-populates some records for some example. That is, these are the first 3 records that is there in my file, so that it is just showing you some examples of the data file. And this step of mapping the CSV headers with the actual field names, with the actual fields in the object, every time you actually got to do it. It is not some process that you can save it in some location and then reuse it. Every time you upload leads, every time you do this mapping. It is just some 3 fields out here, so it might be a little simple for you. But then, just imagine we are importing some 50 fields into the system, or we are importing data for some 100 fields. Then, every time you got to validate the mapping that is shown here. This is again one of the disadvantage of the import wizard, because it consumes a lot of time. Every time you got to redo the same thing. But then in Apex Data Loader, you have an option wherein you can save the mapping. You can save the mapping, keep it in your local, and next time you do the same job, you can just reuse the mapping. So it saves a lot of time and it's very efficient. Okay, so now that the mapping is done, go next. Alright, so the data lake is done, the mapping is done, and we are just to start the import. So what it says the object that we are going to work with is leads, and the action that we are going to do is add new records. And the file that we are basically going to work with is importleads.csv. And it says there are 3 mapped fields. And it says there are 0 unmapped fields. This is basically gives you a review of the whole job process. Now start import. Okay. What it says, congratulations, the import has started. And click OK to view your import status on the bulk data load job page. So once done, you can monitor your job progress in the bulk data load jobs page. This you can very much access it from your Salesforce application. Go for bulk data load jobs. So that will list down all the jobs that you have run recently. Alright. So this is the job that I have run now. This is the job ID and submitted by and the time, date and everything. And here like you got to concentrate on the status. The status says it is closed, the records process is 10 and the records failed 0. Means there are, all the records succeeded and there are no records that failed. So if you click on the job ID, it will give you all the details of the job. Like what is the start time, end time, the status and how many records and how many batches that it processed and all the related information. And you can click on view result. That will basically download a file. Just open up the file in the form of a notepad. So this is the file and it says ID. This is the ID. Success, true means the record succeeded. Created, true. Error message, there is no error message. Means it is a success record, there is no error message. But what is this ID? This ID means the ID of the new lead that is created in the system. Okay, so it is something like 1MOZ1EAM, right? So this is the ID of the new lead that got created. And we created 10 leads. So these are the Salesforce IDs of the 10 leads that got created in the system. Okay, now let's quickly go to the leads object and check if all the leads are created in the system. So go to the leads object, go for the view today's leads because I just created it today. And as we can see here, these are the 10 leads that I created. Go to lead 1. And what is the Salesforce ID of this lead? And we know like the Salesforce ID of any particular record, you can take it from the URL right here. And it says like 1MOZ1, right? So that's what we have in our file as well. 1MOZ1. So like whenever a record is imported, it also gives you the Salesforce ID of the record that is imported into the system. And as we can see here, all the 10 records are successfully imported to Salesforce. And like for bulk data load jobs, you also get an email for any jobs basically. This is a simple job and it just got completed in some few seconds, so you can just monitor it directly. But then for jobs which takes time, you really needn't stay on this page. You can you get an automated email saying that the job is completed with the job status, how many records failed, how many records succeeded and all these. So this is all about import job, data import wizard. But what is more important in a data import wizard is, we have understood the overall flow of the data import wizard, right? Like how do we start preparing data files, in which format we prepare data files, and how do we launch the wizard, how do we select the activity to be performed. We have an overall idea of the data import wizard. But what is more important in this is to handle the data and to work on very specific scenarios. Say for example, there is a validation rule. What will happen to the data? There is some field that is required. What will happen to that data? And the data type, like give it in a different format. Then what will happen to the data? There are multiple duplicates in the system. So will it get, succeeded or errored out? So there are multiple scenarios that you got to use the data import wizard and see like how it behaves. Because now that we know how do we use the tool, but then we got to work with the data, we got to work with multiple scenarios of the data and understand the behavior of the tool. So the next tool that we are going to discuss about is the Apex Data Loader. And just a quick recap of the Apex Data Loader. It's a desktop application for doing bulk imports and exports. You can use it for greater than 50k records, and you can use it for all the standard and custom objects without any restriction. And you get a very detailed log of your job, of your success records, of your error records and all these. You can also schedule regular data loads or nightly imports. And like it has got a built-in CSV file viewer wherein you can actually do the mappings very easily. One main difference between the import wizard and the data loader is the import wizard, it's an in-browser wizard, so there is no special download required for that. But for this Apex Data Loader, you basically got to download the application and use it. So what we got to do is, go to the application, in setup, go for data loader, data management, data loader, and there you will have options for downloading the application. So if it is for Windows, use this option. If it's for Mac, use the other option. And the exe file will get downloaded and you got to use the application. Once it is automatically set up, you will get a icon in your desktop. So launch the icon and use the application. And before that, let's quickly see the steps that we use to use the data loader. Pretty much the same that we have for the import wizard, because the overall process is the same. We got to prepare the data file, we got to select the standard object, we got to select the activity to be performed, and we got to do the mapping. And then whether it is import or update or delete or which operation. And do note that we can do delete only using a data loader. We cannot do a delete using the import wizard. And then you got to monitor the job status and rework on the error records if any. Okay, first we got to decide on the activity that we are going to do. Let me not do a different activity. Let's do the same activity that we did via import wizard. Only then we'll be able to, exactly see the differences between the import wizard and the data loader. So the activity that we did via the import wizard is for importing some 10 leads into the system. So the same 10 leads I'm going to re-import into the system. So for doing that, what I did is I basically deleted all the 10 records that we created previously using the import wizard. Okay, now let's redo it via Apex Data Loader. So launch the data loader. You will have a shortcut in your desktop. Basically, as you can see here, there will be two windows that will open. The second window, you can very much close that. And the first window that opens, there you'll have the option of settings. In the second window, you'll not have that. So what is the settings? The settings basically, tells you which environment you are, you are basically gonna load the information. Say if it is a test.salesforce.com or if it is login.salesforce.com, and what is the batch size. Basically all the settings that you wanna use the data loader, you can do it right here. So let me go OK, because we are using the developer edition, so it is login.salesforce.com. So in your real-time experience, if you are gonna do the data load for your test environments, then you got to give it for test.salesforce.com. Or if it is for production, then it is login.salesforce.com. Okay, so now that the settings is done, the first thing that we got to do is to select the operation that we are going to do using the data loader. Either it is insert, update, upsert, delete, export or export all. As you can see here, there are many other options available in the data loader which is not there in the in-browser wizard. That is the data import wizard. The data import wizard you can insert, update or upsert. Only the first three you can do it using the data import wizard. But if you got to delete, or if you got to export, or if you got to export all, then you got to use the Apex data loader. And there might be a question like, what's the difference between export and export all? Export basically exports the data from your system, and export all takes off the export from the recycle bin as well. If the criteria is matching the records that is there in the recycle bin, then it will pull out all those records as well. Okay, now our target is to insert the records. Once you click on insert, it will ask for the username and password. So what is this username and password? This username and password is basically the credentials that you use for logging into the Salesforce application. So the username, you got to give your username, whatever. And the password is just not the password. It is password plus your security token. And as we discussed in the previous lectures, security token is important whenever you use these desktop applications. Okay, so just a quick recap, if you really not able to reset your security token. If you are not able to do the security token, go here, go for my settings, go for security token, reset my security token. When you click on reset your security token, automatically a security token will be sent out to your email. So you got to use the security token as such. Say for example, your password is say mountain, and your security token is that 24-digit character. So something like this. So you got to append your password with your security token. So that is how your Apex data loader will work. So the login, yes, you have your username, and the password is password plus security token. So once you give your username, password and the security token, click on login. Login completed successfully. So go next. In step 2, we got to select the data object. Means which object basically we are gonna work. So if you select this option, select show all Salesforce objects, it will basically list on all the objects that are there in your organization. So a definitely very, very efficient tool. And here we are working with leads. So let me select leads. So the object is selected, that is leads, and then we got to choose the CSV file. So upload the CSV file. It is giving you a process. Initialization succeeded. Your operation will contain 10 records. Yes, our CSV file has got 10 records, so it is basically showing that. Click on OK. Now we got to map. Map the fields that is there in the object with the CSV columns that is there in your CSV file. So here we have got two options. One is choose an existing map or create or edit a map. So what is this? As I already highlighted using the import wizard, here we have options of saving the mapping. So you just got to do the mapping only the first time you do the job. The next times, when you repeatedly do the same job, you can save the mapping and then use this option for reusing the mapping. So now this being the first time, let me do the mapping. So the company, we got to map it with the company. So just drag and drop it here. And the lead status. So this is the lead status. And the name. And the name. Okay, now that the mapping is successful, what you can do is you can save the mapping. Click on save mapping and you can save the mapping in any one of your desktop locations. Say leads import. and you can save this mapping. And next time when you do the same job, you can use the option choose an existing mapping and you can automatically do this mapping. So it definitely saves a lot of time. So once done, click OK. So the mapping is done. Go next. And it is asking you a place wherein like it can store the success and the error files. So let me stay with the defaults. Yes. Okay. So it is giving me a status update of that. So processing 10 of 10 records. There are 10 success and 0 errors. Okay. And the operation is fully completed. There were 10 successful inserts and 0 errors. So when you click on view success, it opens up a file wherein it lists down all the records that are there as part of your data file. So there are 10 records and these are all the Salesforce IDs of the 10 records. What is the name, company, lead status and the status. Status is the item created. And view errors, basically it doesn't contain anything because there are no errored out records. Now you can see there are 2 log files that are created in my system in the place that we basically gave the location. One is a success file and the other is a error file. And in case of any errors, it will give you very detailed message of why that error basically happened. Whether because of some data type mismatch or because of some pick list value incorrect being or because of some mandatory fields missing. Like it will give you the exact error message of why it basically happened. Okay, so this is about insert. But what about update, upsert and delete? For update or upsert or delete, basically the records are existing in the system, right? We have got some 10 leads in the system and now that we want to update all the 10 leads from the status as not contacted to contacted, say for example. So what we got to do? So in case of updates and deletes, the input that you got to give is the Salesforce record ID and the value to be changed. So in our case, we got to give in the values of all the IDs of all the lead record IDs, the Salesforce IDs, and then like we got to say the status as say contacted. So if we just want to update the status of the lead records, then there will be only 2 columns, that is ID and the status. So your data file will look something like this for an upsert operation, like the ID, the Salesforce ID of the record and whichever columns that you want to update. Say for example, I want to update the lead status to working contacted, then you got to give in the values. And in case of it being a delete job, then even this column is not required. Just the ID of the records that you want to delete in the system, just that is sufficient for a delete job. So this is about the insert, update and the delete operations. But there is one other thing that you can do using a data loader. That is the export operation. So how will you make it happen? So go to the data loader, use the option export and you got to select which Salesforce object that you are basically going to work on. So say for example, I want to export all the accounts. And you got to choose a file. Go next. And here you have an option wherein you can frame the query. This window will list down all the fields that are present in the object. And here you have options wherein you can add some conditions to that. Here for an example, let me select all the fields. So select all fields. So you'll get the query framed out here and you can add some conditions to that. Say for example, account type, which is a pick list. So equals, and here it will automatically list down all the pick list values that you have. Say for example, individual broker and add condition. Okay, so now you can see that condition wherein, account type equals individual broker, that will automatically be added up to your query. So all the fields of the query. And then finally it says account type equals individual broker. So it is not essential that you frame out a query. You can just choose the fields and the conditions and the query will automatically be populated. But then, this doesn't stop you from writing your own queries also here. You can very much write your own queries in the window. No harm. So go finish. Yes. Operation in progress. Okay, it tells you there are 0 successful extractions and 0 errors. Basically because I do not have any records in the system wherein the account type equals individual broker. That is the reason there is 0 successful extractions. But still let me open the Excel CSV file and show it to you. This is the CSV file and as you can see here it lists down all the fields of the accounts object. And there are basically no records because the criteria that they gave, it did not match any records. So that is the reason I'm not able to see any records. But otherwise, if you do not give that where condition, probably it would pick up all the records of your accounts object. So this is the concept of export. So this is all about Apex Data Loader, wherein you can insert, update, upsert, export details from your Salesforce application.